Chapter 1 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. Chapter 1. Preface to the First Edition. The essays which form the present book have been written at intervals during the last 5 years, and are now issued in a single volume without alterations of any kind. I have thought it more useful, as marking the gradual growth of thought, to reprint them as they were originally published, so as not to allow the later development to mould the earlier forms. The essay on Inspiration is, in part, the oldest of all. It was partially composed some 7 years ago, and rewritten later as it now stands. The first essay on the Deity of Jesus of Nazareth was written just before I left the Church of England, and marks the point where I broke finally with Christianity. I thought then, and think still, that to cling to the name of Christian after one has ceased to be the thing is neither bold nor straightforward, and surely the name ought, in all fairness, to belong to those historical bodies who have made it their own during many hundred years. A Christianity without a divine Christ appears to me to resemble a republican army marching under a royal banner. It misleads both friends and foes. Believing that in giving up the deity of Christ I renounced Christianity, I place this essay as the starting point of my travels outside the Christian pale. The essays that follow it deal with some of the leading Christian dogmas, and are printed in the order in which they were written. But in the gradual thought development they really precede the essay on the deity of Christ. Most inquirers who begin to study by themselves, before they have read any heretical works or heard any heretical controversies, will have been awakened to thought by the discrepancies and inconsistencies of the Bible itself. A thorough knowledge of the Bible is the groundwork of heresy. Many who think they read their Bibles never read them at all. They go through a chapter every day as a matter of duty, and forget what is said in Matthew before they read what is said in John. Hence they never mark the contradictions, and never see the discrepancies. But those who study the Bible are in a fair way to become heretics. It was the careful compilation of a harmony of the last chapters of the 4 Gospels, a harmony intended for devotional use, that gave the first blow to my own faith. Although I put the doubt away and refused even to look at the question again, yet the effect remained, the tiny seed, which was slowly to germinate and to grow up later into the full-blown flower of atheism. The trial of Mr. Charles Voysey for heresy made me remember my own puzzle, and I gradually grew very uneasy, though trying not to think, until the almost fatal illness of my little daughter brought a sharper questioning as to the reason of suffering and the reality of the love of God. From that time I began to study the doctrines of Christianity from a critical point of view. Hitherto I had confined my theological reading to devotional and historical treatises, and the only controversies with which I was familiar were the controversies which had divided Christians. The writings of the Fathers of the Church, and of the modern school which is founded on them, had been carefully studied, and I had weighed the points of difference between the Greek, Roman, Anglican, and Lutheran communions, as well as the views of orthodox dissenting schools of thought. Only from Pusey's Daniel and Liddon's Bampton Lectures had I gathered anything of wider controversies and issues of more vital interest. But now all was changed, and it was to the leaders of the Broad Church school that I first turned in the new path. The shock of pain had been so rude when real doubts assailed and shook me, that I had steadily made up my mind to investigate, one by one, every Christian dogma, and never again to say "I believe" until I had tested the object of faith. The dogmas which revolted me most were those of the Atonement and of the eternal punishment, while the doctrine of inspiration of Scripture underlay everything, and was the very foundation of Christianity. These, then, were the first that I dropped into the crucible of investigation. Morris, Robertson, Stopford Brooke, MacLeod Campbell, and others were studied, and while I recognised the charm of their writings, I failed to find any firm ground whereon they could rest. It was a many-coloured, beautiful mist, a cloud landscape, very fair but very unsubstantial. Still they served as stepping stones away from the old hard dogmas, and month by month I grew more sceptical as to the possibility of finding certainty in religion. Mansell's Bampton lectures on The Limits of Religious Thought did much to increase the feeling. The works of F. Newman, Arnold and Gregg carried on the same work. Some efforts to understand the creeds of other nations, to investigate Mohammedanism, Buddhism and Hinduism, all led in the same direction, until I concluded that inspiration belonged to all people alike, and there could be no necessity of atonement, and no eternal hell prepared for the unbeliever in Christianity. Thus, step by step, I renounced the dogmas of Christianity, until there remained only, as distinctively Christian, the deity of Jesus, which had not yet been analysed. The whole tendency of the broad church stream of thought was to increase the manhood at the expense of the deity of Christ, and with hell and atonement gone, and inspiration everywhere, there appeared no raison d'etre for the incarnation. Besides, there were so many incarnations, and the Buddhist absorption seemed a grander idea. I now met first with Charles Voysey's work, and those of Theodore Parker and Channing, and the belief in the deity of Jesus followed the other dead creeds. Renan I had read much earlier, but did not care for him. Strauss I did not meet with until afterwards. Scott's English Life of Jesus, which I read at this period, is as useful a book on this subject as could be put into the hands of an inquirer. From Christianity into simple Theism I had found my way. Step by step the Theism melted into Atheism. Prayer was gradually discontinued, as utterly at variance with any dignified idea of God, and in contradiction to all the results of scientific investigation. I had taken a keen interest in the later scientific discoveries, and Darwin had done much towards freeing me from my old bonds. Of John Stuart Mill I had read much, and I now took him up again. I studied Spinoza, and reread Mansell, together with many other writers on the deity, until the result came which is found in the essay entitled The Nature and Existence of God. It was just before this was written that I read Charles Bradlaugh's Plea for Atheism, and his Is There a God? The essay on Constructive Rationalism shows how we replace the old faith and build our house anew with stronger materials. The path from Christianity to Atheism is a long one, and its first steps are very rough and very painful. The feet tread on the ruins of the broken faith, and the sharp edges cut into the bleeding flesh, but further on the path grows smoother, and presently at its side begins to peep forth the humble daisy of hope that heralds the spring tide, and further on the roadside is fragrant with all the flowers of summer, sweet and brilliant and gorgeous, and in the distance we see the promise of the autumn, the harvest that shall be reaped for the feeding of man. Annie Besant, 1878. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Deity of Jesus of Nazareth. What think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? Humane child of human parents, or divine Son of the Almighty God? When we consider his purity, his faith in the Father, his forgiving patience, his devoted work among the offscourings of society, his brotherly love to sinners and outcasts, when our minds dwell on these alone, we all feel the marvellous fascination which has drawn millions to the feet of this Son of Man, and the needle of our faith begins to tremble towards the Christian pole. If we would keep unsullied the purity of our faith in God alone, we are obliged to turn our eyes sometimes, however unwillingly, towards the other side of the picture, and to mark the human weaknesses which remind us that he is but one of our race. His harshness to his mother, his bitterness towards some of his opponents, the marked failure of one or two of his rare prophecies, the palpable limitation of his knowledge, little enough indeed when all are told, are more than enough to show us that, however great as a man, he is not the all-righteous, the all-seeing, the all-knowing God. No one, however, whom Christian exaggeration has not goaded into unfair detraction, or who is not blinded by theological hostility, can fail to revere portions of the character sketched out in the 3 synoptic Gospels. I shall not dwell here on the Christ of the 4th Evangelist, we can scarcely trace in that figure the lineaments of the Jesus of Nazareth whom we have learnt to love. I propose in this essay to examine the claims of Jesus to be more than the man he appeared to be during his lifetime, claims, be it noted, which are put forward on his behalf by others rather than by himself. His own assertions of his divinity are to be found only in the unreliable fourth Gospel, and in it they are destroyed by the sentence there put into his mouth with strange inconsistency: "If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true." It is evident that by his contemporaries Jesus was not regarded as God incarnate. The people in general appear to have looked upon him as a great prophet, and to have often debated among themselves whether he were their expected Messiah or not. The band of men who accepted him as their teacher were as far from worshipping him as God as were their fellow countrymen. Their prompt desertion of him when attacked by his enemies, their complete hopelessness when they saw him overcome and put to death, are sufficient proofs that though they regarded him, to quote their own words, as a prophet mighty in word and deed, they never guessed that the teacher they followed, and the friend they lived with in the intimacy of social life, was Almighty God himself. As has been well pointed out, if they believed their master to be God, surely when they were attacked they would have fled to him for protection, instead of endeavouring to save themselves by deserting him. We may add that this would have been their natural instinct, since they could never have imagined beforehand that the Creator himself could really be taken captive by his creatures and suffer death at their hands. The third class of his contemporaries, the learned Pharisees and scribes, were as far from regarding him as divine as were the people or his disciples. They seem to have viewed the new teacher somewhat contemptuously at first, as one who unwisely persisted in expounding the highest doctrines to the many, instead of, a second Hillel, adding to the stores of their own learned circle. As his influence spread and appeared to be undermining their own, still more when he placed himself in direct opposition, warning the people against them, they were roused to a course of active hostility, and at length determined to save themselves by destroying him. But all through their passive contempt and direct antagonism, there is never a trace of their deeming him to be anything more than a religious enthusiast who finally became dangerous. We never for a moment see them assuming the manifestly absurd position of men knowingly measuring their strength against God, and endeavouring to silence and destroy their Maker. So much for the opinions of those who had the best opportunities of observing his ordinary life. A good man, a deceiver, a mighty prophet, such are the recorded opinions of his contemporaries. Not one is found to step forward and proclaim him to be Jehovah, the God of Israel. One of the most trusted strongholds of Christians in defending their Lord's divinity is the evidence of prophecy. They gather from the sacred books of the Jewish nation the predictions of the longed-for Messiah, and claim them as prophecies fulfilled in Jesus of Nazareth. But there is one stubborn fact which destroys the force of this argument. The Jews to whom these writings belong, and who from tradition and national peculiarities may reasonably be supposed to be the best exponents of their own prophets, emphatically deny that these prophecies are fulfilled in Jesus at all. Indeed, one main reason for their rejection of Jesus is precisely this, that he does not resemble in any way the predicted Messiah. There is no doubt that the Jewish nation were eagerly looking for their deliverer when Jesus was born. These very longings produced several pseudo-messiahs, who each gained in turn a considerable following, because each bore some resemblance to the expected prince. Much of the popular rage which swept Jesus to his death was the reaction of disappointment after the hopes raised by the position of authority he assumed. The sudden burst of anger against one so benevolent and inoffensive can only be explained by the intense hopes excited by his regal entry into Jerusalem, and the utter destruction of those hopes by his failing to ascend the throne of David. Proclaimed as David's son, he came riding on an ass as King of Zion, and allowed himself to be welcomed as the King of Israel. There his short fulfilling of the prophecies ended, and the people, furious at his failing them, rose and clamoured for his death. Because he did not fulfil the ancient Jewish oracles, he died. He was too noble for the role laid down in them for the Messiah. His ideal was far other than that of a conqueror, with garments rolled in blood. But even if, against all evidence, Jesus was one with the Messiah of the prophets, this would destroy instead of implying his divine claims. For the Jews were pure monotheists. Their Messiah was a prince of David's line, the favoured servant, the anointed Jehovah, the king who should rule in his name. A Jew would shrink with horror from the blasphemy of seating Messiah on Jehovah's throne, remembering how their prophets had taught them that their God would not give his honour to another. So that, as to prophecy, the case stands thus: if Jesus be the Messiah prophesied of in the old Jewish books, then he is not God. If he be not the Messiah, Jewish prophecy is silent as regards him altogether, and an appeal to prophecy is absolutely useless. After the evidence of prophecy, Christians generally rely on that furnished by miracles. It is remarkable that Jesus himself laid but little stress on his miracles. In fact, he refused to appeal to them as credentials of his authority, and either could not or would not work them when met with determined unbelief. We must notice also that people, while glorifying God who had given such power unto men, were not inclined to admit his miracles as proofs of his right to claim absolute obedience. His miracles did not even invest him with such sacredness as to protect him from arrest and death. Herod, on his trial, was simply anxious to see him work a miracle, as a matter of curiosity. This stolid indifference to marvels as attestations of authority is natural enough, when we remember that Jewish history was crowded with miracles, wrought for and against the favoured people, and also that they had been specially warned against being misled by signs and wonders. Without entering into the question whether miracles are possible, let us, for argument's sake, take them for granted, and see what they are worth as proofs of divinity. If Jesus fed a multitude with a few loaves, so did Elisha. If he raised the dead, so did Elijah and Elisha. If he helped lepers, so did Moses and Elisha. If he opened the eyes of the blind, Elisha smote a whole army with blindness and afterwards restored their sight. If he cast out devils, his contemporaries, by his own testimony, did the same. If miracles prove deity, what miracle of Jesus can stand comparison with the divided Red Sea of Moses, the stoppage of the earth's motion by Joshua, the check of the rushing waters of the Jordan by Elijah's cloak? If we are told that these men worked by conferred power, and Jesus by inherent, we can only answer that this is a gratuitous assumption, and begs the whole question. The Bible records the miracles in equivalent terms. No difference is drawn between the manner of working of Elisha or Jesus. Of each it is sometimes said they prayed, of each it is sometimes said they spake. Miracles indeed must not be relied on as proofs of divinity, unless believers in them are prepared to pay divine honours not to Jesus only, but also to a crowd of others, and to build a Christian pantheon to the new-found gods. So far we have only seen the insufficiency of the usual Christian arguments to establish a doctrine so stupendous and so prima facie improbable as the incarnation of the divine being. This kind of negative testimony, this insufficient evidence, is not, however, the principal reason which compels theists to protest against the central dogma of Christianity. The stronger proofs of the simple manhood of Jesus remain, and we now proceed to positive evidence of his not being God. I propose to draw attention to the traces of human infirmity in his noble character, to his absolute mistakes in prophecy, and to his evidently limited knowledge. In accepting as substantially true the account of Jesus given by the evangelists, we are taking his character as it appeared to his devoted followers. We have not to do with slight blemishes inserted by envious detractors of his greatness. The history of Jesus was written when his disciples worshipped him as God, and his manhood, in their eyes, reached ideal perfection. We are not forced to believe that, in the Gospels, the life of Jesus is given at its highest, and that he was, at least, not more spotless than he appears in these records of his friends. But here again, in order not to do a gross injustice, we must put aside the fourth Gospel. To study his character according to St. John would need a separate essay, so different is it from that drawn by the three, and by all rules of history we should judge him by the earlier records, more especially as they corroborate each other in the main. The first thing which jars upon an attentive reader of the Gospels is the want of affection and respect shown by Jesus to his mother. When only a child of 12, he lets his parents leave Jerusalem to return home, while he repairs alone to the temple. The fascination of the ancient city and the gorgeous temple services was doubtless almost overpowering to a thoughtful Jewish boy, more especially on his first visit, but the careless forgetfulness of his parents' anxiety must be considered as a grave childish fault, the more so as its character is darkened by the indifference shown by his answer to his mother's grieved reproof. That no high, though mistaken, sense of duty kept him in Jerusalem is evident from his return home with his parents, for he had felt that his father's business detained him in Jerusalem at all. It is evident that this sense of duty would not have been satisfied by a 3 days' delay. But the Christian advocate would bar criticism by an appeal to the deity of Jesus. He asks us therefore to believe that Jesus, being God, saw with indifference his parents' anguish at discovering his absence, knew all about that 3 days' agonized search, for they, ignorant of his divinity, felt the terrible anxiety as to his safety, natural to country people losing a child in a crowded city, did not, in spite of the tremendous powers at his command, take any steps to reassure them, and finally met them again with no words of sympathy, only with a mysterious allusion, incomprehensible to them, to some higher claim than theirs, which, however, he promptly set aside to obey them. If God was incarnate in a boy, we may trust that example as a model of childhood. Yet are Christians prepared to set this early piety and desire for religious instruction before their young children as an example they are to follow? Are boys and girls of 12 to be free to absent themselves for days from their parents' guardianship under the plea that a higher business claims their attention? This episode of the childhood of Jesus should be relegated to those Gospels of the infancy, full of most unchildlike acts, which the wise discretion of Christendom has stamped with disapproval. The same want of filial reverence appears later in his life. On one occasion he was teaching, and his mother sent in, desiring to speak to him. The sole reply recorded to the message is the harsh remark, "Who is my mother?" The most practical proof that Christian morality has, on this head, outstripped the example of Jesus is the prompt disapproval which similar conduct would meet with in the present day. By the strange warping of morality often caused by controversial exigencies, this want of filial reverence has been triumphantly pointed out by Christian divines. The indifference shown by Jesus to family ties is accepted as a proof that he was more than man. Thus conduct which they implicitly acknowledge to be unseemly in a son to his mother, they claim as natural and right in the Son of God to his. In this present day, if a person is driven by conscience to a course painful to those who have claims on his respect, his recognised duty, as well as his natural instinct, is to try and make up by added affection and more courteous deference for the pain he is forced to inflict. Above all, he would not wantonly add to that pain by public and uncalled for disrespect. The attitude of Jesus towards his opponents in high places was marked with unwarrantable bitterness. Here also the lofty and gentle spirit of his whole life has moulded Christian opinion in favour of a course different on this head to his own, so that abuse of an opponent is now commonly called unchristian. Wearied with 3 years' calumny and contempt, sore at the little apparent success which rewarded his labour, full of a sad foreboding that his enemies would shortly crush him, Jesus was goaded into passionate denunciations. Quote, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, ye fools and blind! Ye make a proselyte twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell?" Unquote. Surely this is not the spirit which breathed in, quote, "If ye love them which love you, what thanks have ye? Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, pray for them that persecute you." End quote. Had he not even specially forbidden the very expression, "thou fool"? Was not this rendering evil for evil, railing for railing? It is painful to point out these blemishes. Reverence for the great leaders of humanity is a duty dear to all human hearts, but when homage turns into idolatry, then men must rise up to point out faults which otherwise they would pass over in respectful silence, mindful only of the work so nobly done. I turn then with a sense of glad relief to the evidence of the limited knowledge of Jesus, for here no blame attaches to him, although one proved mistake is fatal to belief in his Godhead. First, as to prophecy: "The Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then shall he reward every man according to his works. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Later he amplifies the same idea. He speaks of a coming tribulation, succeeded by his own return, and then adds the emphatic declaration, "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be done." The non-fulfilment of these prophecies is simply a question of fact. Let men explain away the words now as they may, yet, if the record is true, Jesus did believe in his own speedy return, and impressed the same belief on his followers. It is plain, indeed, that he succeeded in impressing it on them, from the references to his return scattered through the epistles. The latest writings show an anxiety to remove the doubts which were disturbing the converts consequent on the non-appearance of Jesus, and the fourth Gospel omits any reference to his coming. It is worth remarking, in the latter, the spiritual sense which is hinted at, either purposely or unintentionally, in the words, "The hour now is when the dead shall hear the voice of the Son of God, and they that hear shall live." These words may be the popular feeling on the advent of the resurrection, forced on the Christians by the failure of their Lord's prophecies in any literal sense. He could not be mistaken, ergo they must spiritualize his words. The limited knowledge of Jesus is further evident from his confusing Zacharias the son of Jehoiada with Zacharias the son of Barachias. The former, a priest, was slain in the temple court, as Jesus states, but the son of Barachias was Zacharias or Zachariah the prophet. He himself owned a limitation of his knowledge, when he confessed his ignorance of the day of his own return, and said it was known to the Father only. Of the same class of sayings is his answer to the mother of James and John, that the high seats of the coming kingdom are not mine to give. That Jesus believed in the fearful doctrine of eternal punishment is evident, in spite of the ingenious attempts to prove that the doctrine is not scriptural. That he, in common with his countrymen, ascribed many diseases to the immediate power of Satan, which we should now probably refer to natural causes, as epilepsy, mania, and the like, is also self-evident. But on such points as these it is useless to dwell, for the Christian believes them on the authority of Jesus, and the subjects from their nature cannot be brought to the test of ascertained facts. Of the same character are some of his sayings. His discouraging "strive to enter in at the strait gate, for many," etc. His using in defence of partiality Isaiah's awful prophecy, "that seeing they may see and not perceive," etc. His using Scripture at one time as binding, while he at another depreciates it. His fondness for silencing an opponent by an ingenious retort. All these things are blameworthy to those who regard him as man, while they are shielded from criticism by his divinity to those who worship him as God. Their morality is a question of opinion, and it is wasted time to dwell on them when arguing with Christians, whose moral sense is for the time held in check by their mental prostration at his feet. But the truth of the quoted prophecies, and the historical fact of the parentage of Zachariah, can be tested, and on these Jesus made palpable mistakes. The obvious corollary is that, being mistaken as he was, his knowledge was limited, and was therefore human, not divine. In turning to the teaching of Jesus, I still confine myself to the three Gospels. We found no support of the Christian theory. If we take his didactic teaching, we can discover no trace of his offering himself as an object of either faith or worship. His life's work as teacher was to speak of the Father. In the Sermon on the Mount he is always striking the keynote, "Your Heavenly Father." In teaching his disciples to pray, it is to "Our Father," and the Christian idea of ending a prayer "through Jesus Christ" is quite foreign to the simple filial spirit of their Master. Indeed, when we think of the position Jesus holds in Christian theology, it seems strange to notice the utter absence of any suggestion of duty to himself throughout this whole code of so-called Christian morality. In strict accordance with his more formal teaching is his treatment of inquirers. When a young man comes kneeling, and, addressing him as "Good Master," asks what he shall do to inherit eternal life, the loyal heart of Jesus first rejects the homage before he proceeds to answer the all-important question, "Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God." He then directs the youth on the way to eternal life, and he sends that young man home without one word of the doctrine on which, according to Christians, his salvation rested. If the gospel came to that man later, he would reject it on the authority of Jesus, who had told him a different way of salvation, and if Christianity is true, the perdition of that young man's soul is owing to the defective teaching of Jesus himself. Another time he tells a scribe that the first commandment is that God is one, and that all a man's love is due to him. Then adding the duty of neighbourly love, says, "There is none other commandment greater than these," so that belief in Jesus, if incumbent at all, must come after love to God and man, and is not necessary, by his own testimony, to entering into life. On Jesus himself, then, rests the primary responsibility of affirming that belief in him is a matter of secondary importance at most, letting alone the fact that he never inculcated belief in his deity as an article of faith at all. In the same spirit of frank loyalty to God are his words on the unpardonable sin. In answer to a gross personal affront, he tells his insulters that they shall be forgiven for speaking against him, a simple son of man, but warns them of the danger of confounding the work of God's Spirit with that of Satan, because they said that works done by God, using Jesus as his instrument, were done by Beelzebub. There remains yet one argument of tremendous force, which can only be appreciated by personal meditation. We find Jesus praying to God, relying on God, in his greatest need crying in agony to God for deliverance, in his last struggle, deserted by his friends, asking why God, his God, had also forsaken him. We feel how natural, how true to life this whole account is. In our heart's reverence for that noble life, that faithfulness unto death, we can scarcely bear to think of the insult offered to it by Christian lips. They take every beauty out of it by telling us that through all that struggle Jesus was the eternal, the almighty God. It is all apparent, not real. In his temptation he could not fall, in his prayers he needed no support, in his cry that the cup might pass away he foresaw it was inevitable. In his agony of desertion and loneliness he was present everywhere with God. In all that life, then, there is no hope for man, no pledge of man's victory, no promise for humanity. This is no man's life at all. It is only a wonderful drama enacted on earth. What God could do is no measure of man's powers. What have we in common with this God-man? This Jesus, whom we had thought our brother, is, after all, removed from us by the immeasurable distance which separates the feebleness of man from the omnipotence of God. Nothing can compensate us for such a loss as this. We had rejoiced in that many-sided nobleness, and its very blemishes were dear, because they assured us of his brotherhood to ourselves. We are given an ideal picture where we had studied a history, another deity where we had hoped to emulate a life. Instead of the encouragement we had found, what does Christianity offer us? A perfect life? But we knew before that God was perfect. An example? It starts from a different level. A saviour? We cannot be safer than we are with God. An advocate? We need none with our Father. A substitute to endure God's wrath for us? We had rather trust God's justice to punish us as we deserve, and his wisdom to do what is best for us. As God, Jesus can give us nothing that we have not already in his Father and ours. As man, he gives us all the encouragement and support which we derive from every noble soul which God sends into this world, a burning and a shining light. Through such souls alone God's stooping shows sufficient of his light for us in the dark to rise by. As God, he confuses our perceptions of God's unity, bewilders our reason with endless contradictions, and turns away from the supreme all those emotions of love and adoration which can only flow towards a single object, and which are the due of our Creator alone. As man, he gives us an example to strive after, a beacon to steer by. He is one more leader for humanity, one more star in our darkness. As God, all his words would be truth, and but few would enter into heaven. while hell would overflow with victims. As man, we may refuse to believe such a slander on our Father, and take all the comfort pledged to us by that name. Thank God then that Jesus is only man, human child of human parents, that we need not dwarf our conceptions of God to fit human faculties, or envelop the illimitable spirit in a baby's feeble frame. But though only man, he has reached a standard of human greatness which no other man, so far as we know, has touched. The very height of his character is almost a pledge of the truthfulness of the records in the main. His life had to be lived before its conception became possible, at that period and among such a people. They could recognise his greatness when it was before their eyes. They would scarcely have imagined it for themselves, more especially that, as we have seen, he was so different from the Jewish ideal. His code of morality stands unrivalled, and he was the first who taught the universal fatherhood of God publicly and to the common people. Many of his loftiest precepts may be found in the books of the rabbis, but it is the glorious prerogative of Jesus that he spread abroad among the many the wise and the holy maxims that had hitherto been the sacred treasures of the few. With him none were too degraded to be called the children of the Father, none were too simple to be worthy of the highest teaching. By example, as well as by precept, he taught that all men were brothers, and all the good he had he showered at their feet. Pure in heart, he saw God, and what he saw he called all to see. He longed that all might share in his own joyous trust in the Father, and seemed to be always seeking for fresh images to describe the freedom and fullness of the universal love of God. In his unwavering love of truth, but his patience with doubters, in his personal purity, but his tenderness to the fallen, in his hatred of evil, but his friendliness to the sinner, we see splendid virtues rarely met in combination. His brotherliness, his yearning to raise the degraded, his lofty piety, his unswerving morality, his perfect self-sacrifice, are his indefeasible titles to human love and reverence. Of the world's benefactors he is the chief, not only by his own life, but by the enthusiasm he has known to inspire in others. Our plummet has not sounded his depth. Words fail to tell what humanity owes to the prophet of Nazareth. On his example the great Christian heroes have based their lives. From the foundation laid by his teaching, the world is slowly rising to a purer faith in God. We need now such a leader as he was, one who would dare to follow the Father's will as he did, casting a long-prized revelation aside when it conflicts with the higher voice of conscience. It is the teaching of Jesus that Theism gladly makes its own, purifying it from the inconsistencies which mar its perfection. It is the example of Jesus which Theists are following, though they correct that example in some points by his loftiest sayings. It is the work of Jesus which Theists are carrying on by worshipping, as he did, the Father and the Father alone, and by endeavouring to turn all men's love, all men's hopes, and all men's adoration to that God and Father of all, who is above all and through all, and not in Jesus only, but in us all. Appendix. Josephus mentions a Zacharias, son of Baruch, Wars of the Jews, Book 4, Section 4, who was slain under the circumstances described by Jesus. His name would be more suitable at the close of the long list of Jewish crimes, as it occurred just before the destruction of Jerusalem, but as it took place about 34 years after the death of Jesus, it is clear that he could not have referred to it. Therefore, if we admit that he made no mistake, we strike a serious blow at the credibility of his historian, who then puts into his mouth a remark never uttered. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A comparison between the fourth Gospel and the three synoptics. Everyone, at least in the educated classes, knows that the authenticity of the fourth Gospel has been long and widely disputed. The most careless reader is struck by the difference of tone between the simple histories ascribed to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and the theological and philosophical treatise which bears the name of John. After following the three narratives, so simple in their structure, so natural in their style, so unadorned by rhetoric, so free from philosophic terms, after reading these, it is with a feeling of surprise that we find ourselves plunged into the bewildering mazes of the Alexandrine philosophy, and open our fourth Gospel to be told that "in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." We ask instinctively, how did John, the fisherman of Galilee, learn these phrases of the Greek schools, and why does he mix up the simple story of his Master with the philosophy of that world which by wisdom knew not God? The general Christian tradition is as follows. The spread of heretical views about the person of Jesus alarmed the orthodox Christians, and they appealed to John, the last aged relic of the apostolic band, to write a history of Jesus which should confute their opponents, and establish the essential deity of the founder of their religion. At their repeated solicitations, John wrote the Gospel which bears his name, and the doctrinal tone of it is due to its original intention, a treatise written against Cerinthus, and designed to crush, with the authority of an apostle, the rising doubts as to the pre-existence and absolute deity of Jesus of Nazareth. So far, non-Christians and Christians, including the writer of the Gospel, are agreed. This fourth Gospel is not, say theists, a simple biography of Jesus, written by a loving disciple as a memorial of a departed and cherished friend, but a history written with a special object and to prove a certain doctrine. St. John's Gospel is a polemical treatise, echoes Dr. Liddon. These are written that ye may believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, confesses the writer himself. Now, in examining the credibility of any history, one of the first points to determine is whether the historian is perfectly unbiased in his judgment, and is therefore likely to give facts exactly as they occurred, uncoloured by views of his own. Thus we do not turn to the pages of a Roman Catholic historian to gain a fair idea of Luther, or of William the Silent, or expect to find in the volumes of Clarendon a thoroughly faithful portraiture of the vices of the Stuart kings. Rather, in reading the history of a partisan, we do instinctively make allowances for the recognised bias of his mind and heart. That the fourth Gospel comes to us prefaced by the announcement that it is written, not to give us a history, but to prove a certain predetermined opinion, is, then, so much doubt cast at starting on its probable accuracy, and, by the constitution of our minds, we at once guard ourselves against a too ready acquiescence in its assertions, and become anxious to test its statements by comparing them with some independent and more impartial authority. The history may be most accurate, but we require proof that the writer is never seduced into slightly, perhaps unconsciously, colouring an incident so as to favour the object he has at heart. For instance, Matthew, an honest writer enough, is often betrayed into most non-natural quotation of prophecy by his anxiety to connect Jesus with the Messiah expected by his countrymen. This latent wish of his leads him to insert various quotations from the Jewish scriptures, which, severed from their context, have a verbal similarity with the events he narrates. Thus he refers to Hosea's mention of the Exodus, quote, "When Israel was a child, then I loved him, and called my son out of Egypt," end quote, and by quoting only the last 6 words, gives this as a prophecy of an alleged journey of Jesus into Egypt. Such an instance as this shows us how a man may allow himself to be blinded by a preconceived determination to prove a certain fact, and warns us to sift carefully any history that comes to us with the announcement that it is written to prove such and such a truth. Unfortunately, we have no independent contemporary history, except a sentence of Josephus, whereby to test the accuracy of the Christian records. We are therefore forced into the somewhat unsatisfactory task of comparing them one with another, and in cases of diverging testimony we must strike the balance of probability between them. On examining, then, these 4 biographies of Jesus, we find a remarkable similarity between 3 of them, amid many divergences of detail. Some regard them, therefore, as the condensation into writing of the oral teaching of the Apostles, preserved in the various churches they severally founded, and so, naturally, the same radically, although diverse in detail, "The synoptic Gospels contain the substance of the Apostles' testimony, collected principally from their oral teaching current in the Church, partly also from written documents embodying portions of that teaching." Others think that the Gospels which we possess, and which are ascribed severally to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, are all three derived from an original Gospel now lost, which was probably written in Hebrew or Aramaic, and variously translated into Greek. However this may be, the fact that such a statement as this has been put forward proves the striking similarity, the root identity, of the three synoptical Gospels, as they are called. We gather from them an idea of Jesus which is substantially the same, a figure calm, noble, simple, generous, pure in life, eager to draw men to that love of the Father and devotion to the Father which were his own distinguishing characteristics. Finally, a teacher of a simple and high-toned morality, perfectly unfettered by dogmatism. The effect produced by the sketch of the fourth evangelist is totally different. The friend of sinners has disappeared, except in the narrative of the woman taken in adultery, which is generally admitted to be an interpolation, for his whole time is occupied in arguing about his own position. The common people, who followed and heard him gladly, and his enemies the scribes and Pharisees, are all massed together as the Jews, with whom he is in constant collision. His simple style of teaching, parabolic indeed, as was the custom in the East, but consisting of parables intelligible to a child, is exchanged for mystical discourses, causing perpetual misunderstandings, the true meaning of which is still wrangled about by Christian theologians. His earnest testimony to "your heavenly Father" is replaced by a constant self-assertion, while his command to "do this and ye shall live" is exchanged for "believe on me or perish." How great is the contrast between that discourse and the Sermon on the Mount! In the last discourse it is his person rather than his teaching which is especially prominent. His subject in that discourse is himself. Certainly he preaches himself in his relationship to his redeemed, but still he preaches above all and in all himself. All radiates from himself. All converges towards himself. In those matchless words all centres so consistently in Jesus that it might seem that Jesus alone is before us. These and similar differences, both of direct teaching and of the more subtle animating spirit, I propose to examine in detail, but before entering on these it seems necessary to glance at the disputed question of the authorship of our history, and determine whether, if it prove apostolic, it must therefore be binding on us. I leave to the more learned pens than mine the task of criticising and drawing conclusions from the Greek or the precise dogma of the evangelist, and of weighing the conflicting testimony of mighty names. From the account contained in the English Bible of John the Apostle, I gather the following points of his character. He was warm-hearted to his friends, bitter against his enemies, filled with a fiery and unbridled zeal against theological opponents. He was ambitious, egotistical, pharisaical. I confess that I trace these characteristics through all the writings ascribed to him, and that they seem to be only softened by age in the fourth Gospel. That John was a warm friend is proved by his first epistle. That he was bitter against his enemies appears in his mention of Diotrephes. "I will remember his deeds which he doeth, prating against us with malicious words." His unbridled zeal was rebuked by his master. The same cruel spirit is intensified in his revelation. His ambition is apparent in his anxiety for a chief seat in Messiah's kingdom. His egotism appears in the fearful curse he imprecates on those who alter his revelation. His Pharisaism is marked in such a feeling as, "We know we are of God, and the whole world lieth in wickedness." Many of these qualities appeared to me to mark the gospel which bears his name, the same restricted tenderness, the same bitterness against opponents, the same fiery zeal for the truth, i.e. a special theological dogma, are everywhere apparent. The same egotism is most noticeable, for in the other Gospels John shares his master's chief regard with two others, while here he is the disciple whom Jesus loved, and he is specially prominent in the closing scenes of Jesus' life as the only faithful follower. We should also notice the remarkable similarity of expression and tone between the fourth Gospel and the first Epistle of John, a similarity the more striking as the language is peculiar to the writings attributed to John. It is, however, with the utmost diffidence that I offer these suggestions, well knowing that the greatest authorities are divided on this point of authorship, and that the balance is rather against the apostolic origin of the Gospel than for it. I am, however, anxious to show that, even in taking it as apostolic, it is untrustworthy and utterly unworthy of credit. If John be the writer, we must suppose that his long residence in Ephesus had gradually obliterated his Jewish memories, so that he speaks of the Jews as a foreigner would. The stern Jewish monotheism would have grown feebler by contact with the subtle influence of the Alexandrine tone of thought, and he would have caught the expressions of that school from living in a city which was its second home. To use the Greek philosophy as a vehicle for Christian teaching would recommend itself to him as the easiest way of approaching minds imbued with these mystic ideas. Regarding the master of his youth through the glorifying medium of years, he gradually began to imagine him to be one of the emanations from the Supreme, of which he heard so much. Accustomed to the deification of Roman emperors, men of infamous lives, he must have been almost driven to claim divine honours for his leader. If his hearers regarded them as divine, what could he say to exalt him except that he was ever with God, nay, was himself God? If John be the writer of this Gospel, some such change as this must have passed over him, and in his old age the gradual accretions of years must have crystallized themselves into a formal Christian theology. But if we find, during our examination, that the history and the teaching of this Gospel is utterly irreconcilable with the undoubtedly earlier synoptic Gospels, we must then conclude that, apostolic or not, it must give place to them, and be itself rejected as a trustworthy account of the life and teaching of Jesus of Nazareth. The first striking peculiarity of this Gospel is that all the people in it talk in exactly the same style, and use the same markedly peculiar phraseology. A. Quote, "The Father loveth the Son, and hath given all things into his hand." B. Quote, "For the Father loveth the Son, and showeth him all things that himself doeth." C. Quote, "Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hand." These sentences are evidently the outcome of the same mind, and no one, unacquainted with our Gospel, would guess that A. was spoken by John the Baptist, B. by Jesus, C. by the writer of the Gospel. When the Jews speak, the words still run in the same groove. Quote, "If any man be a worshipper of God, and doeth his will, him he heareth." Is not said, as might be supposed, by Jesus, but by the man who was born blind. Indeed, commentators are sometimes puzzled, as in John 3:10-21, to know where, if at all, the words of Jesus stop and are succeeded by the commentary of the narrator. In an accurate history, different characters stand out in striking individuality, so that we come to recognise them as distinct personalities, and can even guess beforehand how they will probably speak and act under certain conditions. But here we have one figure in various disguises, one voice from different speakers, one mind in opposing characters. We have here no beings of flesh and blood, but airy phantoms, behind whom we see clearly the solitary preacher. For Jesus and John the Baptist are two characters as distinct as can well be imagined, yet their speeches are absolutely indistinguishable, and their thoughts run in the same groove. Jesus tells Nicodemus, quote, "We speak that we do know, and testify that we have seen, and ye receive not our witness, and no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that come down from heaven." John says to his disciples, quote, "He that cometh from heaven is above all, and what he hath seen and heard, that he testifieth, and no man receiveth his testimony." But it is wasting time to prove so self-evident a fact. Let us rather see how a Christian advocate meets an argument whose force he cannot deny. The character and diction of our Lord's discourses entirely penetrated and assimilated the habits of thought of his beloved apostle, so that in his first epistle he writes in the very tone and spirit of those discourses, and when he reports the saying of his former teacher, the Baptist, he gives them constantly with the deepest inner truth of narration, the forms and cadences so familiar and habitual to himself. It must be left to each individual to judge if a careful and accurate historian thus tampers with the words he pretends to narrate, and thus makes them accord with some mysterious inner truth. Each, too, must decide as to the amount of reliance it is wise to place on a historian who is guided by so remarkable a rule of truth. But further, that the character and diction of this Gospel are moulded on that of Jesus seems a most unwarrantable assertion. Through all the recorded sayings of Jesus in the three Gospels, there is no trace of this very peculiar style, except in one case, Matthew 11:27, a passage which comes in abruptly and unconnectedly, and stands absolutely alone in style in the three synoptics, a position which throws much doubt on its authenticity. It has been suggested that this marked difference of style arises from the different auditories addressed in the three Gospels and in the fourth. On this we remark that (a) we intuitively recognise such discourses as that in Matthew 10 as perfectly consistent with the usual style of Jesus, although this is addressed to his own. (b) in this fourth Gospel the discourses addressed to his own and to the Jews are in exactly the same style, so that neither in this Gospel nor in the synoptics do we find any difference, more than might be reasonably expected, between the style of the discourses addressed to the disciples and those addressed to the multitudes. But we do find a very marked difference between the style attributed to Jesus by the three synoptics and that put into his mouth by the fourth evangelist, this last being a style so remarkable that, if usual to Jesus, it is impossible that its traces should not appear through all his recorded speeches. From which fact we may, I think, boldly deduce the conclusion that the style in question is not that of Jesus, the simple carpenter's son, but is one caught from the dignified and stately march of the oratory of Ephesian philosophers, and is put into his mouth by the writer of his life. And this conclusion is rendered indubitable by the fact above mentioned, that all the characters adopt this poetically and musically rounded phraseology. Thus our first objection against the trustworthiness of our historian is that all the persons he introduces, however different in character, speak exactly alike, and that this style, when put into the mouth of Jesus, is totally different from that attributed to him by the three synoptics. We conclude, therefore, that the style belongs wholly to the writer, and that he cannot consequently be trusted in his reports of speeches. The major part, by far the most important part of this Gospel, is thus at once stamped as untrustworthy. Let us next remark the partiality attributed by this Gospel to him who has said, according to the Bible, "All souls are mine." We find the doctrine of predestination, i.e. of favouritism, constantly put forward. "All that the Father giveth me shall come to me." "No man can come to me except the Father draw him." "That of all which he hath given me I should lose nothing." "Ye believe not because ye are not of my sheep." "Though he had done so many miracles before them, yet they believed not on him, that the saying of Esaias the prophet might be fulfilled." "Therefore they could not believe because that Esaias said," etc. "I have chosen you out of the world." "Thou hast given him power over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as thou hast given him." "Those that thou gavest me I have kept, and none of them is lost, but the son of perdition, that the scriptures might be fulfilled." These are the most striking of the passages which teach that the doctrine which has been the most prolific parent of immorality and the bringer of despair to the sinner. Frightfully immoral as it is, this doctrine is taught in all its awful hopelessness and plainness by this Gospel. Some could not believe, because an old prophet prophesied that they should not. So, according to St. John, these unbelieving Jews were preordained to eternal damnation and the abiding wrath of God. They were cast into an endless hell, which they could not avoid. We reject this Gospel, secondly, for the partiality it dares to attribute to Almighty God. We will now pass to the historical discrepancies between this Gospel and the three synoptics, following the order of the former. It tells us, chapter 1, that at the beginning of his ministry Jesus was at Bethabara, a town near the junction of the Jordan with the Dead Sea. Here he gains 3 disciples, Andrew and another, and then Simon Peter. The next day he goes into Galilee and finds Philip and Nathanael, and on the following day, somewhat rapid travelling, he is present with these disciples at Cana, where he performs his first miracle, going afterwards with them to Capernaum and Jerusalem. At Jerusalem, whither he goes for the Jews' Passover, he drives out the traders from the temple and remarks, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up," which remark causes the first of the strange misunderstandings between Jesus and the Jews, peculiar to this gospel, simple misconceptions which Jesus never troubles himself to set right. Jesus and his disciples then go to the Jordan, baptizing, whence Jesus departs into Galilee with them, because he hears that the Pharisees know he is becoming more popular than the Baptist. Chapter 4, 1-3. All this happens before John is cast into prison, an occurrence which is a convenient note of time. We turn to the beginning of the ministry of Jesus as related by the 3. Jesus is in the south of Palestine, but hearing that John is cast into prison, he departs into Galilee, and resides at Capernaum. There is no mention of any ministry in Galilee and Judea before this. On the contrary, it is only from that time that Jesus began to preach. He is alone, without disciples, but walking by the sea he comes upon Peter, Andrew, James and John, and calls them. Now, if the 4th Gospel is true, these men had joined him in Judea, followed him to Galilee, south again to Jerusalem, and back to Galilee, had seen his miracles and acknowledged him as Christ, so it seems strange that they had deserted him and needed a second call, and yet more strange is it that Peter, Luke 5, 1-2, was so astonished and amazed at the miracle of the fishes. The driving out of the traders from the temple is placed by the synoptics at the very end of his ministry, and the remark following it is used against him at his trial, so was probably made just before it. The next point of contact is the history of the 5,000 fed by 5 loaves, chapter 6. The preceding chapter relates to a visit to Jerusalem unnoticed by the 3. Indeed, the histories seem written of 2 men, one the prophet of Galilee, teaching in its cities, the other concentrating his energies on Jerusalem. The account of the miraculous feeding is alike in all. Not so the succeeding account of the conduct of the multitude. In the 4th Gospel, Jesus and the crowd fall to disputing, as usual, and he loses many disciples. Among the 3, Luke says nothing of the immediately following events, while Matthew and Mark tell us that the multitudes, as would be natural, crowded round him to touch even the hem of his garment. This is the same as always. In the 3 the crowd loves him, in the 4th it carps at and argues with him. We must again miss the sojourn of Jesus in Galilee according to the 3, and his visit to Jerusalem according to the 1, and pass to his entry into Jerusalem in triumph. Here we notice a most remarkable divergence. The synoptics tell us that he was going up to Jerusalem from Galilee, and arriving on his way at Bethphage, he sent for an ass and rode thereon into Jerusalem. The 4th Gospel relates that he was dwelling at Jerusalem, and leaving it for fear of the Jews, he retired not into Galilee, but beyond Jordan into the place where John at first baptized, i.e. Bethabara, and there he abode. From there he went to Bethany and raised to life a putrefying corpse. This stupendous miracle is never appealed to by the earlier historians in proof of their master's greatness, though much people of the Jews are said to have seen Lazarus after his resurrection. This miracle is also given as the reason for the active hostility of the priests from that day forward. Jesus then retires to Ephraim near the wilderness, from which town he goes to Bethany, and thence in triumph to Jerusalem, being met by the people, for that they heard that he had done this miracle. The 2 accounts have absolutely nothing in common, except the entry into Jerusalem, and the preceding events of the synoptics exclude those of the 4th Gospel, as does the latter theirs. If Jesus abode in Bethabara and Ephraim, he could not have come from Galilee. If he started from Galilee, he was not abiding in the south. John 13-17 stands alone, with the exception of the mention of the traitor. On the arrest of Jesus he is led, chapter 13:13, to Annas, who sends him to Caiaphas, while the others send him direct to Caiaphas. But this is immaterial. He is then taken to Pilate. The Jews do not enter the judgment hall, lest, being defiled, they could not eat the Passover, a feast which, according to the synoptics, was over, Jesus and his disciples having eaten it the night before. Jesus is exposed to the people at the 6th hour, chapter 19:14, while Mark tells us that he was crucified 3 hours before, at the 3rd hour, a note of time which agrees with the others, since they all relate that there was darkness from the 6th to the 9th hour, i.e. there was thick darkness at the time when, according to St. John, Jesus was exposed. Here our evangelist is in hopeless conflict with the three. The accounts about the resurrection are irreconcilable in all the Gospels, and mutually destructive. It remains to notice, among these discrepancies, one or two points which did not come in conveniently in the course of the narrative. During the whole of the fourth Gospel, we find Jesus constantly arguing for his right to the title of Messiah. Andrew speaks of him as such, 1:41. The Samaritans acknowledge him, 4:42. Peter owns him, 6:69. The people call him so, 7:26, 31 and 41. Jesus claims it, 8:24. It is the subject of a law, 9:22. Jesus speaks of it as already claimed by him, 10:24-25. Martha recognises it, 11:27. We thus find that, from the very first, this title is openly claimed by Jesus, and his right to it openly canvassed by the Jews. But, in the three, the disciples acknowledge him as Christ, and he charges them to tell no man that he was Jesus the Christ, Matthew 16:20, Mark 8:29-30, Luke 9:20-21. And this in the same year that he blames the Jews for not owning his messiahship, since he had told them who he was, from the beginning, chapter 8:24-25, so that, if John was right, we fail to see the object of all the mystery about it, related by the synoptics. We mark too how Peter is, in their account, praised for confessing him, for flesh and blood had not revealed it to him, while in the fourth Gospel, flesh and blood, in the person of Andrew, revealed to Peter that the Christ is found, and there seems little praise due to Peter for a confession which had been made 2 or 3 years earlier by Andrew, Nathanael, John Baptist, and the Samaritans. Contradiction can scarcely be more direct. In John 7, Jesus owns that the Jews know his birthplace, 28, and they state, 41-42, that he comes from Galilee, while Christ should be born at Bethlehem. Matthew and Luke distinctly say Jesus was born at Bethlehem. But here Jesus confesses the right knowledge of those who attribute his birthplace to Galilee, instead of setting their difficulty at rest by explaining that, though brought up at Nazareth, he was born in Bethlehem. But our writer was apparently ignorant of their accounts. We reject this Gospel, thirdly, because its historical statements are in direct contradiction to the history of the synoptics. The next point to which I wish to direct attention is the relative position of faith and morals in the three synoptics and the fourth Gospel. It is not too much to say that on this point their teaching is absolutely irreconcilable, and one or the other must be fatally in the wrong. Here the fourth Gospel clasps hands with Paul, while the others take the side of James. The opposition may be most plainly shown by parallel columns of quotations. First column: Except your righteousness exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter heaven. Matthew, verse 20. Have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name done many wonderful works? Then will I profess unto them, Depart, ye that work iniquity. Matthew 7:22-23. If thou wilt enter unto life, keep the commandments. Mark 10:17-28. Her sins, which are many, are forgiven, for she loved much. Luke 7:47. Second column: He that believeth on the Son hath everlasting life. 3:36. He that believeth on him is not condemned. 3:18. He that believeth not the Son shall not see life. 3:36. If ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. 8. These few quotations, which might be indefinitely multiplied, are enough to show that, while in the three Gospels doing is the test of religion, and no profession of discipleship is worth anything unless shown by its fruits. In the fourth, believing is the cardinal matter. In the three we hear absolutely nothing of faith in Jesus as requisite, but in the fourth we hear of little else. Works are thrown completely into the background, and salvation rests on believing, not even in God, but in Jesus. We reject this gospel, fourthly, for setting faith above works, and so contradicting the general teaching of Jesus himself. The relative positions of the Father and Jesus are reversed by the fourth evangelist, and the teaching of Jesus on this head in the three Gospels is directly contradicted. Throughout them Jesus preaches the Father only. He is always reiterating, "Your heavenly Father, that ye may be the children of your Father," is his argument for forgiving others. "Your Father is perfect," is his spur to a higher life. "Your Father knoweth," is his anodyne in anxiety. "It is the Father's good pleasure," is his certainty of coming happiness. "One is your Father which is in heaven," is, by an extravagant loyalty, made a reason for denying the very name to any other. But in the fourth Gospel all is changed. If the Father is mentioned at all, it is only as the sender of Jesus, as his witness and his glorifier. All love, all devotion, all homage is directed to Jesus and to Jesus only. Even on the Christian hypothesis, the Father is eclipsed by his only begotten Son. All judgment is in the hands of the Son. He has life in himself. The work of God is to believe on him. He gives life unto the world. He will raise us up at the last day. Except by eating him there is no life. He is the light of the world. He gives true freedom. He is the one shepherd, none can pluck us out of his hand. He will draw all men unto himself. He is the Lord and Master, the truth and the life. What is even asked of the Father, he will do. He will come to his disciples and abide in them. His peace and joy are their reward. Verily, we need no more. He who gives us eternal life, who raises us from the dead, who is our judge, who hears our prayers and gives us light, freedom and truth, he only is our God. None can do more for us than he. In him only will we trust in life and death. So, consistently, the Son is no longer the drawer of believers to the Father, but the Father is degraded into becoming the way to the Son, and none can come to Jesus unless Almighty God draws them to him. Jesus is no longer the way into the holiest, but the eternal Father is made the means to an end beyond himself. For this fifth reason, more than for anything else, we reject this gospel with the most passionate earnestness, with the most burning indignation, as an insult to the one Father of spirits, the ultimate object of all faith and hope and love. And who is this who thus dethrones our Heavenly Father? It is not even the Jesus whose fair moral beauty has extracted our hearty admiration. To worship him would be an idolatry, but to worship him, were he such as John describes him, would be an idolatry as degrading as it would be baseless. For let us mark the character portrayed in this fourth Gospel. His public career begins with an undignified miracle at a marriage, where the wine runs short. He turns water into wine in order to supply men who have already well drunk. Chapter 2:10. We may ask in passing what led Mary to expect a miracle, when we are told that this was the first, and she could not therefore know of her son's gifts. The next important point is the conversation with Nicodemus, where we scarcely knew which to marvel at most, the stolid stupidity of a master in Israel, misunderstanding a metaphor that must have been familiar to him, or the aggressive way in which Jesus speaks as to the non-reception of his message before he had been in public many months, and as to non-belief in his person before belief had become possible. We then come to the series of discourses related in chapter 5:10. Perfect egotism pervades them all. In all appear the same strange misunderstandings on the part of the people, the same strange persistence in puzzling them on the part of the speaker. In one of them the people honestly wonder at his mysterious words. How is it that he saith, I come down from heaven? And instead of any explanation, Jesus retorts that they should not murmur, since no man can come to him unless the Father draw him. So that when he puts forward a statement apparently contrary to fact, his father and mother we know, say the puzzled Jews, he refuses to explain it, and falls back on his favourite doctrine, Unless you are those favoured ones whom God enlightens, you cannot expect to understand me. Little wonder indeed that many of his disciples walked no more with a teacher so perplexing and so discouraging, with one who presented for their belief a mysterious doctrine, contrary to their experience, and then, in answer to their prayer for enlightenment, taunts them with an ignorance he admits was unavoidable. The next important conversation occurs in the temple, and here Jesus, the friend of sinners, the bringer of hope to the despairing, this Jesus has no tenderness for some who believed on him. He ruthlessly tramples on the bruised reed and quenches the smoking flax. First he irritates their Jewish pride with accusations of slavery and low descent. Then, groping after his meaning, they exclaimed, "We have one Father, even God." And he, whom we know as the tenderest preacher of that Father's universal love, surely he gladly catches at their struggling appreciation of his favourite topic, and fans the hopeful spark into a flame? Yes, Jesus of Nazareth would have done so, but Jesus, according to St. John, turns fiercely on them, denying the sonship he elsewhere proclaims, and retorts, "Ye are of your father the devil," and this to men who believed on him, this from lips which said, "One is your Father, and he in heaven." He argues next with the Pharisees, and we find him arrogantly exclaiming, "All that ever came before me were thieves and robbers." What, all? Moses and Elijah, Isaiah, and all the prophets? At length, after he has once more repulsed some inquirers, the Jews take up stones to stone him, as Moses commanded, because thou makest thyself God. He escapes by a clever evasion, which neutralizes all his apparent assertions of divinity. Other men have been called gods, so surely I do not blaspheme by calling myself God's son. Never let us forget that in this gospel the stronghold of the divinity of Jesus, Jesus himself, explains his strongest assertion, "I and my Father are one," in a manner which can only be honest in the mouth of a man. We pass to the celebrated last discourse. In this we find the same peculiar style, the same self-assertion, but we must note, in addition, the distinct tritheism which pervades it. There are three distinct beings, each necessarily deprived of some attribute of divinity. Thus the Deity is infinite, but if he is divided he becomes finite, since two infinities are an impossible absurdity, and unless they are identical they must bound each other, so becoming finite. Accordingly the Comforter cannot be present till Jesus departs. Therefore neither Jesus nor the Comforter can be God, since God is omnipresent. Since then prayer is to be addressed to Jesus as God, the low theory of tritheism, of a plurality of gods, none of whom is a perfect God, is here taught. In this discourse also the Christian horizon is bounded by the figure of Jesus. The office of the Comforter is subservient to this one worship. He shall glorify me. Jesus at last prays for his disciples, markedly excluding from his intercession the world he was said to have come to save, and, as throughout this gospel, restricting all his love, all his care, all his tenderness to "these whom thou hast given me." Here we come to the essence of the spirit which pervades the whole gospel. Quote, "I pray for them, I pray not for the world, not for them who are of their father the devil, nor for my betrayer, the son of perdition." End quote. This is the spirit which Christians dare to ascribe to Jesus of Nazareth, the tenderest, gentlest, widest-hearted man who has yet graced humanity. This is the spirit, they tell us, which dwelt in his bosom, who gave us the parables of the lost sheep and the prodigal son. No, we answer, this is not the spirit of the prophet of Nazareth, but, Dr. Liddon will pardon the appropriation, this is the temper of a man who will not enter the public baths along with the heretic who has dishonoured his Lord. This is the spirit of the writer of the gospel, not of Jesus. The egotism of the writer is reflected in the words put into the mouth of his master, and thus the preacher of the Father's love is degraded into the seeker of his own glory, and bearing witness of himself, his witness becomes untrue. I must also draw attention to one or two cases of unreality attributed to Jesus by this gospel. He prays on one occasion because of the people who stand by. He cries on his cross, "I thirst," not because of the burning agony of crucifixion, but in order that the Scriptures might be fulfilled. A voice answers his prayer, not because of me, but for your sakes. This calculation of effect is very foreign to the sincere and open spirit of Jesus. Akin to this is the prevarication attributed to him when he declines to accompany his brethren to Judea, but when his brethren were gone up, then went he also up to the feast, not openly, but as it were in secret. All this strikes us strangely as part of that simple, fearless life. We reject this gospel, sixthly, for the cruel spirit, the arrogance, the self-assertion, the bigotry, the unreality attributed by it to Jesus, and we denounce it as a slander on his memory and an insult to his noble life. We may perhaps note, as another peculiarity of this gospel, although I do not enter here into the argument of the divinity of Jesus, that when Dr. Liddon, in his celebrated Bampton Lectures, is anxious to prove the deity of Jesus from his own mouth, he is compelled to quote exclusively from this gospel. Such a fact as this cannot be overlooked when we remember that St. John's Gospel is a polemical treatise written to prove this special point. We cannot avoid noting the coincidence. We have now gone through this remarkable record and examined it in various lights. At the outset we conceded to our opponents all the advantage which comes from admitting that the Gospel may be written by the Apostle John. We have left the authorship a moot point, and based our argument on a different ground. Apostolic or non-apostolic, Johannine or Corinthian, we accept it or reject it for itself and not for its writer. We have found that all its characters speak alike in a marked and peculiar style, a style savouring of the study rather than the street, of Alexandria rather than Jerusalem or Galilee. We have glanced at its immoral partiality. We have noted the numerous discrepancies between the history of this gospel and that of the three synoptics. We have discovered it to be equally opposed to them in morals as in history, in doctrine as in morals. We have seen that, while it degrades God to enthrone Jesus in his stead, it also degrades Jesus, and so lowers his character that it defies recognition. Finally, we have found it stands alone in supporting the deity of Jesus from his own mouth. I know not how all this may strike others. To me these arguments are simply overwhelming in their force. I tear out the Gospel according to St. John from the writings which are profitable for instruction in righteousness. I reject it from beginning to end, as fatally destructive of all true faith towards God, as perilously subversive of all true morality in man, as an outrage on the sacred memory of Jesus of Nazareth, and as an insult to the justice, the supremacy, and the unity of Almighty God. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 Of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 On the Atonement. The Atonement may be regarded as the central doctrine of Christianity, the very raison d'etre of the Christian faith. Take this away, and there would remain indeed a faith and a morality, but both would have lost their distinctive features. It would be a faith without its centre, and a morality without its foundation. Christianity would be unrecognisable without its angry God, its dying Saviour, its covenant signed with the blood of the Lamb. The blotting out of the atonement would deprive millions of all hope towards God, and would cast them from satisfaction into anxiety, from comfort into despair. The warmest feelings of Christendom cluster round the crucifix, and he, the crucified one, is adored with passionate devotion, not as martyr for truth, not as witness for God, not as faithful to death, but as the substitute for his worshippers, as he who bears in their stead the wrath of God, and the punishment due to sin. The Christian is taught to see in the bleeding Christ the victim slain in his own place. He himself should be hanging on that cross, agonized and dying. Those nail-pierced hands ought to be his. The anguish on that face should be furrowed on his own. The weight of suffering resting on that bowed head should be crushing himself into the dust. In the simplest meaning of the words, Christ is the sinner's substitute, and on him the sin of the world is laid. As Luther expressed it, he is the greatest and only sinner, literally made sin for mankind, and expiating the guilt which, in very deed, was transferred from man to him. I wish at the outset, for the sake of justice and candour, to acknowledge frankly the good which has been drawn forth by the preaching of the cross. This good has been, however, the indirect rather than the direct result of a belief in the Atonement. The doctrine in itself has nothing elevating about it, but the teaching closely connected with the doctrine has its ennobling and purifying side. All the enthusiasm aroused in the human breast by the thought of one who sacrificed himself to save his brethren, all the consequent longing to emulate that love by sacrificing all for Jesus and for those for whom he died, all the moral gain caused by the contemplation of a sublime self-devotion, all these are the fruits of the nobler side of the Atonement. That the sinless should stoop to the sinful, that holiness should embrace the guilty in order to raise them to its own level, has struck a chord in men's bosoms which has responded to the touch by a harmonious melody of gratitude to the divine and sinless sufferer, and loving labour for suffering and sinful man. The cross has been at once the apotheosis and the source of self-sacrificing love. Quote, "Love ye one another as I have loved you, not in word but in deed, with a deep self-sacrificing love." End quote. Such is the lesson which, according to one of the most orthodox Anglican divines, Christ preaches to us from his cross. In believing in the Atonement, man's heart has, as usual, been better than his head. He has passed over the dark side of the idea, and has seized on the divine truth that the strong should gladly devote themselves to shield the weak, that labour, even unto death, is the right of humanity from every son of man. It is often said that no doctrine long retains its hold on men's hearts which is not founded on some great truth. This divine idea of self-sacrifice has been the truth contained in the doctrine of the Atonement, which has made it so dear to many loving and noble souls, and which has hidden its multitude of sins against love and against justice, against God and against man. Love and self-sacrifice have floated the great error over the storms of centuries, and these cords still bind it to many hearts, of which love and self-sacrifice are the glory and the crown. This said in candid homage to the good which has drawn its inspiration from Jesus crucified, we turn to the examination of the doctrine itself. If we find that it is as dishonouring to God as it is injurious to man, a crime against justice, a blasphemy against love, we must forget all the sentiments which cluster round it, and reject it utterly. It is well to speak respectfully of that which is dear to any religious soul, and to avoid jarring harshly on the strings of religious feeling, even though the soul be misled, and the feeling be misdirected. But a time comes when false charity is cruelty, and tenderness to error is treason to truth. For long, men who know its emptiness pass by in silence the shrine consecrated by human hopes and fears, by love and worship, and the times of this ignorance God, in the bold figure of Paul, also winks at. But when the fullness of the time is come, God sends forth some true son of his to dash the idol to the ground, and to trample it into the dust. We need not be afraid that the good wrought by the lessons derived from the Atonement in time past will disappear with the doctrine itself. The mark of the cross is too deeply ploughed into humanity ever to be erased, and those who no longer call themselves by the name of Christ are not the most backward scholars in the school of love and sacrifice. The history of this doctrine has been a curious one. In the New Testament, the Atonement is, as its name implies, a simply making at one God and man. How this is done is but vaguely hinted at, and in order to deduce the modern doctrine from the Bible, we must import into the books of the New Testament all the ideas derived from theological disputations. Words used in all simplicity by the ancient writers must have attached to them the definite polemical meaning they hold in the quarrels of theologians before they can be strained into supporting a substitutionary atonement. The idea, however, of ransom is connected with the work of Jesus, and the question arose, to whom is this ransom paid? They who lived in those first centuries of Christianity were still too much within the illumination of the tender halo thrown by Jesus round the Father's name to dream for a moment that their Redeemer had ransomed them from the beloved hands of God. No, the ransom was paid to the devil, whose thrall they believed mankind to be, and Jesus, by sacrificing himself, had purchased them from the devil and made them sons of God. It is not worth while to enter on the quaint details of this scheme, how the devil thought he had conquered and could hold Jesus captive, and was tricked by finding that his imagined gain could not be retained by him, and so on. Those who wish to become acquainted with this ingenious device can study it in the pages of the Christian Fathers. It has at least one advantage over the modern plan, namely, that we are not so shocked at hearing of pain and suffering as acceptable to the supposed incarnate evil, as at hearing of them being offered as a sacrifice to the supreme good. As the teachings of Jesus lost its power, and became more and more polluted by the cruel thoughts of savage and bigoted men, the doctrine of the Atonement gradually changed its character. Men thought the Almighty to be such a one as themselves, and being fierce and unforgiving and revengeful, they projected their own shadows onto the clouds which surrounded the Deity, and then, like the shepherd who meets his own form reflected and magnified on the mountain mist, they recoiled before the image they themselves had made. The loving Father who sent his Son to rescue his perishing children by sacrificing himself fades away from the hearts of the Christian world, and there looms darkly in his place an awful form, an inexorable judge who exacts a debt man is too poor to pay, and who, in default of payment, casts the debtor into a hopeless prison, hopeless unless another pays to the uttermost farthing the fine demanded by the law. So in this strange transformation scene, God actually takes the place of the devil, and the ransom once paid to redeem men from Satan becomes the ransom paid to redeem men from God. It reminds one of the quarrels over the text which bids us fear him who is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. When we remain in doubt whom he is we are to fear, since half the Christian commentators assure us that it refers to our Father in heaven, while the other half asseverate that the devil is the individual we are to dread. The seal was set on the redemption scheme by Anselm in his great work Cur Deus Homo, and the doctrine which has been slowly growing into the theology of Christendom was thenceforward stamped with the signet of the Church. Roman Catholics and Protestants, at the time of the Reformation, alike believed in the vicarious and substitutionary character of the atonement wrought by Christ. There is no dispute between them on this point. I prefer to allow the Christian divines to speak for themselves as to the character of the atonement. No one can accuse me of exaggerating their views, if their views are given in their own words. Luther teaches that Christ did truly and effectually feel for all mankind the wrath of God, malediction, and death. Flavel says that to the wrath of an infinite God without mixture, to the very torments of hell, was Christ delivered, and that by the hand of his own Father. The Anglican homily preaches that sin did pluck God out of heaven to make him feel the horrors and pains of death, and that man, being a firebrand of hell and a bondsman of the devil, was ransomed by the death of his own only and well-beloved Son. The heat of his wrath, his burning wrath, could only be pacified by Jesus. So pleasant was this sacrifice and oblation of his Son's death. Edwards, being logical, saw that there was a gross injustice in sin being twice punished, and in the pains of hell the penalty of sin being twice inflicted, first on Christ, the substitute of mankind, and then on the lost, a portion of mankind. So he, in common with most Calvinists, finds himself compelled to restrict the atonement to the elect, and declares that Christ bore the sins not of the world, but of the chosen out of the world. He suffers, not for the world, but for them whom thou hast given me. But Edwards adheres firmly to the belief in substitution, and rejects the universal atonement, for the very reason that to believe Christ died for all is the surest way of proving that he died for none, in the sense Christians have hitherto believed. He declares that Christ suffered the wrath of God for men's sins, that God imposed his wrath due unto, and Christ underwent the pains of hell for, sin. Owen regards Christ's suffering as a full valuable compensation to the justice of God for all the sins of the elect, and says that he underwent that same punishment which they themselves were bound to undergo. The doctrine of the Christian Church, in the widest sense of that much fought over term, was then as follows, and I will state it in language which is studiously moderate as compared with the orthodox teaching of the great Christian divines. If anyone doubts this assertion, let him study their writings for himself. I really dare not transfer some of their expressions to my own pages. God the Father having cursed mankind and condemned them to eternal damnation because of Adam's disobedience in eating an apple or some other fruit, for the species is only preserved by tradition and is not definitely settled by the inspired writings, and having further cursed each man for his own individual transgressions, man lay under the fierce wrath of God, unable to escape and unable to pacify it, for he could not even atone for his own private sins, much less for his share of the guilt incurred by his forefather in paradise. Man's debt was hopelessly large, and he had nothing to pay, so all that remained to him was to suffer an eternity of torture, which sad fate he had merited by the crime of being born into an accursed world. The second person of the Trinity, moved to pity by the helpless and miserable state of mankind, interposed between the first person of the Trinity and the wretched sinners. He received into his own breast the fire-tipped arrows of divine wrath, and by suffering inconceivable tortures, equal in amount to an eternity of the torments of hell, he wrung from God's hands the pardon of mankind, or of a portion thereof. God, pacified by witnessing this awful agony of one who had from all eternity been lying in his bosom, co-equal sharer of his majesty and glory, and the object of his tenderest love, relents from his fierce wrath, and consents to accept the pain of Jesus as a substitute for the pain of mankind. In plain terms, then, God is represented as a being so awfully cruel, so implacably revengeful, that pain as pain and death as death are what he demands as a propitiatory sacrifice, and with nothing less than extremest agony can his fierce claims on mankind be bought off. The due weight of suffering he must have, but it is a matter of indifference whether it is undergone by Jesus or by mankind. Did not the old fathers do well in making the awful ransom a matter between Jesus and the devil? When this point is pressed on Christians, and one urges the dishonour done to God by painting him in colours from which heart and soul recoil in shuddering horror, by ascribing to him a revengefulness and pitiless cruelty in comparison with which the worst efforts of human malignity appear but childish mischief, they are quick to retort that we are caricaturing Christian doctrine. They will allow, when overwhelmed with evidence, that strong language has been used in past centuries, but will say that such views are not now held, and that they do not ascribe such harsh dealing to God the Father. Theists are therefore compelled to prove each step of their accusation, and to quote from Christian writers the words which embody the views they assail. Were I simply to state that Christians in these days ascribe to Almighty God a fierce wrath against the whole human race, that this wrath can only be soothed by suffering and death, that he vents his wrath on an innocent head, and that he is well pleased by the sight of the agony of his beloved Son, a shout of indignation would rise from 1,000 lips, and I should be accused of exaggeration, of false witness, of blasphemy. So once more I write down the doctrine from Christian dictation, and, be it remembered, the sentences I quote are from published works, and are therefore the outcome of serious deliberation. They are not overdrawn pictures, taken from the fervid eloquence of excited oratory, when the speaker may perhaps be carried further than he would, in cold blood, consent to. Stroud makes Christ drink the cup of the wrath of God. Jenkins says, he suffered as one disowned and reprobated and forsaken of God. Dwight considers that he endured God's hatred and contempt. Bishop Jeune tells us that, after man had done his worst, worse remained for Christ to bear, he had fallen into his Father's hands. Archbishop Thompson preaches that the clouds of God's wrath gathered thick over the whole human race, they discharge themselves on Jesus only. He becomes a curse for us and a vessel of wrath. Liddon echoes the same sentiment. The apostles teach that mankind are slaves, and that Christ on the cross is paying their ransom. Christ crucified is voluntarily devoted and accursed. He even speaks of the precise amount of ignominy and pain needed for the redemption, and says that the divine victim paid more than was absolutely necessary. These quotations seem sufficient to prove that the Christians of the present day are worthy followers of the elder believers. The theologians first quoted are indeed coarser in their expressions, and are less afraid of speaking out exactly what they believe, but there is no real difference of creed between the awful doctrine of Flavel and the polished dogma of Canon Liddon. The older and the modern Christians alike believe in the bitter wrath of God against the whole human race. Both alike regard the atonement as so much pain tendered by Jesus to the Almighty Father in payment of a debt of pain owed to God by humanity. They alike represent God as only to be pacified by the sight of suffering. Man has insulted and injured God, and God must be revenged by inflicting suffering on the sinner in return. The hatred and contempt God launched at Jesus were due to the fact that Jesus was the sinner's substitute, and are therefore the feelings which animate the divine heart towards the sinner himself. God hates and despises the world. He would have consumed it in a moment in the fire of his burning wrath, had not Jesus, his chosen, stood before him in the gap to turn away his wrathful indignation. Now, how far is all this consistent with justice? Is the wrath of God against humanity justified by the circumstances of the case, so that we may be obliged to own that some sacrifice was due from sinful man to his Creator, to propitiate a justly incensed and holy God? I trow not. On this first count, the atonement is a fearful injustice, for God has allowed men to be brought into the world with sinful inclinations, and to be surrounded with many temptations and much evil. He has made man imperfect, and the child is born into the world with an imperfect nature. It is radically unjust, then, that God should curse the work of his hands for being what he made them, and condemn them to endless misery for failing to do the impossible. Allowing that Christians are right in believing that Adam was sinless when he came from his Maker's hands, these remarks apply to every other living soul since born into the world. The Genesis myth will not extricate Christians from the difficulty. Christians are quite right, and are justified by facts, when they say that man is born into the world frail, imperfect, prone to sin and error. But who, we ask them, made men so? Does not their own Bible tell them that the potter hath power over the clay? And further, that we are the clay and thou art the potter? To curse men for being men, i.e. imperfect moral beings, is the height of cruelty and injustice. To condemn the morally weak to hell for sin, i.e. for failing in moral strength, is about as fair as sentencing a sick man to death because he cannot stand upright. Christians try and avoid the force of this by saying that men should rely on God's grace to uphold them, but they fail to see that this very want of reliance is part of man's natural weakness. The sick man might be blamed for falling because he did not lean on a stronger arm, but suppose he was too weak to grasp it. Further, few Christians believe that it is impossible in practice, however possible in theory, to lead a perfect life, and as to offend in one point is to be guilty of all, one failure is sufficient to send the generally righteous man to hell. Besides, they forget that infants are included under the curse, although necessarily incapable of grasping the idea either of sin or of God. All babies born into the world and dying before becoming capable of acting for themselves would, we are taught, have been inevitably consigned to hell, had it not been for the atonement of Jesus. Some Christians actually believe that unbaptized babies are not admitted into heaven, and in a Roman Catholic book descriptive of hell, a poor little baby writhes and screams in a red-hot oven. This side of the atonement, this unjust demand on men for a righteousness they could not render, necessitating a sacrifice to propitiate God for non-compliance with his exaction, has had its due effect on man's minds, and has alienated their hearts from God. No wonder that men turned away from a God who, like a passionate but unskilful workman, dashes to pieces the instrument he has made because it fails in its purpose, and, instead of blaming his own want of skill, vents his anger on the helpless thing that is only what he made it. Most naturally, also, men have shrunk from the God who avengeth and is furious, to the tender, pitiful human Jesus, who loved sinners so deeply as to choose to suffer for their sakes. They could owe no gratitude to an almighty being who created them and cursed them, and only consented to allow them to be happy on condition that another paid for them the misery he demanded as his due. But what gratitude could be enough for him who rescued them from the fearful hands of the living God, at the cost of almost intolerable suffering to himself? Let us remember that Christ is said to suffer the very torments of hell, and that his worst sufferings were when fallen into his Father's hands, out of which he has rescued us, and then can we wonder that the crucified is adored with a very ecstasy of gratitude? Imagine what it is to be saved from the hands of him who inflicted an agony admitted to be unlimited, and who took advantage of an infinite capacity in order to inflict an infinite pain. It is well for the men before whose eyes this awful spectre has flitted, that the fair humanity of Jesus gives them a refuge to fly to, else what but despair and madness could have been the doom of those who, without Jesus, would have seen enthroned above the wailing universe naught but an infinite cruelty and an almighty foe. We see then that the necessity for an atonement makes the Eternal Father both unjust in his demands on men and cruel in his punishment of inevitable failure. But there is another injustice, which is of the very essence of the atonement itself. This consists in the vicarious character of the sacrifice. A new element of injustice is introduced when we consider that the person sacrificed is not even the guilty party. If a man offends against law, justice requires that he should be punished. The punishment becomes unjust if it is excessive, as in the case we have been considering above, but it is equally unjust to allow him to go free without punishment. Christians are right in affirming that moral government would be at an end were men allowed to sin with impunity, and did an easy forgiveness succeed to each offence. They appeal to our instinctive sense of justice to approve the sentiment that punishment should follow sin. We acquiesce, and hope that we have now reached a firm standing ground from which to proceed further in our investigation. But no, they promptly outrage that same sense of justice which they have called as a witness on their side, by asking us to believe that its ends are attained provided that somebody or other is punished. When we reply that this is not justice, we are promptly bidden not to be presumptuous, and argue from our human ideas of justice as to the course that ought to be pursued by the absolute justice of God. Then why appeal to it at all, we urge? Why talk of justice in the matter if we are totally unable to judge as to the rights and wrongs of the case? At this point we are commonly overwhelmed with Paul's notable argument, "Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God?" But if Christians value the simplicity and straightforwardness of their own minds, they should not use words which convey a certain accepted meaning in this shuffling double sense. When we speak of justice, we speak of a certain well-understood quality, and we do not speak of a mysterious divine attribute which has not only nothing in common with human justice, but which is in direct opposition to that which we understand by that name. Suppose a man condemned to death for murder. The judge is about to sentence him, when a bystander, as it chances, the judge's own son, interposes. "My lord, the prisoner is guilty and deserves to be hanged, but if you will let him go, I will die in his place." The offer is accepted, the prisoner is set free, the judge's son is hanged in his stead. What is all this? Self-sacrifice, however misdirected, love, enthusiasm, what you will, but certainly not justice. Nay, the grossest injustice, a second murder, an ineffaceable stain on the ermine of the outraged law. I imagine that in this supposed case no Christian will be found to assert that justice was done, yet call the judge God, the prisoner mankind, the substitute Jesus, and the trial scene is exactly reproduced. Then, in the name of candour and common sense, why call that just in God which we see would be so unjust and immoral in man? This vicarious nature of the atonement also degrades the divine name by making him utterly careless in the matter of punishment. All he is anxious for, according to this detestable theory, is that he should strike a blow somewhere. Like a child in passion, he only feels the desire to hurt somebody, and strikes out vaguely and at random. There is no discrimination used. The thunderbolt is launched into a crowd. It falls on the head of the sinless son, and crushes the innocent, while the sinner goes free. What matter? It has fallen somewhere, and the burning fire of his wrath is cooled. This is what men call the vindication of the justice of the moral governor of the universe. This is the act of God's awful holiness, which marks his hatred of sin, and his immovable determination to punish it. But when we reflect that this justice is consistent with the letting off the guilty and punishing the innocent person, we feel dread misgivings steal into our minds. The justice of our moral governor has nothing in common with our justice. Indeed, it violates all our notions of right and wrong. What if, as Mr. Vance Smith suggests, this strange justice be consistent also with a double punishment of sin? And what if the moral governor should bethink himself that, having confused morality by an unjust, humanly speaking, of course, punishment, it would be well to set things straight again by punishing the guilty after all? We can never dare to feel safe in the hands of this unjust, humanly speaking, moral governor, or predicate from our instinctive notions of right and wrong what his requirements may be. One is lost in astonishment that men should believe such things of God, and not have manhood enough to rise up rebellious against such injustice, should indeed crouch at his feet, and while trying to hide themselves from his wrath, should force their trembling lips to murmur some incoherent acknowledgment of his mercy. Ah, they do not believe it. They assert it in words, but, thank God, it makes no impression on their hearts, and they would die 1,000 deaths rather than imitate, in their dealings with their fellow men, the fearful cruelty which the Church has taught them to call the justice of the Judge of all the earth. The atonement is not only doubly unjust, but it is perfectly futile. We are told that Christ took away the sins of the world. We have a right to ask, how? So far as we can judge, we bear our sins in our own bodies still, and the atonement helps us not at all. Has he borne the physical consequences of sin, such as the loss of health caused by intemperance of all kinds? Not at all. This penalty remains, and from the nature of things cannot be transferred. Has he borne the social consequences, shame, loss of credit, and so on? They remain still to hinder us as we strive to raise after our fall. Has he at least borne the pangs of remorse for us, the stings of conscience? By no means. The tears of sorrow are no less bitter, the prickings of repentance no less keen. Perhaps he has struck at the root of evil, and has put away sin itself out of a redeemed world. Alas, the wailing that goes up to heaven from a world oppressed with sin weeps out a sorrowfully emphatic, "No, this he has not done." What has he then borne for us? Nothing, save the phantom wrath of a phantom tyrant. All that is real exists the same as before. We turn away, then, from the offered atonement with a feeling that would be impatience at such trifling, were it not all too sorrowful, and leave the Christians to impose on their imagined sacrifice the imagined burden of the guilt of the accursed race. Further, the atonement is, from the nature of things, entirely impossible. We have seen how Christ fails to bear our sins in any intelligible sense, but can he, in any way, bear the punishment of sin? The idea that the punishment of sin can be transferred from one person to another is radically false, and arises from a wrong conception of the punishment consequent on sin, and from the ecclesiastical guilt, so to speak, thought to be incurred thereby. The only true punishment of sin is the injury caused by it to our moral nature. All the indirect punishments, we have seen, Christ has not taken away, and the true punishment can fall only on ourselves. For sin is nothing more than the transgression of law. All law, when broken, entails of necessity an appropriate penalty, and recoils, as it were, on the transgressor. A natural law, when broken, avenges itself by consequent suffering, and so does a spiritual law. The injury wrought by the latter is not less real, although less obvious. Physical sin brings physical suffering. Spiritual, moral, mental sin brings each its own appropriate punishment. Sin has become such a cant term that we lose sight, in using it, of its real simple meaning, a breaking of law. Imagine any sane man coming and saying, "My dear friend, if you like to put your hand into the fire, I will bear the punishment of being burnt, and you shall not suffer." It is quite as absurd to imagine that if I sin, Jesus can bear my consequent suffering. If a man lies habitually, for instance, he grows thoroughly untrue. Let him repent ever so vigorously, he must bear the consequences of his past deeds, and fight his way back slowly to truthfulness of word and thought. No atonement, nothing in heaven or earth, save his own labour, will restore to him the forfeited jewel of instinctive candour. Thus the punishment of untruthfulness is the loss of the power of being true, just as the punishment of putting the hand into the fire is the loss of the power of grasping. But in addition to this simple and most just and natural retribution, theologians have invented certain arbitrary penalties as a punishment of sin, the wrath of God and hellfire. These imaginary penalties are discharged by an equally imaginary atonement, the natural punishment remaining as before. So, after all, we only reject the two sets of inventions which balance each other, and find ourselves just in the same position as they are, having gained infinitely in simplicity and naturalness. The punishment of sin is not an arbitrary penalty, but an inevitable sequence. Jesus may bear, if his worshippers will have it so, the theological fiction of the guilt of sin, an idea derived from the ceremonial uncleanness of the Levitical law. But let him leave alone the solemn realities connected with the sacred and immutable laws of God. Doubly unjust, useless, and impossible, it might be deemed a work of supererogation to argue yet further against the atonement, but its hold on men's mind is too firm to allow us to lay down a single weapon which can be turned against it. So, in addition to these defects, I remark that, viewed as a propitiatory sacrifice to Almighty God, it is thoroughly inadequate. If God, being righteous, as we believe him to be, regarded man with anger because of man's sinfulness, what is obviously the required propitiation? Surely the removal of the cause of anger, i.e. of sin itself, and the seeking by man of righteousness. The old Hebrew prophet saw this plainly, and his idea of atonement is the true one. Wherewith shall I come before the Lord, he is asked, with burnt offerings, or, choicer still, parental anguish over a firstborn's corpse? What doth the Lord require of thee, is the reproving answer, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. But what is the propitiatory element in the Christian atonement? Let Canon Liddon answer: the ignominy and pain needed for the redemption. Ignominy, agony, blood, death, these are what Christians offer up as an acceptable sacrifice to the Spirit of love. But what have all these in common with the demands of the eternal righteousness? And how can pain atone for sin? They have no relation to each other. There is no appropriateness in the offered exchange. These terrible offerings are in keeping with the barbarous idea of uncivilized nations, and we understand the feeling which prompt the savage to immolate tortured victims on the altars of his gloomy gods. They are appropriate sacrifices to the foes of mankind, who are to be bought off from injuring us by our offering them an equivalent pain to that they desire to inflict, but they are offensive when given to him who is the friend and lover of humanity. An atonement which offers suffering as a propitiation can have nothing in common with God's will for man, and must be utterly beside the mark, perfectly inadequate. If we must have atonement, let it at least consist of something which will suit the righteousness and love of God, and be in keeping with his perfection. Let it not borrow the language of ancient savagery, and breathe of blood and dying victims, and tortured human frames racked with pain. Lastly, I impeach the atonement as injurious in several ways to human morality. It has been extolled as meeting the needs of the awakened sinner, by soothing his fears of punishment with the gift of a substitute who has already suffered his sentence for him, but nothing can be more pernicious than to console a sinner with the promise that he shall escape the punishment he has justly deserved. The atonement may meet the first superficial feelings of a man startled into the consciousness of his sinfulness, It may soothe the first vague fears, and act as an opiate to the awakened conscience, but it does not fulfil the cravings of a heart deeply yearning after righteousness. It offers a legal justification to a soul which is longing for purity. It offers freedom from punishment to a soul longing for freedom from sin. The true penitent does not seek to be shielded from the consequences of his past errors. He accepts them meekly, bravely, humbly, learning through pain the lesson of future purity. An atonement which steps in between us and this fatherly discipline ordained by God would be a curse and not a blessing. It would rob us of our education and deprive us of a priceless instruction. The force of temptation is fearfully added to by the idea that repentance lays the righteous penalty of transgression on another head. This doctrine gives a direct encouragement to sin, as even Paul perceived when he said, "Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound?" Someone has remarked, I think, that though Paul ejaculates, "God forbid," his fears were well founded and have been widely realised. To the Atonement we owe the morbid sentiment which believes in the holy death of a ruffianly murderer, because, goaded by ungovernable terror, he has snatched at the offered safety and been washed in the blood of the Lamb. To it we owe the unwholesome glorying in the pious sentiments of such a one, who ought to go out of this life sadly and silently, without a sickening parade of feelings of love towards the God whose laws, as long as he could, he has broken and despised. But the Christian teachers will extol the saving grace which has made the felon die with words of joyful assurance, meant only for the lips of one who crowns a saintly life with a peaceful death. The Atonement has weakened that stern condemnation of sin which is the safeguard of purity. It has softened down moral differences, and placed the penitent above the saint. It has dulled the feeling of responsibility in the soul. It has taken away the help, such as it is, of fear of punishment for sin. It has confused a man's sense of justice, outraged his feeling of right, blunted his conscience, and misdirected his repentance. It has chilled his love to God by representing the universal Father as a cruel tyrant and a remorseless and unjust judge. It has been the fruitful parent of all asceticism, for, since God was pacified by suffering once, he would, of course, be pleased with suffering at all times, and so men have logically ruined their bodies to save their souls, and crushed their feelings and lacerated their hearts to propitiate the awful form frowning behind the cross of Christ. To the Atonement we owe it that God is served by fear instead of by love, that monasticism holds its head above the sweet sanctities of love and home, that religion is crowned with thorns and not with roses, that the miserere and not the gloria is the strain from earth to heaven. The Atonement teaches men to crouch at the feet of God, instead of raising loving, joyful faces to meet his radiant smile. It shuts out his sunshine from us, and veils us in the night of an impenetrable dread. What is the sentiment with which Canon Liddon closes a sermon on the death of Christ? I quote it to show the slavish feeling engendered by this doctrine in a very noble human soul. Quote, "In ourselves, indeed, there is nothing that should stay his (God's) arm or invite his mercy. But may he have respect to the acts and the sufferings of his sinless Son? Only while contemplating the inestimable merits of the Redeemer can we dare to hope that our Heavenly Father will overlook the countless provocations which he receives at the hands of the redeemed." End quote. Is this a wholesome sentiment, either as regards our feelings towards God or our efforts towards holiness? Is it well to look to the purity of another as a make-weight for our personal shortcomings? All these injuries to morality done by the Atonement are completed by the crowning one, that it offers to the sinner a veil of imputed righteousness. Not only does it take from him his saving punishment, but it nullifies his strivings after holiness by offering him a righteousness which is not his own. It introduces into the solemn region of duty to God the legal fiction of a gift of holiness, which is imputed, not won. We are taught to believe that we can blind the eyes of God and satisfy him with a pretended purity, but that every one whose purity we seek to claim as ours, that fair blossom of humanity, Jesus of Nazareth, whose mission we so misconstrue, launched his anathema at whited sepulchres, pure without and foul within. What would he have said of the whitewash of unimputed righteousness? Stern and sharp would have been his rebuke, methinks. To a device so untrue and well-deserved would have been his thundered woe on a hypocrisy that would fain deceive God as well as man. These considerations have carried so great a weight with the most enlightened and progressive minds among Christians themselves, that there has grown up a party in the Church whose repudiation of an atonement of agony and death is as complete as even we could wish. They denounce with the utmost fervour the hideous notion of a bloody sacrifice, and are urgent in their representations of the dishonour done to God by ascribing to him pleasure in the death of him that dieth, or satisfaction in the sight of pain. They point out that there is no virtue in blood to wash away sin, not even in the blood of a god. Morris eloquently pleads against the idea that the suffering of the well-beloved Son was in itself an acceptable sacrifice to the Almighty Father, and he sees the atoning element in the holiness and graciousness of the Son. Writers of this school perceive that a moral and not a physical sacrifice can be the only acceptable offering to the Father of spirits, but the great objection lies against their theory also, that the atonement is still vicarious. Christ still suffers for man, in order to make men acceptable to God. It is perhaps scarcely fair to say this of the school as a whole, since the opinions of Broad Church divines differ widely from each other, ranging from the orthodox to the Socinian standing point. Yet, roughly speaking, we may say that while they have given up the error of thinking that the death of Christ reconciles God to us, they yet believe that his death, in some mysterious manner, reconciles us to God. It is a matter of deep thankfulness that they give up the old cruel idea of propitiating God, and so prepare the way for a higher creed. Their more humane teaching reaches hearts which are as yet sealed against us, and they are the John the Baptist of the theistic Christ. We must still urge on them that an atonement at all is superfluous, that all the parade of reconciliation by means of a mediator is perfectly unnecessary as between God and his child, man, that the notion put forward that Christ realised the ideal of humanity and propitiated God by showing what a man could be is objectionable in that it represents God as needing to be taught what were the capacities of his creatures, and is further untrue because the powers of God in man are not really the equivalent of the capabilities of a simple man. Broad churchmen are still hampered by the difficulties surrounding a divine Christ, and are puzzled to find for him a place in their theology which is at once suitable for his dignity and consistent with a reasonable belief. They feel obliged to acknowledge that some unusual benefit to the race must result from the incarnation and death of a God, and are swayed alternately by their reason, which places the crucifixion of Jesus in the role of martyrs' deaths, and by their prejudices, which assign to it a position unique and unrivalled in the history of the race. There are, however, many signs that the deity of Jesus is, as an article of faith, tottering from its pedestal in the Broad Church school. The hold on it by such men as the Reverend J.S. Brooke is very slight, and his interpretation of the Incarnation is regarded by the orthodox divines with unmingled horror. Their moral atonement, in turn, is as the dawn before the sunrise, and we may hope that it will soon develop into the real truth, namely that the dealings of Jesus with the Father were a purely private matter between his own soul and God, and that his value to mankind consists in his being one of the teachers of the race, one with a genius for religion, one of the schoolmasters appointed to lead humanity to God. The theory of Malode Campbell stands alone, and is highly interesting and ingenious. It is the more valuable and hopeful as coming from Scotland, the home of the dreariest belief as to the relations existing between man and God. He rejects the penal character of the atonement, and makes it consist, so to speak, in leading God and man to understand one another. He considers that Christ witnessed to men on behalf of God, and vindicated the Father's heart by showing what he could be to the Son who trusted in him. He witnessed to God on behalf of men, and this is the weakest point in the book, verging as it does on substitution, showing in humanity a perfect sympathy with God's feelings towards sin, and offering to God, for a man a perfect repentance for human transgression. I purposely say verging, because Campbell does not intend substitution. He represents this sorrow of Jesus as what he must inevitably feel at seeing his brother men unconscious of their sin and danger, so no fiction is supposed as between God and Christ. But he considers that God, having seen the perfection of repentance in Jesus, accepts the repentance of man, imperfect as it is, because it is in kind the same as that of Jesus, and is the germ of that feeling of which his is the perfect flower. In this sense, and only in this sense, is the repentance of man accepted for Christ's sake. He considers that men must share in the mind of Christ as towards God and towards sin, in order to be benefited by the works of Christ, and that each man must thus actually take part in the work of atonement. The sufferings of Jesus he regards as necessary in order to test the reality of the life of sonship towards God and brotherhood towards men, which he came to earth to exemplify. I trust I have done no injustice in this short summary to a very able and thoughtful book, which presents, perhaps, the only view of the atonement compatible with the love and the justice of God, and this only, of course, if the idea of any atonement can fairly be said to be consistent with justice. The merits of this view are practically that this work of Jesus is not an atonement in the theological sense at all. The defects of Campbell's book are inseparable from his creed, and he argues from a belief in the deity of Jesus, from an unconscious limitation of God's knowledge, as though God did not understand man till he was revealed to him by Jesus, and from a wrong conception of the punishment due to sin. I said at starting that the atonement was the raison d'etre of Christianity, and in conclusion I would challenge all thoughtful men and women to say whether good cause has or has not been shown for rejecting this pillar of the faith. The atonement has but to be studied in order to be rejected. The difficulty is persuade people to think about their creed. Yet the question of this doctrine must be faced and answered. Quote, I have too much faith in the common sense and justice of Englishmen, when once awakened, to face any question fairly, to doubt what that answer will be. End quote. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 on the Mediation and Salvation of Ecclesiastical Christianity. The whole Christian scheme turns on the assumption of the inherent necessity of someone standing between the Creator and the creature, and shielding the all-weak from the power of the Almighty. Quote, It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Unquote. Such is the keynote of the strain which is chanted alike by Roman Catholicism, with its 1,000 intercessors, and by Protestantism, with its one mediator, the man Christ Jesus. Speak thou for me, cries man to his favourite mouthpiece, whoever it may be. Go thou near, but let me not see the face of God, lest I die. The heroes, the saints, the idols of humanity have been the men who have dared to search into the unseen, and to gaze straight up into the awful face of God. They have dashed aside all that intervened between their souls and the eternal soul, and have found it, as one of them quaintly phrases it, a profitable sweet necessity to fall on the naked arm of Jehovah. Then, because they dared to trust Him who had called them into existence, and to stretch out beseeching hands to the everlasting Father, they have been forced into a position they would have been the very first to protest against, and have been made intermediators for men less bold, for children less confiding. Those who dared not seek God for themselves have clung to the garments of the braver souls, who have thus become, involuntarily, veils between their brother men and the Supreme. There is perhaps no better way of demonstrating the radical errors from which spring all the so-called schemes of redemption and economies of divine grace than by starting from the Christian hypothesis. We will admit, for argument's sake, the deity of Jesus, in order that we may thus see the more distinctly that a mediator of any kind between God and man is utterly uncalled for. It is mediation in itself that is wrong, in principle. We object to it as a whole, not to any special manifestation of it. Divine or human mediators, Jesus or his mother, saint, angel or priest, we reject them each and all. Our birthright as human beings is to be the offspring of the universal Father, and we refuse to have any interloper pressing in between our hearts and his. We will take mediation first in its highest form, and speak of it as if Jesus were really God as well as man. All Christians agree in asserting that the coming of the Son into the world to save sinners was the result of the love of the Father for these sinners, i.e., God so loved the world that he sent his Son. The motive power of the redemption of the world is, then, according to Christians, the deep love of the Creator for the work of his hands. This it was that exiled the Son from the bosom of the Father, and caused the Eternal to be born into time. But now a startling change occurs in the aspect of affairs. Jesus has atoned for the sins of the world. He has made peace through the blood of his cross, and having done so, he suddenly appears as the mediator for men. What does this pleading of the Son on behalf of sinners imply? Only this: a complete change in the Father's mind towards the world. After the yearning love of which we have heard, after this absolute sacrifice to win his children's hearts, he at last succeeds. He sees his children at his feet, repentant for the past, eager to make amends in the future. Human hands appealing to him, human eyes streaming with tears. He turns his back on the souls he has been labouring to win. He refuses to clasp around his penitents the arms outstretched to them so long, unless they are presented to him by an accredited intercessor, and come armed with a formal recommendation. The inconsistency of such a procedure must be palpable to all minds, and in order to account for one absurdity, theologians have invented another. Having created one difficulty, they are forced to make a second, in order to escape from the first. So they represent God as loving sinners, and desiring to forgive and welcome them. This feeling is the mercy of God, but in the opposition to the dictates of mercy, justice starts up, and forbids any favour to the sinner, unless its own claims are first satisfied to the utmost. A Christian writer has represented mercy and justice as standing before the Eternal. Mercy pleads for forgiveness and pity, justice clamours for punishment. Two attributes of the Godhead are personified and placed in opposition to each other, and require to be reconciled. But when we remember that each personified quality is really but a portion, so to speak, of the divine character, we find that God is divided against himself. Thus this theory introduces discord into the harmonious mind which inspires the perfect melodies of the universe. It sees warring elements in the serenity of the Infinite One. It pictures successive waves of love and anger ruffling that ineffable calm. It imagines clouds of changing motives sweeping across the sun of that unchanging will. Such a theory as this must be rejected as soon as realised by the thoughtful mind. God is not a man, to be swayed first by one motive and then by another. His mercy and justice ever point unwaveringly in the same direction. Perfect justice requires the same as perfect mercy. If God's justice could fail, the whole moral universe would be in confusion, and that would be the greatest cruelty that could be inflicted on intelligent beings. The weak pliability, miscalled mercy, which is supposed to be worked upon by a mediator, is a human infirmity which men have transferred to their idea of God. A man who has announced his intention to punish may be persuaded out of his resolution. New arguments may be adduced for the condemned one's innocence, new reasons for clemency may be suggested, or the judge may have been over-strict, or have been swayed by prejudice. Here a mediator may indeed step in, and find good work to do, but, in the name of the eternal perfection, what has all this to do with the judgment of God? Can his knowledge be imperfect, his mercy increased? Can his sentence be swayed by prejudice, or made harsh by over-severity? But if his judgment is already perfect, any change implies imperfection, and all left for the mediator to do is to persuade God to make a change, i.e. to become imperfect; or, God having decided that sin shall be punished, the mediator steps in, and actually so works upon God's feelings that he revokes his decision, and, most cruel of mercies, lets it go unnoticed. Like an unwise parent, God is persuaded not to punish the erring child, but such is not the case. God is just, and because he is just, he is most truly merciful. In that justice rests the certainty of the due punishment of sin, and, therefore, of the purification of the sinner; and no mediator, thanks be to God for it, shall ever cause to waver for one instant that rock of justice on which reposes the hope of humanity. But the theory we are considering has another fatal error in it. It ascribes imperfection to Almighty God. For God is represented as desiring to forgive sinners, and this desire must be either right or wrong. If it be right, it can at once be gratified; but if justice opposes this forgiveness, then the desire to forgive is not wholly right. Theologians are thus placed in this dilemma: if God is perfect, as he is, any desire of his must likewise be flawlessly perfect, and its fulfilment must be the very best thing that could happen to his whole creation. On the other hand, if there is any barrier of right, and justice is right, interposed between God and his desire, then his will is not the most perfect good. Theologians must then choose between admitting that the desire of God to welcome sinners is just, or detracting from the eternal perfection. It is obvious that we do not weaken our case by admitting for the moment the deity of Jesus, for we are striking at the root idea of mediation. That the mediator should be God is totally beside the question, and in no way strengthens our adversary's hands. His deity does nothing more than introduce a new element of confusion into the affair, for we become entangled in a maze of contradictions. God, who is one, even according to Christians, is at one and the same time estranged from sinners, pleading for sinners, and admitting the pleading. God pleads to himself, but we are confounding the persons. One God pleads to another, but we are dividing the substance. Alas and alas for the creed which compels its votaries to deny their reason and degrade their Maker, which babbles of nature it cannot comprehend, and forces its foolish contradictions on indignant souls. If Jesus be God, his mediation is at once impossible and unnecessary. If he be God, his will is the will of God, and if he wills to welcome sinners, it is God who wills to welcome them. If he, who is God, is content to pardon and embrace, what further do sinners require? Christians tell us that Jesus is one with God. It is well, we reply, for you say he is the friend of sinners, and the Redeemer of the lost. If he be God, we both agree as to the friendliness of God to sinners. You need no mediator between you and Jesus, and since he is God, you need no mediator with God. This reasoning is irrefragable unless Christians are content to assign to their mediator some place which is less than divine, for they certainly derogate from his dignity when they imagine him as content to receive those whom Almighty God chases from before his face. And in making this difference between Jesus and the Father, they make a fatal admission that he is distinct in feeling from God, and therefore cannot be the one God. It is the proper perception of this fact which has introduced into the Roman Church the human mediators, whose intercession is constantly implored. Jesus, being God, is too awful to be approached. His mother, his apostles, some saint or martyr, must come between. I have read a Roman Catholic paper about the mediation of Mary, which would be accepted by the most orthodox Protestant were Mary replaced by Jesus, and Jesus by the Father. For Jesus is there painted, as the Father is painted by the orthodox, in stern majesty, hard, implacable, exacting the uttermost farthing, and Mary is represented as standing between him and the sinners for whom she pleads. It is only a further development of the idea which makes the man Jesus the mediator between God and man. As the deification of Mary progresses, following in slow but certain steps the deification of Jesus, a mediator will be required through whom to approach her, and then Jesus too will fade out of the hearts of men, as the Father has faded out of the hearts of Christians, and this superstition of mediation will sink lower and lower till it is rejected by all earnest hearts, and is loathed by human souls which are aching for the living God. We see then that mediation implies an absurd and inexplicable change in the supposed attitude of God towards man, and destroys all confidence in the justice of the Supreme Ruler. We should farther take into consideration the strange feeling towards the universal heart implied in man's endeavour to push someone in between himself and the Eternal Father. As we study nature and try to discover from its workings something of the characteristics of the worker therein, we find not only a ruling intelligence, a supreme reason, before which we bow our heads in adoration too deep for words, but we catch also beautiful glimpses of a ruling love, a supreme heart, to which our hearts turn with a glad relief from the dark mysteries of pain and evil which press in on us on every side. Simple belief in God at all, that is to say, in a power which works in the universe, is quite sufficient to disperse any of that feeling of fear which finds its fit expression in the longing for a mediator. For being placed here without our request, and even without our consent, we have surely, as a simple matter of justice, a right to demand that the power which placed us here shall provide us with means by which we can secure our happiness. I speak, of course, as of a conscious power, because a blind force is necessarily irresponsible. But those who believe in a God are bound to acknowledge that he is responsible for their well-being. If anyone should suggest that to say thus is to criticise God's dealings, and to speak with presumptuous irreverence, I retort that the irreverence lies with those who ascribe to the Supreme a course of action towards his creatures that they themselves would be ashamed to pursue towards their own children, and that they who fling at us the reproach of a blasphemy because we will not bow the knee before their idol, would themselves lie open to the charge, were it not that their ignorance shields them from the sterner censure. All good in man, poor shallow streamlet though it be, flows down from the pure depths of the fountain of good, and any throb of love on earth is a pulsation caused by the ceaseless beating of the universal Father heart. Yet men fear to trust that heart, lest it should cease beating. They fear to rest on God, lest he should play them false. When will they catch even a glimpse of that great ocean of love, which encircles the universe as the atmosphere the earth, which is infinite because God is infinite? If there is no spot in the universe of which it can be said, God is not here, then is there also no spot where love does not rule? If there is no life existing without the support of the life-giver and the life-sustainer, then is there also no life which is not cradled in the arms of love. Who then will dare to push himself in between man and a God like this? In the light of the universal reason and the universal heart, mediation stands confessed as an impertinent absurdity. Away with any and all of those who interfere in the most sacred concerns of the soul, who press in between the Creator and his offspring, between the heart of man and the parent heart of God. Whoever it may be, saint or martyr, or the King of saints and martyrs, Jesus of Nazareth, let him come down from a position which none can rightly hold. To elevate the noblest Son of Man into this place of mediator is to make him into an offence to his brethren, and to cause their love to turn into anger, and their reverence into indignation. If men persist in talking about the need of a mediator before they dare to approach God, we must remind them that, if there be a God at all, he must be just, and that, therefore, they are perfectly safe in his hands. If they begin to babble about forgiveness for the sake of Jesus Christ, we must ask them what in the world they mean by the forgiveness of sin. Surely they do not think that God is like man, quick to revenge affront and jealous of his dignity. Even were it possible for man to injure in any sense the majesty of God, do they conceive that God is an irascible and revengeful potentate? Those who think thus of God can never, I assert boldly, have caught the smallest glimpse of God. They may have seen a magnified man, but they have seen nothing more. They have never prostrated themselves before that universal Spirit who dwells in this vast universe. They have never felt their own littleness in a place so great. How can sin be forgiven? Can a past act be undone, or the hands go back on the sundial of time? All God's so-called chastisements are but the natural and inevitable results of broken laws, laws invariable in their action, neither to be escaped or defied. Obedience to law results in happiness, and the suffering consequent on the transgression of law is not inflicted by an angry God, but is the simple natural outcome of the broken law itself. Put your hand in the fire, and no mediator can save you from burning. Cry earnestly to God to save you, and then cast yourself from a precipice, and will a mediator come between you and the doom you have provoked? We should do more wisely if we studied laws, and tried to conform ourselves to them, instead of going blundering about with our eyes shut, trusting that some one will interpose to shield us from the effects of our own folly and stupidity. Happily for mankind, mediation is impossible in that beautiful realm of law in which we are placed, when men have quite made up their minds that their happiness depends entirely on their own exertions. There will at last be some chance for the advancement of humanity, for then they will work for things instead of praying for them. It is of real practical importance that this Christian notion of mediation should be destroyed, because on it hang all the ideas about trusting to some one else to do our own work. This plan has not answered. We judge it by results, and it has failed. Surely we may hope that as men get to see that prayer has not succeeded in its efforts to move the arm which moves the world to bring salvation down, they may turn to the more difficult, but also the more hopeful task of moving their own arms to work out their own salvation. For the past, it is past, and none can reverse it. None can stay the action of the eternal law, which links sorrow with transgression, and joy and peace with obedience. When we slip back on our path upward, we may repent and call on God or man for forgiveness as we list, but only through toil and suffering can the lost way be recovered, and the rugged path must be trodden with bleeding feet, for there is none who can lift the sinner over the hindrances he has built up for himself, or carry him over the rocks with which he has strewed his road. Does the sentimental weakness of our age shrink from this doctrine, and whimper out that it is cold and stern? Aye, it is cold, with the cold of the bracing sea breeze, stringing to action the nerves enfeebled by hothouses and soft living. Aye, it is stern, with the blessed sternness of changeless law, of law which never fails us, never varies a hair's breadth. But in that law is strength. Man's arm is feeble, but let him submit to the laws of steam, and his arm becomes powered with a giant's force. Conform to a law, and the mighty power of that law is on your side. Humble yourself under the mighty hand of God, who is the universal law, and he shall lift you up. So much for mediation. We turn, with a still deeper repugnance, to study the Christian idea of salvation. Mediation at least leaves us God, however it degrades and blasphemes him, but salvation takes us altogether out of his hands. Not content with placing a mediator between themselves and God, Christians cry out that he is still too near them, they must push him yet further back, they must have a Saviour too, through whom all his benefits shall filter. Saviour is an expression often found in the Old Testament, where it bears a very definite and noble meaning. God is the Saviour of men from the power of sin, and although we may consider that God does not save from sin in this direct manner, we are yet bound to acknowledge that there is nothing in this idea which is either dishonouring or repulsive. But the word Saviour has been degraded by Christianity, and the salvation he brings is not a salvation from sin. The Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ, is the Saviour of men, not because he delivers them from sin, but because he saves them from hell, and from the fiery wrath of God. Salvation is no longer the equivalent of righteousness, the antithesis of sin. In Christian life it means nothing more than the antithesis of damnation. It is true that Christians may retort that Jesus saves his people from their sins. We gladly acknowledge the nobleness and the beauty of many a Christian life, but nevertheless this is not the primary idea attached by popular Christianity to the word salvation. Being saved is to be delivered out of those hands of the living God, into which, as they are taught by their Bible, it is so fearful a thing to fall. Being saved is the immediate result of conversion, and is the opposite of being lost. Being saved is being hidden in the riven side of Jesus, and so preserved from the awful flames of the destroying wrath of God. Against all this we, believers in an almighty love, in a universal Father, enter our solemn and deliberate protest with a depth of abhorrence, with a passion of indignation which is far too intense to find any adequate expression in words. There is no language strong enough to show our deeply rooted repugnance to the idea that we can be safer anywhere or at any time than we are already here. We cannot repel with sufficient warmth the officious interference which offers to take us out of the hands of God. To push someone in between our souls and him was bad enough, but to go further and to offer us salvation from our Maker, to try and threaten us away from the arms of his love, to suggest that another's hands are more tender, another's heart more loving than the supreme heart, these are blasphemies to which we will not listen in silence. It is true that to us these suggestions are only matters of laughter. Dimly as we guess at the Deity, we know enough not to be afraid of him, and these crude and childish conceptions about him are among ourselves too contemptible to refute. Non ragione di lor, mai guardo e passo. But we see how these ideas colour men's thoughts and lives, how they cripple their intellect and outrage their hearts, and we rise to trample down these superstitions, not because they are in themselves worth refuting, but simply because they degrade our brother men. We believe in no wisdom that improves on nature's laws, and one of those laws, written on our hearts, is that sorrow shall tread on the heels of sin. We are conscious that men should learn to welcome this law, and not to shrink from it. To fly from the suffering following on broken law is the last thing we should do. We ought to have no gratitude for a Saviour who should bear our punishment and so cheat us out of our necessary lesson, turn us into spoiled children, and check our moral growth. Such an offer as this, could it really be made, ought to be met with stern refusal. We should trust the Supreme so utterly and adore his wisdom with a humility so profound, that if we could change his laws we should not dare to interfere, nor ought we, even when our lot is saddest, to complain of it, or do anything more than labour to improve it in steadfast obedience to law. We should ask for no salvation, we should desire to fall, were it possible that we could be out of them, into the hands of God. Further, it is impossible to make Christians understand that were Jesus all they say he is, we should still reject him, that were God all they say he is, we would in that case throw back his salvation. For were this awful picture of a soul-destroying Jehovah, of a blood-craving Moloch, endowed with a cruelty beyond human imagination, a true description of the Supreme Being, then would we take the advice of Job's wife, we would curse God and die, we would hide in the burning depths of his hell rather than dwell within the side of him whose brightness would mock at the gloom of his creatures, and whose bliss would be a sneer at their despair. Were it thus indeed, quote, O King of our salvation, many would curse to thee, and I for one, fling thee thy bliss, and snatch at thy damnation, scorn and abhor the rising of thy sun. End quote. Is it not worth while to believe, blandly urges a Christian writer, if it is true, as it is true, that they who deny will suffer everlasting torments? No, we thunder back at him, it is not worth while. It is not worth while to believe a lie, or to acknowledge as true that which our hearts and intellects alike reject as false. It is not worth while to sell our souls for a heaven, or to defile our honesty to escape a hell. It is not worth while to bow our knee to a Satan or bend our heads before a spectre. Better, far better, to dwell with everlasting burnings than to degrade our humanity by calling a lie truth, and cruelty love, and unreasonableness justice. Better to suffer in hell than to have our hearts so hard that we could enjoy while others suffer, could rejoice while others are tormented, could sing alleluias to the music of golden harps while our lyrics are echoed by the anguished wailing of the lost. God himself, were he such as Christians paint him, could not blot out of our souls our love of truth, of righteousness, of justice. While we have these we are ourselves, and we can suffer and be happy, but we cannot afford to pay down these as the price of our admission to heaven. We should be miserable, even as we pace the golden streets, and should sit in tears beside the river of the water of life. Yet this is salvation. This is what Christians offer us in the name of Jesus. This is the glad tidings brought to us as the gospel of the Saviour, as the good news of God. And this we reject, wholly and utterly, laughing it to scorn from the depths of our glad hearts, which the truth has made free. This we denounce with a stern and bitter determination in the name of the Universal Father, in the name of the self-reliance of humanity, in the name of all that is holy and just and loving. But happily, many, even among Christians, are beginning to shrink from this idea of salvation from the God in whom they say they place all their hopes. They put aside the doctrine, they gloss it over, they prefer not to speak of it. Free thought is leavening Christianity, and is moulding the old faith against its will. Christianity now hides its own cruel side, and only where the bold opponents of its creeds have not yet spread does it dare to show itself in its real colours. In Spain, in Mexico, we see Christianity unveiled. Here in England liberty is too strong for it, and it is forced into a semblance of liberality. The old wine is being poured into new bottles. What will be the result? We may, however, rejoice that nobler thoughts about God are beginning to prevail, and are driving out the old wicked notions about him and his revenge. The face of the Father is beginning, however dimly, to shine out from his world, and before the beauty of that face all hard thoughts about him are fading away. Nature is too fair to be slandered for ever, and when men perceive that God and nature are one, all that is ghastly and horrible must die and drop into forgetfulness. The popular Christian ideas of mediation and salvation must soon pass away into the limbo of rejected creeds, which is being filled so fast. They are already dead, and their pale ghosts shall soon flit no longer to vex and harass the souls of living men. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 on Eternal Torture. Some time ago a clergyman was proving to me by arguments many and strong that hell was right, necessary, and just, that it brought glory to God and good to man, that the holiness of God required it as a preventative, and the justice of God exacted it as a penalty of sin. I listened quietly till all was over and silence fell on the reverend denunciator. He ceased, satisfied with his arguments, triumphant in the consciousness that they were crushing and unassailable. But my eyes were fixed on the fair scene without the library window, on the sacrament of earth, the visible sign of the invisible beauty, and the contrast between God's work and the Church's speech came strongly upon me. And all I found to say in answer came in a few words. If I had not heard you mention the name of God, I should have thought you were speaking of the devil. The words, dropped softly and meditatively, had a startling effect. Horror at the blasphemy, indignation at the unexpected result of laboured argument, struggled against a dawning feeling that there must be something wrong in a conception which laid itself open to such a blow. The short answer told more powerfully than half an hour's reasoning. The various classes of orthodox Christian doctrines should be attacked in very different styles by the champions of the great army of free thinkers, who are at the present day besieging the venerable superstitions of the past. Around the deity of Jesus cluster many hallowed memories and fond associations. The worship of centuries has shed around his figure a halo of light, and he has been made into the ideal of humanity. The noblest conceptions of morality, the highest flights of enlightened minds have been enshrined in a human personality and called by the name of Christ. The Christ idea has risen and expanded with every development of human progress, and the Christ of the highest Christianity of the day is far other than the Christ of Augustine, of Thomas à Kempis, of Luther or Knox. The strivings after light, after knowledge, after holiness of the noblest sons of men have been called by them a following of Jesus. Jesus is baptized in human tears, crucified in human pains, glorified in human hopes. Because of all this, because he is so dear to human hearts and identified with human struggles, therefore he should be gently spoken of by all who feel the bonds of the brotherhood of man. The dogma of his deity must be assailed, must be overthrown, because it is false, because it destroys the unity of God, because it veils us from the eternal Spirit, the source of all things, but he himself should be reverently spoken of, so far as truthfulness permits. And this dogma, although persistently battled against, should be attacked without anger and without scorn. There are other doctrines which, while degrading in regard to man's conception of God, and therefore deserving of reprobation, yet enshrine great moral truths, and have become bound up with ennobling lessons. Such is the doctrine of the Atonement, which enshrines the idea of selfless love and of self-sacrifice for the good of humanity. There are others again, against which ridicule and indignation may rightly be brought to bear, which are concessions to human infirmity, and which belong to the childhood of the race. Man may be laughed out of his sacraments and out of his devils, and indignantly reminded that he insults God and degrades himself by placing a priesthood or mediator between God and his own soul. But there is one dogma of orthodox Christianity which stands alone in its atrocity, which is thoroughly and essentially bad, which is without one redeeming feature, which is as blasphemous towards God as it is injurious to man. On it, therefore, should be poured out unsparingly the bitterest scorn and the sharpest indignation. There is no good human emotion enlisted on the side of an eternal hell. It is not hallowed by human love or human longings, it does not enshrine human aspirations, nor is it the outcome of human hopes. In support of this no appeal can be made to any feeling of the nobler side of our nature, nor does eternal fire stimulate our higher faculties. It acts only on the lower, baser part of man. It excites fear, distrust of God, terror of his presence. It may scare from evil occasionally, but can never teach good. It sees God in the lightning flash that slays, but not in the sunshine which invigorates, in the avalanche which buries a village in its fall, but not in the rich promise of the vineyard and the joyous beauty of the summer day. Hell has driven thousands half mad with terror. It has driven monks to the solitary deserts, nuns to the sepulchre of the nunnery, but has it ever caused one soul of man to rejoice in the Father of all, and pant, as the hart panteth after the water springs, for the presence of God? It is only just to state, in attacking this as a Christian doctrine, that, though believed in by the vast majority of Christians, the most enlightened of that very indefinite body repudiate it with one voice. It is well known how the great Broad Church leader, Frederick Denison Morris, endeavoured to harmonise on this point his Bible and his strong moral sense, and failed in so doing, as all must fail who would reconcile two contradictories. How he fought with that word eternal, struggled to prove that whatever else it might mean, it did not mean everlasting in our modern sense of the word. That eternal death, being the antithesis to eternal life, must mean a state of ignorance of the Eternal One, even as its opposite was the knowledge of God. That, therefore, men could rise from eternal death, aye, did so rise every day in this life, and might so rise in the life to come. Noble was his protest against this awful doctrine, fettered as he was by undue reverence for, and clinging to, the Bible. His appeal to the moral sense in man as the arbiter of all doctrine has borne good fruit, and his labours have opened a road to free thought greater than he expected or even hoped. Many other clergymen have followed in his steps. The word eternal has been wrangled over continually, but, however they arrive there, all Broad Churchmen unite in the conclusion that it does not, cannot, shall not mean literally lasting for ever. This school of thought has laid much stress on the fondness of Orientals for imagery. They have pointed out that the Jewish word Gehenna is the same as Gehinnom, or Valley of Hinnom, and have seen in the state of that valley the materials for the worm that dieth not, and the fire that is not quenched. They show how by a natural transition the place into which were thrown the bodies of the worst criminals became the type of punishment in the next world, and the valley where children were sacrificed to Moloch gave its name to the infernal abode of devils. From that valley Jesus drew his awful picture, suggested by the pale lurid fires ever creeping there, mingling their ghastly flames with the decaying bodies of the dishonoured dead. In all this there is probably much truth, and many broad churchmen are content to accept this explanation, and so retain their belief in the supernatural character of the Bible, while satisfying their moral sense by rejecting its most immoral dogma. Among the evangelicals only one voice, so far as I know, is heard to protest against eternal torture, and all honour is due to the Reverend Samuel Minton for his rare courage in defying on this point the opinion of his world, and braving the censure which has been duly inflicted on him. He seems to make eternal the equivalent of irredeemable in some cases and of everlasting in others. He believes that the wicked will be literally destroyed, burnt up, consumed. The fact that the fire is eternal by no means implies, he remarks, that that which is cast into the fire should be likewise eternal, and that the fire is unquenchable does not prove that the chaff is unconsumable. Eternal destruction he explains as irreparable destruction, final and irreversible extinction. This theory should have more to recommend it to all who believe in the supernatural inspiration of the Bible than the Broad Church explanation. It uses far less violence towards the words of Scripture, and indeed a very fair case may be made out for it from the Bible itself. It is scarcely necessary to add to this small list of dissentients from orthodox Christianity the Unitarian body. I do not suppose that there is such a phenomenon in existence as a Unitarian Christian who believes in an eternal hell. With these small exceptions, the mass of Christians hold this dogma, but for the most part carelessly and uncomprehendingly. Many are ashamed of it, even while duteously confessing it, and gabble over the sentences in their creed which acknowledge it in a very perfunctory manner. People of this kind do not like to talk about hell, it is better to think of heaven. Some Christians, however, hold it strongly and proclaim their belief boldly. The members of the Evangelical Alliance usually make the profession of it a condition of admittance into their body, while many High Church divines think that a sharp declaration of their belief in it is needed by loyalty towards God and charity to the souls of men. I wish I could believe that all who profess this dogma did not realise it, and only accepted it because their fathers and mothers taught it to them. But what can one say to such statements as the following, quoted from Father Furniss by W. R. Gregg in his splendid Enigmas of Life? I take it as a specimen of Roman Catholic authorised teaching. Children are asked, "How will your body be when the devil has been striking it every moment for 100 million years without stopping?" A girl of 18 is described as dressed in fire. "She wears a bonnet of fire. It is pressed down all over her head. It burns her head. It burns into the skull. It scorches the bone of the skull and makes it smoke." A boy is boiled. "Listen, there is a sound just like that of a kettle boiling. The blood is boiling in the scalded veins of that boy. The brain is boiling and bubbling in his head. The marrow is boiling in his bones." Nay, even the poor little babies are not exempt from torture. One is in a red-hot oven. "Hear how it screams to come out. See how it turns and twists about in the fire. You can see on the face of this little child," the fair, pure, innocent baby face, "what you see on the faces of all in hell, despair, desperate and horrible." Surely this man realised what he taught, but then he was that half-human being, a priest. Dr. Pusey, too, has a word to say about hell. "Gather in mind all that is most loathsome, most revolting, the most treacherous, malicious, coarse, brutal, inventive, fiendish cruelty, unsoftened by any remains of human feeling, such as thou couldst not endure for a single hour. Hear those yells of blaspheming, concentrated hate as they echo along the lurid vault of hell." Protestantism chimes in, and Spurgeon speaks of hell. "Wilt thou think it is easy to lie down in hell, with the breath of the Eternal fanning the flames? Wilt thou delight thyself to think that God will invent torments for thee, sinner? When the damned jingle the burning irons of their torment, they shall say for ever, when they howl, echo cries for ever. I may allude, to conclude my quotations, to a description of hell which I myself heard from an eminent prelate of the English Church, one who is a scholar and a gentleman, a man of moderate views in church matters, by no means a zealot in an ordinary way. In preaching to a country congregation composed mainly of young men and girls, he warned them specially against sins of the flesh, and threatened them with the consequent punishment in hell. Then, in language which I cannot reproduce, for I should not dare to sully my pages by repeating what I then listened to in horrified amazement, there ensued a description, drawn out in careful particulars, of the state of the suffering body in hell, so sickening in its details that it must suffice to say of it that it was a description founded on the condition of a corpse flung out on a dung heap and left there to putrefy, with the additional horror of creeping, slowly burning flames, and this state of things was to go on, as he impressed on them with terrible energy, for ever and ever, decaying but ever renewing. I should almost ask pardon of tender-hearted men and women for laying before them language so abominable, but I urge on all who are offended by it that this is the teaching given to our sons and daughters in the present day. Father Furniss, Dr. Pusey, Mr. Spurgeon, an English bishop, surely these are honoured names, and in quoting them I quote from the teaching of Christendom. Nor mine the fault if the language be unfit for printing. I quote, because if we only assert, Christians are quick to say, "You are misrepresenting our beliefs," and I quote from writers of the present day only, that none may accuse me of hurling at Christians reproaches for a doctrine they have outgrown or softened down. Still, I own that it seems scarcely credible that a man should believe this and remain sane; nay, should preach this and walk calmly home from his church with God's sunshine smiling on the beautiful world, and after preaching it should sit down to a comfortable dinner and very likely a quiet pipe, as though hell did not exist, and its awful misery and fierce despair. It is said that there is no reason that we should not be contented in heaven while others suffer in hell, since we know how much misery there is in this world, and yet enjoy ourselves in spite of the knowledge. I say deliberately of every one who does realise the misery of this world and remains indifferent to it, who enjoys his own share of the good things of this life without helping his brother, who does not stretch out his hand to lift the fallen or raise his voice on behalf of the downtrodden and oppressed, that man is living a life which is the very antithesis of a divine life, a life which has in it no beauty and no nobility, but is selfish, despicable, and mean. And is this the life which we are to regard as the model of heavenly beauty? Is the power to lead this life for ever to be our reward for our self-devotion and self-sacrifice here on earth? Is a supreme selfishness to crown unselfishness at last? But this is the life which is to be the lot of the righteous in heaven. Snatched from a world of flames, caught up in the air to meet their descending Lord, his saints are to return with him to the heaven whence he came. There, crowned with golden crowns, they are to spend eternity, hymning the Lamb who saved them to the music of golden harps, harps whose melody is echoed by the curses and the wailings of the lost, for below is a far different scene. For there the sinners are tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and the presence of the Lamb, and the smoke of their torment ascendeth up for ever and ever, and they have no rest day nor night. It is worth while to gaze for a moment at the scene of future felicity. There is the throne of God and rejoicing crowds. Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets. So goes out the command, and they rejoice because God has avenged them on her. And again they say, Alleluia, and her smoke rose up for ever and ever. Truly God must harden the hearts of his saints in heaven, as of old he hardened Pharaoh's heart, if they are to rejoice over the anguished multitude below, and to bear to live amid the lurid smoke ascending from the burning bodies of the lost. To me the idea is so unutterably loathsome that I marvel how Christians endure to retain such language in their sacred books, for I would note that the awful picture drawn above is not of my doing. It is not the scoffing caricature of an unbeliever. it is heaven as described by St. John the Divine. If this heaven is true, I do not hesitate to say that it is the duty of every human being to reject it utterly and to refuse to enter it. We might even appeal to Christians by the example of their own Jesus, who could not be content to remain in heaven himself while men went to hell, but came down to redeem them from endless suffering. Yet they who ought to imitate him, who do, many of them, lead beautiful lives of self-devotion and compassion, are suddenly, on death, to lose all this which makes them partakers of the divine nature, and are to be content to win happiness for themselves, careless that millions of their brethren are in woe unspeakable. They are to reverse the aim of their past lives. They are to become selfish instead of loving, hard instead of selfless, indifferent instead of loving, hard instead of tender. Which is the better reproduction of the mind of Christ, the Good Samaritan tending the wounded man, or the stern Inquisitor gloating over the fire which consumes heretics to the greater glory of God? Yet the latter is the ideal of heavenly virtue. Never will they who truly love man be content to snatch at bliss for themselves while others suffer, or endure to be crowned with glory while they are crowned with thorns. Better, far better, to suffer in hell and share the pains of the lost, than to have a heart so hard, a nature so degraded, as to enjoy the bliss of heaven, rejoicing over, or even disregarding, the woes of hell. But there is worse than physical torture in the picture of hell. Pain is not its darkest aspect. Of all the thoughts with which the heart of man has outraged the eternal righteousness, there is none so appalling, none so blasphemous, as that which declares that even one soul, made by the Supreme Good, shall remain during all eternity under the power of sin. Divines have wearied themselves in describing the horrors of the Christian hell, but it is not the furnace of flames, not the undying worm, not the fire which never may be quenched, that revolt us most, hideous as are these images. They are not the worst terror of hell. Who does not know how St. Francis, believing himself ordained to be lost everlastingly, fell on his knees and cried, "O my God, if I am indeed doomed to hate thee during eternity, at least suffer me to love thee while I live here." To the righteous heart, the agony of hell is a far worse one than physical torture could inflict. It is the existence of men and women who might have been saints, shut out from hope of holiness for evermore, God's children, the work of his hands, gnashing their teeth at a Father who has cast them down for ever from the life he might have given. It is love everlastingly hated, good everlastingly trampled underfoot, God everlastingly baffled and defied. Worst of all, it is a room in the Father's house where his children may hunger and thirst after righteousness, but never, never can be filled. Quote, "Depart, O sinner, to the chain, enter the eternal cell, to all that's good and true and right, to all that's fair and fond and bright, to all of holiness and right, bid thou thy last farewell." End quote. Would to God that Christian men and women would ponder it well and think it out for themselves, and when they go into the worst parts of our great cities, and their hearts almost break with the misery there, then let them remember how that misery is but a faint picture of the endless, hopeless misery to which the vast majority of their fellow men are doomed. Christian reader, do not be afraid to realise the future in which you say you believe, and which the God of love has prepared for the home of some of his children. Imagine yourself, or any dear to you, plunged into guilt from which there is no Redeemer, and where the voice cannot penetrate of him that speaks in righteousness, mighty to save. In the well-weighed words of a champion of Christian orthodoxy, think there is no reason to believe that hell is only a punishment for past offences. In that dark world, sin and misery reproduce each other in infinite succession. What if the sin perpetuates itself, if the prolonged misery may be the offspring of the prolonged guilt? Ponder it well, and, if you find it true, then cast out from your creed the belief in a Jesus who loved the lost. Blot out from your Bible every verse that speaks of a Father's heart. Tear from your prayer books every page that prays to a Father in heaven. If the lowest of God's creatures is to be left in the foul embraces of sin for ever, God cannot be the eternal righteousness, the unconquerable love. For what sort of righteousness is that which rests idly contented in a heaven of bliss, while millions of souls capable of righteousness are bound by it in helpless sin? What sort of love is that which is satisfied to be repulsed and is willing to be hated? As long as God is righteous, as long as God is love, so long is it impossible that men and women shall be left by him for ever in a state to which our worst dens of earth are a very paradise of beauty and purity. Bible writers may have erred, but "Thou continuest holy, O thou worship of Israel." There is one revelation that cannot err, and that is written by God's finger on every human heart. What man recoils from doing, even at his lowest, can never be done by his Creator, from whose inspiration he draws every righteous thought. Is there one father, however brutalized, who would deliberately keep his child in sin because of a childish fault? One mother who would aimlessly torture her son, keeping him alive but to torment? Yet this, nothing less, nay, 1,000 times more, for it is this multiplied infinitely by infinite power of torture, this is what Christians ask us to believe about our Father and our God, a glimmer from the radiance of whose throne falls on to our earth, when men love their enemies and forgive freely those who wrong them. If this so-called orthodox belief is right, then is their gospel of the love of God to the world a delusion and a lie. If this is true, the teaching of Jesus to publicans and harlots of the fatherhood of God is a cruel mockery of our divinest instincts. The tale of the Good Shepherd, who could not rest while one sheep was lost, is the bitterest irony. But this awful dogma is not true, and the love of God cradles his creation. Not one son of the Father's family shall be left under the power of sin, to be an eternal blot on God's creation, an endless reproach to his Maker's wisdom, an everlasting and irreparable mistake. No amount of argument, however powerful, should make us believe a doctrine from which our hearts recoil with such shuddering horror as they do from this doctrine of eternal torture and eternal sin. There is a divine instinct in the human heart which may be trusted as an arbiter between right and wrong. No supernatural revelation, no miracle, no angel from heaven should have power to make us accept as divine that which our hearts proclaim as vile and devilish. It is not true faith to crush down our moral sense beneath the hoof of credulity. True faith believes in God only as a power which makes for righteousness, and recks little of threats or curses which would force her to accept that which conscience disapproves. And what is more, if it were possible that God were not what we dream, if he were not righteous in all his ways and holy in all his works, then were it craven cowardice to worship him at all. It has been well said that to worship simple power without virtue is nothing but devil worship. In that case, it were nobler to refuse to praise him and to take what he might send. Then indeed we must say, with John Stuart Mill, in that burst of passion which reads so strangely in the midst of his passionless logic, that if I am told that this is justice and love, and that if I do not call it so, God will send me to hell, then to hell I'll go. I have purposely put first my strong reprobation of eternal hell, because of its own essential hideousness, and because, were it ever so true, I should deem myself disgraced by acknowledging it as either loving or good. But it is, however, a satisfaction to note the feebleness of the arguments advanced in support of this dogma, and to find that justice and holiness, as well as love, frown on the idea of an eternal hell. The first argument put forth is this: God has made a law which man breaks. Man must therefore, in justice, suffer the penalty of his transgression. This, like so many of the orthodox arguments, sounds just and right, and at first we perfectly agree with it. The instinct of justice in our own breasts confirms this statement, and looking abroad into the world we see its truth proved by facts. Law is around us on every side. Man is placed in a realm of law. He may strive against the laws which encircle him, but he will only dash himself to pieces against a rock. He is under a code which he breaks at his peril. Here is perfect justice, a justice absolutely unwavering, deaf to cries, unseducible by flatteries, unalloyed by favouritism, A law exists: break it, and you suffer the inevitable consequences. So far, then, the orthodox argument is sound and strong, but now it takes a sudden leap. The penalty of the broken law is hell. Why? What common factor is there between a lie and the lake of fire in which all liars shall have their part? Nature is absolutely against the orthodox corollary, because hell, as a punishment of sin, is purely arbitrary. The punishment might quite as well have been something else, but in nature the penalty of a broken law is always strictly in character with the law itself, and is derived from it. Men imagine the most extraordinary judgment. A nation is given to excessive drinking, and is punished with cattle plague, or shows leanings towards popery, and is chastised with cholera. It is as reasonable to believe this as it would be to expect that if a child fell downstairs he would be picked up covered with blisters from burning, instead of his receiving his natural punishment of being bruised. Why, because I lie and forgot God, should I be punished with fire and brimstone? Fire is not derivable from truth, nor is brimstone a stimulus to memory. There is also a strange confusion in many minds about the punishment of sin. A child is told not to put his hand into the fire. He does so, and is burnt. The burning is a punishment, he is told. For what? Not for disobedience to the parent, as is generally said, but for disregarding the law of nature which says that fire burns. One often hears it said, God's punishment for sin are not equal. One man sins once and suffers for it all his life, while another sins 20 times and is not punished at all. By no means. The two men both break a moral law, and suffer a moral degradation. One of them breaks in addition some physical law, and suffers a physical injury. People see injustice where none exists, because they will not take the trouble to distinguish what laws are broken when material punishments follow. There is nothing arbitrary in nature. Cause and effect rule in her realm. Hell is then unjust, in the first place, because physical torture has nothing in common with moral guilt. It is unjust, secondly, because it is excessive. Sin, say theologians, is to be punished infinitely, because sin is an offence committed against an infinite being. Of course, then, good must logically be rewarded infinitely, because it is duty offered to an infinite being. There is no man who has never done a single good act, so every man deserves an infinite reward. There is no man who has never done a single bad act, so every man deserves an infinite punishment. Therefore every man deserves both an infinite reward and an infinite punishment, which, as Euclid says, is absurd. And this is quite enough answer to the proposition. But I must protest, in passing, against this notion of sin against God, as properly understood. If by this expression is only meant that every sin committed is a sin against God, because every sin is done against man's higher nature, which is God in man, then indeed there is no objection to be made to it. But this is not what is generally meant by the phrase. It usually means that we are able, as it were, to injure God in some way, to dishonour him, to affront him, to trouble him. By sin we make him angry, we provoke him to wrath. Because of this feeling on his own part he punishes us, and demands satisfaction. Surely a moment's reflection must prove to any reasonable being that sin against God in this sense is perfectly impossible. What can the littleness of man do against the greatness of the Eternal? Imagine a speck of dust troubling the depths of the ocean, an aphis burdening an oak tree with its weight. Each is far more probable than that a man could ruffle the perfect serenity of God. Suppose I stand on a lawn watching an ant heap. An ant twinkles his feelers at me scornfully. Do I fly into a passion and rush on to the insect to destroy it, or seize it and slowly torture it? Yet I am far less above the level of the ant than God is above mine. But I must add a word here to guard against the misapprehension that in saying this I am depriving man of the strength he finds in believing that he is personally known to God and an object of his care. Were I the ant's creator, familiar with all the workings of its mind, I might regret, for its sake, the pride and scorn of its maker shown by its action, because it was not rising to the perfection of nature of which it was capable. So in that nature in which we live and move, which is too great to regard anything as little, which is around all and in all, and which we believe to be conscious of all, there is, I cannot but think, some feeling which, for want of a better term, we must call a desire for the growth of his creatures, because in this growth lies their own happiness, and a corresponding feeling of regret when they injure themselves. But I say this in fear and reverence, knowing that human language has no terms in which to describe the nature we adore, and conscious that in the very act of putting ideas about him into words, I degrade the ideas and they no longer fully answer to the thought in my own mind. Silent adoration befits man best in the presence of his Maker, only it is right to protest against the more degrading conceptions of him, although the higher conceptions are themselves far below what he really is. Sin, then, being done against one's self only, cannot deserve an eternity of torture. Sin injures man already, why should he be further injured by endless agony? The infliction of pain is only justifiable when it is the means of conveying to the sufferer himself a gain greater than the suffering inflicted. Therefore punishment is only righteous when reformatory. But endless torture cannot aim at reformation; it has no aim beyond itself, and can only arise therefore from vengeance and vindictiveness, which we have shown to be impossible with God. Hell is unjust, secondly, because its punishment is excessive and aimless. It is also unjust because to avoid it needs an impossible perfection. It is no answer to this to say that there is an escape offered to us through the atonement made by Jesus Christ. Why should I be called on to escape like a criminal from that which I do not deserve? God makes man imperfect, frail, sinful, utterly unable to keep perfectly a perfect law. He therefore fails, and is what? To be strengthened? By no means. He is to go to hell. The statement of this suffices to show its injustice. We cavil not at the wisdom which made us what we are, but we protest against the idea which makes God so cruelly unjust as to torture babies because they are unable to walk as steadily as a full-grown man. Hell is unjust, in the third place, because man does not deserve it. To all this it will probably be retorted, you are arguing as though God's justice were the same as man's, and you are therefore capable of judging it, an assumption which is unwarrantable and is grossly presumptuous. To which I reply, if by God's justice you do not mean justice at all, but refer to some divine attribute of which we know nothing, all my strictures on it fall to the ground. Only do not commit the inconsistency of arguing that hell is just, when by just you mean some unknown quality, and then propping up your theories with proofs drawn from human justice. It would perhaps tend to clearness in argument if you gave this divine attribute some other name instead of using it for an expression which has already a definite meaning. The justice of hell disposed of, we turn to the love of God. I have never heard it stated that hell is a proof of his great love to the world, but I take the liberty myself of drawing attention to it in this light. God, we are told, existed alone before aught was created. There, perfect in himself, in happiness, in glory, he might have remained, say orthodox theologians. Then we have a right to ask, in the name of charity, why did he, happy himself, create a race of beings of whom the vast majority were to be endlessly and hopelessly miserable? Was this love? He created man to glorify him, but was it loving to create those who would only suffer for his glory? Was it not rather a gigantic, an inconceivable selfishness? Man may be saved if he will. That is not to the point. God foreknew that some would be lost, and yet he made them. With all reverence I say it, God had no right to create sentient beings if of one of them it can ever be truly said, good were it for that man that he had never been born. He who creates imposes on himself, by the very act of creation, duties towards his creatures. If God be self-conscious and moral, it is an absolute certainty that the whole creation is moving towards the final good of every creature in it. We did not ask to be made, we suffered not when we existed not. God, who has laid existence on us without our consent, is responsible for our final good, and is bound by every tie of righteousness and justice, not to speak of love, to make the existence he gave us, unasked, a blessing and not a curse to us. Parents feel this responsibility towards the children they bring into the world, and feel themselves bound to protect and to make happy those who, without them, had not been born. But if hell be true, then every man and woman is bound not to fulfil the divine command of multiplying the race, since by doing so they are aiding to fill the dungeons of hell, and they will, hereafter, have their sons and daughters cursing the day of their birth, and overwhelming their parents with reproaches for having brought into the world a body which God was thus enabled to curse with the awful gift of an immortal soul. We must notice also that God, who is said to love righteousness, can never crush out righteousness in any human soul. There is no one so utterly degraded as to be without one sign of good. Among the lowest and vilest of our population we find beautiful instances of kindly feeling and generous help. Can any woman be more degraded than she who only values her womanhood as a means of gain, who drinks, fights, and steals? Let those who have been among such women say that if they have not been cheered sometimes by a very ray of the light of God, when the most degraded has shown kindness to an equally degraded sister, and when the very gains of sin have been purified by being poured into the lap of a suffering and dying companion. Shall love and devotion, however feeble, and selfishness and sympathy, however transitory in their action, shall these stars of heaven be quenched in the blackness of the pit of hell? If it be so, then, verily, God is not the righteous Lord who loveth righteousness. But we cannot leave out of our impeachment of hell that it injures man as much as it degrades his conceptions of God. It cultivates selfishness and fear, two of his basest passions. There has scarcely perhaps been born into this world this century a purer and more loving soul than that of the late John Keble, the author of the Christian Year. Yet what a terrible effect this belief had on him! He must cling to his belief in hell, because otherwise he would have no certainty of heaven. Quote, "But where is then the stay of contrite hearts? Of old they lean on thy eternal word, but with the sinner's fear their hope departs, fast linked as thy great name to thee, O Lord. That name by which thy faithful hope is past, that we should endless be for joy or woe, and if the treasures of thy wrath should waste, thy lovers must their promised heaven forego." End quote. That is to say, in plain English, I cannot give up the certainty of hell for others, because if I do I shall have no certainty of heaven for myself, and I would rather know that millions of my brethren should be tormented for ever than remain doubtful about my own everlasting enjoyment. Surely a loving heart would say instead, "O God, let us all die and remain unconscious for ever, rather than that one soul should suffer everlastingly." The terrible selfishness of the Christian belief degrades the noblest soul. The horror of hell makes men lose their self-control and think only of their personal safety, just as we see men run wild sometimes at a shipwreck, when the gain of a minute means life. The belief in hell fosters religious pride and hatred, for all religious people think that they themselves at least are sure of heaven. If then they are going to rejoice through all eternity over the sufferings of the lost, why should they treat them with kindness or consideration here? Thus hell becomes the mother of persecution. For the heretic, the enemy of the Lord, there is no mercy and no forgiveness. Then the saints persuade themselves that true charity obliges them to persecute, for suffering may either save the heretic himself by forcing him to believe, or may at least scare others from sharing his heresy, and so preserve them from eternal fire. And they are right, if hell is true. Any means are justifiable which may save man from that horrible doom. Surely we should not hesitate to knock a man down if by so doing we preserved him from throwing himself over a precipice. Belief in hell takes all beauty from virtue. Who cares for obedience only rendered through fear? No true love of good is wrought in man by the fear of hell, and outward respectability is of little worth when the heart and the desires are unpurified. We may add that the fear of hell is a very slight practical restraint. No man thinks himself really bad enough for hell, and it is so far off that everyone intends to repent at the last and so escape it. Far more restraining is the proclamation of the stern truth that, in the popular sense of the word, There is no such thing as the forgiveness of sins, that as a man sows so shall he reap, and that broken laws avenge themselves without exception. Belief in hell stifles all inquiry into truth by setting a premium on one form of belief, and by forbidding another under frightful penalties. If it be true, as it is true, that all who do not believe this shall perish everlastingly, then, I ask, is it not worth while to believe? So says a clergyman of the Church of England. Thus he presses his people to accept the dogma of the deity of Jesus, not because it is true, but because it is dangerous to deny it. And this difficulty meets us every day. If we urge inquiry, we are told it is dangerous. If we suggest a difficulty, we are told it is safer to believe. And so this doctrine of hell chains down men's faculties and palsies their intellects, and they dare not seek for truth at all, lest he who is truth should cast them into hell for it. It may perhaps be said by many that I have attacked this dogma with undue vehemence and with excessive warmth. I attack it thus because I know the harm that it is doing, because it saddens the righteous hearts and clouds the face of God. Only those who have realised hell, and realising it have believed in it, know the awful shadow with which it darkens the world. There are many who laugh at it, but they have not felt its power, and they forget that a dogma which is only ludicrous to them is weighing heavily on many a tender heart and sensitive brain. Hell drives many mad. To others it is a lifelong horror. It pales the sunlight with its lurid flames. It blackens the earth with the smoke of its torment. It makes the devil an actual presence. It transforms God into an enemy, eternity into an awful doom. It takes the spring out of all pleasures. It poisons all enjoyments. It spreads gloom over life, and enshrouds the tomb in horror unspeakable. Only those who have felt the anguish of this nightmare know what it is to wake up into the sunlight and find it is only a disordered dream of the darkness. They only know the glorious liberty of heart and soul with which they lift up smiling faces to meet the smile of God, when they can say from the depths of their glad hearts, I believe that God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. I believe that all mankind is safe, cradled in the everlasting arms. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 on Inspiration. There is a certain amount of difficulty in defining the word inspiration. It is used in so many different senses by the various schools of religious thought that it is almost necessary to know the theological opinions of the speaker before being quite sure of his meaning when he talks of a book as being inspired. In the halcyon days of the Church, when faith was strong and reason weak, when priests had but to proclaim and laymen but to assent, inspiration had a distinct and a very definite meaning. An inspired man spoke the very words of God. The Bible was perfect from the "in the beginning" of Genesis to the "Amen" of Revelation. It was perfect in science, perfect in history, perfect in doctrine, perfect in morals. In that diamond no flaw was to be seen. It sparkled with a spotless purity, reflecting back in many-coloured radiance the pure white light of God. But when the chemistry of modern science came forward to test this diamond, a murmuring arose, low at first, but irrepressible. It was scrutinized through the microscope of criticism, and cracks and flaws were discovered in every direction. Then, instead of being enshrined on the altar, encircled by candles, it was brought out into the searching sunlight, and the naked eye could see its imperfections. Then it was tested anew, and some bold men were heard to whisper, "It is no diamond at all. God formed in ages past. It is nothing but paste, manufactured by man." And the news passed from mouth to mouth, until the whisper swelled into a cry, and many voices echoed, "This is no diamond at all." And so things are today. The battle rages still. Some maintain their jewel is perfect as ever, and that the flaws are in the eyes that look at it. Some reluctantly allow that it is imperfect, but still consider it a diamond. Others resolutely assert that, though valuable for its antiquity and its beauty, it is really nothing but paste. To take the first really orthodox theory of inspiration, generally styled the plenary or verbal inspiration of the Bible. It was well defined centuries since by Athenagoras. According to him, the inspired writers uttered the things that were wrought in them when the divine Spirit moved them. The Spirit, using them as a flute player, would blow into the flute. The same idea has been uttered in powerful poetry by a writer of our own day. Quote, "Then through the mid-complaint of my confession, then through the pang and passion of my prayer, leaps with a start the shock of his possession, thrills me and touches, and the Lord is there. Scarcely I catch the words of his revealing, hardly I hear him, dimly understand, only the power that is within me pealing, lives on my lips and beckons to my hand." End quote. The idea is exactly the same as that of the pagan prophetesses. They became literally possessed by a spirit, who used their lips to declare his own thoughts. So Orthodox Christians believe that it is no longer Moses or Isaiah or Paul that speaks, but the Spirit of the Father that speaks in them. This theory is held by all strictly orthodox believers. This, and this only, is from their lips. Inspiration, hard pressed on the subject, they will allow that the Spirit inspires all good thoughts in a sense. But they will be very careful in declaring that this is only inspiration in a secondary sense, an inspiration which differs in kind as well as in degree from the inspiration of the writers of the Bible. By this mechanical theory, so to speak, it is manifest that all possibility of error is excluded. Thus, when Matthew quotes from the Old Testament an utterly irrelevant historical reference, "When Israel was a child, then I loved him and called my son out of Egypt," as a prophecy of the alleged flight of Jesus into Egypt, and his subsequent return from that country into Palestine, we find Dr. Wordsworth, Right Reverend Father in God, and Bishop of Lincoln, gravely telling us that "the Holy Spirit here declares what had been in his own mind when he uttered these words by Hosea, and who shall venture to say that he knows the mind of the Spirit better than the Spirit himself?" Dr. Pusey again, standing valiantly, after the manner of the man, to every church dogma, however it may be against logic, against common sense, against reason, or against charity, makes a very reasonable inquiry of those who believe in an outward and supernatural inspiration, and yet object to the term verbal. How, he asks, can thought be conveyed to a man's mind except through words? The learned doctor's remark is indeed a very pertinent one, as addressed to all those who believe in an exterior revelation. Thoughts which are communicated from without can only become known to man through the medium of words. Even his own thoughts only become appreciable to him when they are sufficiently distinct to be clothed in words, of course not necessarily spoken words. And we can only exclude from this rule such thoughts as may be presented to the mind through mental sight or hearing, e.g. music might probably be composed mentally by imagining the sounds, or mechanical contrivances invented by imagining the objects, but any argument, any story, which is capable of reproduction in writing, must be thought out in words. A moment's thought renders this obvious. If a man is arguing with a Frenchman in his own language, he must, to render his arguments clear and powerful, think in French. Now, if the Bible be inspired so as to ensure accuracy, how can this be done except through words? For many of the facts recorded must, from the necessity of the case, have been unknown to the writers. Suppose for a moment that the biblical account of the creation of the world were true, no man in that case could possibly have thought it out for himself. Only two theories can reasonably be held regarding this record: one, that it is true, which implies necessarily that it is literally true and verbally inspired, since the knowledge could only have come from the Creator, and being communicated must have come in the form of words, which words, being God's, must be literally true. The other, that it ranks with other ancient cosmogonies, and is simply the thought of some old writer, giving his idea as to the origin of the world around him. I select the account of the creation as a crucial test of the verbal theory of inspiration, because any other account in the Bible that I can think of has a human actor in it, and it might be maintained, however unlikely the hypothesis, that a report was related or written down by one who had been present at the incident reported, and the inspiration of the final writer may be said to consist in rewriting the previous record which he may be directed to incorporate in his own work. But no one witnessed the creation of the world save the Creator, or, at the most, he and his angels, and the account given of it must, if true, be word for word divine, or, if false, as it is, must be nothing more than human fancy. We must push this argument one step further. If the account was communicated only to the man's mind, in words rising internally to the inward ear alone, how could the man distinguish between these divine thoughts rising in his mind and his own human thoughts rising in exactly the same manner? Thoughts rise in our minds, we know not how. We only become conscious of them when they are there, and, as far as we can judge, they are produced quite naturally according to certain laws. But how is it possible for us to distinguish whence these thoughts come? There they are, ours, not another's. Ours, as the child is the father's and the mother's, the product of their own beings. If my thought is not mine, but God's, how am I to know this? It is produced within me as my own, and the source of one thought is not distinguishable from that of another. Thus, those who believe in the accuracy of the Bible are step by step driven to allow that not only are words necessary, but spoken words. If the Bible be supernaturally inspired at all, then God must have spoken not only in human words, but also in human voice. If the Bible be supernaturally inspired at all, it must be verbally inspired, and be literally accurate about every subject on which it treats. Unfortunately for the maintainers of verbal inspiration, their theory is splendidly adapted for being brought before the bar of inexorable fact. It is worthwhile to remark, in passing, that the infallibility of the Bible has only remained unchallenged where ignorance has reigned supreme. As soon as men began to read history and to study nature, they also began to question scriptural accuracy, and to defy scriptural authority. Infallibility can only live in twilight. So far, every infallibility has fallen before advancing knowledge, save only the infallibility of nature, which is the infallibility of God himself. Protestants consider Roman Catholics fools, in that they are not able to see that the Pope cannot be infallible, because one Pope has cursed what another Pope has blessed. They can see in the case of others that contradiction destroys infallibility, but they cannot see the force of the same argument when applied to their own Pope, the Bible. Strong in their invincible ignorance, they bring us a divinely inspired book. Good, we answer. Then is your book absolutely true, and it will square with all known truth in science and history, and will, of course, never be self-contradictory. The first important question which arises in our minds as we open so instructive a book as a revelation from on high refers naturally to the great inspirer. The Bible contains, as might indeed be reasonably expected, many statements as to the nature of God, and we inquire of it, in the first place, the character of its author. May we hope to see him in the world? Yes, answers Exodus. Moses, in days gone by, spoke to God face to face, and 74 Israelites saw him, and eat and drank in his presence. We have scarcely taken in this answer when we hear the same voice proceed, No, for God said, Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. While John declares that no man hath seen him, and Paul that no man neither hath nor can see him. Is he almighty? Yes, says Jesus. With God all things are possible. No, retorts Judges, for he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. Is he just? Yes, answers Ezekiel. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. No, says Exodus. The Lord declares that he visits the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Is he impartial? Yes, answers Peter. God is no respecter of persons. No, says Romans, for God loved Jacob and hated Esau before they were born, that his purpose of election might stand. Is he truthful? Yes, it is impossible for God to lie, says Hebrews. No, says God of himself in Ezekiel, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. Is he loving? Yes, sings the psalmist. He is loving unto every man, and his tender mercy is over all his works. No, growls Jeremiah, he will not pity, nor spare, nor have mercy on them. Is he easily pacified when offended? Yes, says the psalmist, his wrath endureth but the twinkling of an eye. No, says Jeremiah, ye have kindled a fire in his anger that shall burn for ever. Unable to discover anything reliable about God, doubtful whether he be just or unjust, partial or impartial, true or false, loving or fierce, placable or implacable, we come to the conclusion that at all events we had better be friends with him, and surely the book which reveals his will to us will at least tell us in what way he desires us to approach him. Does he accept sacrifice? Yes, says Genesis. Noah sacrificed, and God smelled a sweet savour. And Samuel tells us how God was prevailed on to take away a famine by the sacrifice of 7 men, hanged up before the Lord. In our fear we long to escape from him altogether, and ask if this be possible. Yes, says Genesis. Adam and his wife hid from him in the trees, and he had to go down from his heaven to see if some evil deeds were rightly reported to him. No, says Solomon, you cannot hide from him, for his eyes are in every place. So we throw up in despair all hope of finding out anything reliable about him, and proceed to search for some trustworthy history. We try to find out how man was made. One account tells us that he was made male and female, even in the image of God himself. Another, that God made man alone, and subsequently formed a woman for him out of one of his own ribs. Then we find in one chapter that the beasts were all made, and lastly that God made his masterpiece, man. In another chapter we are told that God, having made man, thought it not good to leave him by himself, and proceeded to make every beast and fowl, saying that he would make Adam a helpmeet for him. On bringing them to Adam, however, none was found worthy to mate with him, so woman was tried as a last experiment. As we read on we find evident marks of confusion, double or even treble accounts of the same incident, as, for instance, the denying a wife and its consequences. Then we see Moses fearing Pharaoh's wrath, and flying out of Egypt to avoid the king's wrath, and not venturing to return until after his death, and are therefore surprised to learn from Hebrews that he forsook Egypt by faith, not fearing the wrath of the king. Then we come across numberless contradictions in Kings and Chronicles, in prophecy and history. Ezekiel prophesies that Nebuchadnezzar shall conquer Tyrus, and destroy it and take all its riches, and a few chapters afterwards it is recorded that he did accordingly attack Tyrus, but failed, and that as he got no wages for this attack, he should have Egypt for his failure. In the New Testament the contradictions are endless. Joseph, the husband of Mary, had 2 fathers, Jacob and Heli. Salah is in the same predicament, for although the son of Canaan, Arphaxad begat him. When John was cast into prison, Jesus began to preach, although he had been preaching and gaining disciples while John was still at large. Jesus sent the 12 to preach, telling them to take a staff, and yet bidding them to take none. He ate the Passover with his disciples, although he was crucified before that feast. He had one title on his cross, but it is verbally inspired in 4 different ways. He rose with many variations of date and time, and ascended the same evening, although he subsequently went into Galilee and remained on earth for 40 days. He sent word to his disciples to meet him at Galilee, and yet suddenly appeared among them as they sat quietly together the same evening at Jerusalem. Stephen's history contradicts our Old Testament. When Paul is converted, his companions hear a voice, although another account says that they heard none at all. After his conversation, he goes in and out at Jerusalem with the apostles, although, strangely enough, he sees none of them, except Peter and James. But one might spend pages in noting these inconsistencies, while even one of them destroys the verbal inspiration theory. From these contradictions I maintain that one of 2 things must follow: either the Bible is not an inspired book, or else inspiration is consistent with much error, as I shall presently show. I am quite ready to allow that the Bible is inspired, and I therefore lay down as my first canon of inspiration that inspiration does not prevent inaccuracy. I turn to the second class of orthodox inspirationists, who, while allowing that verbal inspiration is proved impossible by many trivial inconsistencies, yet affirm that God's overruling power ensures substantial accuracy, and that its history and science are perfectly true and are to be relied on. To test this assertion, we, after noting that Bible history is, as has been remarked above, continually self-contradictory, turn to other histories and compare the Bible with them. We notice first that many important biblical occurrences are quite ignored by profane historians. We are surprised to see that while the Babylonish captivity left marks on Israel which are plainly seen, Egypt left no trace on Israel's names or customs, and Israel no trace on Egypt's monuments. The doctrine of angels comes not from heaven, but slips into Jewish theology from the Persian, while immortality is brought to light neither by Hebrew prophet nor by the gospel of Jesus, but by the people among whom the Jews resided during the Babylonish captivity. The Jewish scriptures, which precede the captivity, know of nothing beyond the grave. The Jewish scriptures after the captivity are radiant with the light of a life to come. To these Jesus adds nothing of joy or hope. The very central doctrine of Christianity, the Godhead of Jesus, is nothing but a repetition of an idea of Greek philosophy, borrowed by early Christian writers, and is to be found in Plato and Philo as clearly as in the fourth Gospel. Science contradicts the Bible as much as does history. Geology laughs at its puny periods of creation. Astronomy destroys its heavens, and asks why this little world took a week in making, while the sun and moon and the countless stars were rapidly turned out in 12 hours. Natural history wonders why the kangaroos did not stay in Asia after the deluge, instead of undertaking the long sea voyage to far Australia, and enquires how the Mexicans and Peruvians and others crossed the wide ocean to settle in America. Archaeology presents its human bones from ancient caves, and asks how they got there, if only 6,000 years have passed since Adam and Eve stood alone in Eden, gazing out on the unpeopled earth. The pyramids point at the Negro type distinct and clear, and ask how it comes that it was so rapidly developed at first, and yet has remained stationary ever since. At last, science gets weary of slaying a foe so puny, and goes on its way with a smile on its grand, still face, leaving the Bible to teach its science to whom it likes. Evidence so weighty crushes all life out of this second theory of inspiration, and gives us a second rule to guide us in our search: inspiration does not prevent ignorance and error. We may pass on to the third class of inspirationists, those who believe that the Bible is not given to man to teach him either history or science, but only to reveal to him what he could not discover by the use of his natural faculties, e.g. the duties of morality and the nature of God. I must note here the subtlety of this retreat. Driven by inexorable fact to allow the Bible to be fallible in everything in which we can test its assertions, they, by a clever strategic movement, remove their defence to a post more difficult to attack. They maintain that the Bible is infallible in points where no cannonade of facts can be brought to bear on it. What is this but to say that, although we can prove the Bible to be fallible on every point capable of proof, we are still blindly to believe it to be infallible where demonstrated error is, from the nature of the case, impossible? As regards the nature of God, we have already seen that the Bible ascribes to him virtue and vice indifferently. We turn to morality, and here our first great difficulty meets us, for when we point to a thing and say, "That is profoundly immoral," our opponents retort, "It is perfectly moral." Only the progress of humanity can prove which of us is in the right, though here too we have one great fact on our side, and that is, the conscience in man. Already men would rather die than imitate the actions of Old Testament saints, who did that which was right in the eyes of Jehovah, and presently they will be bold enough to reject in words that which they already reject in deeds. Few would put the Bible freely into the hands of a child, any more than they would give freely to the young the unpurged editions of Swift and Sterne, and I imagine that the most pious parents would scarcely see with unmingled pleasure their son and daughter of 15 and 16 studying together the histories and laws of the Pentateuch. But taking the Bible as a rule of life, are we to copy its saints and its laws? For instance, is it right for a man to marry his half-sister, as did the great ancestor of the Jews, Abraham, the friend of God? a union, by the way, which is forbidden by Jewish law, although said to be the source of their race. Is the lie of the Egyptian midwives right, because Jehovah blessed them for it, even as Jael is pronounced blessed by Deborah the prophetess for her accursed treachery and murder? Is the robbery of the Egyptians right, because commanded by Jehovah? Are the old cruel laws of witchcraft right, because Jehovah doomed the witch to death? Are the ordeals of the Middle Ages right, because derived from the laws of Jehovah? Is human sacrifice right, because attempted by Abraham, enjoined by Moses, practised by Jephthah, efficacious in turning away God's wrath when Saul's 7 sons were offered up? Is murder right, because Phinehas wrought atonement by it, and Moses sent his murderers throughout the camp to stay God's anger by slaying their brethren? Is it right that the persons of women captives should be the prey of the conquerors, because the Jews were commanded by Jehovah to save alive the virgins and keep them for themselves, except the 64 reserved for himself? Is the man after God's own heart a worthy model for imitation? Are Jehu's lying and slaughter right, because right in the eyes of Jehovah? Is Hosea's marriage commendable, because commanded by Jehovah? Or are the signs of Jeremiah and Ezekiel the less childish and indecent, because they are prefaced with, "Thus saith Jehovah"? Far be it from me to detract from the glorious morality of portions of the Bible, but if the whole book be inspired and infallible in its moral teaching, then of course one moral lesson is as important as another, and we have no right to pick and choose where the whole is divine. The harsher part of the Old Testament morality has burnt its mark into the world, and may be traced through history by the groans of suffering men and women, by burning witches and tortured enemies of the Lord, by flaming cities and blood-stained fields. If murder and rapine, treachery and lies, robbery and violence were commanded long ago by Almighty God, if things are right and wrong only by virtue of his command, then who can say that they may not be right once more, when used in the cause of the Church, and how are we to know that Moses speaks in God's name when he commands them, and Torquemada only in his own? But even Christians are beginning to feel ashamed of some of the exploits of the Old Testament saints, and to try and explain away some of the harsher features. We even hear sometimes a wicked whisper about imperfect light, etc. Good heavens, what blasphemy! Imperfect light can mean nothing less than imperfect God, if he is responsible for the morality of these writings. So from our own study of the Bible we deduce another canon by which we may judge of inspiration. Inspiration does not prevent moral error. There is a fourth class of inspirationists, the last which clings to the skirts of orthodoxy, which is always endeavouring to plant one foot on the rocks of science, while it balances the other over the quicksands of orthodox supernaturalism. The Broad Church school here takes one wide step away from orthodoxy, by allowing that the inspiration of the Bible differs only in degree and not in kind from the inspiration common to all mankind. They recognise the great fact that the inspiring Spirit of God is the source whence flow all good and noble deeds, and they point out that the Bible itself refers all good and all knowledge to that one Spirit, and that he breathes mechanical skill into Bezaleel and Aholiab, strength into Samson's arms, wisdom into Solomon, as much as he breathes the ecstasy of the prophet into Isaiah, faith into Paul, and love into John. They recognise the old legends as authentic, but would maintain as stoutly that he spoke to Newton through the falling of an apple, as that he spoke of old to Elijah by the fire, or to the wise men by a star. This school try and remove the moral difficulties of the Old Testament by regarding the history recorded in it as a history which is specially intended to unveil the working of God through all history, and so to gradually reveal God as he makes himself known to the world. Thus the grosser parts are regarded as wholly attributable to the ignorance of men, and they delight to see the divine light breaking slowly through the thick clouds of human error and prejudice, and to trace in the Bible the gradual evolution of a nobler faith and a purer morality. They regard the miracles of Jesus as a manifestation that God underlies nature and works ever therein. They believe God to be specially manifested in Jewish history, in order that men may understand that he presides over all nations and rules over all peoples. To Morris, the Bible is the explainer of all earth's problems, the unveiler of God, the bread of life. There is, on the whole, little to object to in the Broad Church view of inspiration, although liberal thinkers regret that, as a party, they stop half-way, and are still trammelled by the half-broken chains of orthodoxy. For instance, they usually regard the direct revelation of morality as closed by Jesus and his immediate followers, although they allow that God has not deserted his world, nor confined his inspiration within the covers of a book. To them, however, the Bible is still the inspired book, standing apart by itself, differing from all other sacred books. From their views of inspiration, which contain so much that is true, we deduce a fourth rule: inspiration is not confined to written words about God. From a criticism of the book, which is held by orthodox Christians to be specially inspired, we have then gained some idea of what inspiration does not do. It does not prevent inaccuracy, ignorance, error, nor is it confined to any written book. Inspiration then cannot be an overwhelming influence, crushing the human faculties and bearing along the subject of it on a flood which he can neither direct nor resist. It is a breathing, gentle and gradual, of pure thoughts into impure hearts, tender thoughts into fierce hearts, forgiving thoughts into revengeful hearts. David calls home his banished son, and he learns that, even as a father pitieth his children, so is the Lord merciful unto them that fear him. Paul wishes himself accursed if it may save his brethren, and from his own self-sacrificing love he learns that God will have all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. Thus inspiration is breathed into the man's heart. I love and forgive, weak as I am. What must be the depth of the love and forgiveness of God? David's fierce revenge finds an echo in his writings. For man writes and not God. He defaces God by ascribing to him the passions surging only in his own burning eastern heart. Then, as the Spirit moves him to forgiveness, his song is of mercy, for he feels that his Maker must be better than himself. That part of the Bible is inspired, I do not deny, in the sense that all good thoughts are the result of inspiration, but only as we share the inspiration of the Bible can we distinguish between the noble and the base in it, between the eternal and that which is fast passing away. But as we do not expect to find that inspiration nowadays guards men from much error, both of word and deed, so we should not expect to find it otherwise in days gone by. Nor should we wonder that the man who spoke of God as showing his tender fatherhood by punishing and correcting could so sink down into hard thoughts of that loving Father as to say that it was a fearful thing to fall into his hands. These contradictions meet us in every man. They are the highest and the lowest moments of the human soul. Only as we are inspired to love and patience in our conduct towards men will our words be inspired when we speak of God. Having thus seen what inspiration does not do, we must glance at what it really is. It is perhaps natural that we, rejecting as we do with somewhat of vehemence the idea of supernatural revelation, should oftentimes be accused of denying all revelation and disbelieving all inspiration. But even as we are not atheists, although we deny the Godhead of Jesus, so we are not unbelievers in inspiration, because we refuse to bend our necks beneath the yoke of an inspired Bible. For we believe in a God too mighty and too universal to be wrapped in swaddling clothes or buried in a cave, and we believe in an inspiration too mighty and too universal to belong only to one nation and to one age. As the air is as free and as refreshing to us as it was to Isaiah, to Jesus, or to Paul, so does the spiritual air of God's Spirit breathe so softly and as refreshingly on our brows as on theirs. We have eyes to see and ears to hear quite as much as they had in Judea long ago. If God be omnipresent and omniactive, this inspiration is no miracle, but a regular mode of God's action on conscious spirit, as gravitation on unconscious matter. It is not a rare condescension of God, but a universal uplifting of man. To obtain a knowledge of duty, a man is not sent away outside of himself to ancient documents for the only rule of faith and practice. The word is very nigh him, even in his heart, and by this word he is to try all documents whatever. Wisdom, righteousness, and love are the Spirit of God in the soul of man. Wherever these are, and just in proportion to their power, there is inspiration from God. Inspiration is the income of God to the soul in the form of truth through reason, of right through conscience, of love and faith through affections and religious element. A man would be looked on as mad who should claim miraculous inspiration for Newton, as they have been who denied it in the case of Moses. But no candid man will doubt that, humanly speaking, it was a more difficult thing to write the Principia than to write the Decalogue. Man must have a nature most sadly anomalous. If unassisted, he is able to accomplish all the triumphs of modern science, and yet cannot discover the plainest and most important principles of religion and morality without a miraculous inspiration. And still more so if, being able to discover by God's natural aid these chief and most important principles, he needs a miraculous inspiration to disclose minor details. Thus we believe that inspiration from God is the birthright of humanity, and to be an heir of God it needs only to be a son of man. Earth's treasures are highly priced and hard to win, but God's blessings are, like the rain and the sunshine, showered on all comers. Quote, "'Tis only heaven is given away, 'tis only God may be had for the asking. No price is set on the lavish summer, June may be had by the poorest comer." End quote. If inspiration were indeed that which it is thought to be by the orthodox Christians, surely we ought to be able to distinguish its sayings from those of the uninspired. If inspiration be confined to the Christian Bible, how is it that the inspired thoughts were in many cases spoken out to the world hundreds of years before they fell from the lips of an inspired Jew? It seems a somewhat uncalled for, miraculous interference for a man to be supernaturally inspired to inform the world of some moral truth which had been well known for hundreds of years to a large portion of the race. Or is it that a great moral truth bears within itself so little evidence of its royal birth, that it cannot be accepted as ruler by divine right over men until its proclamation is signed by some duly accredited messenger of the Most High? Then indeed must God be more cognizable by the senses than by the soul, and then the eye or the ear is a truer and quicker percipient of Deity than the Spirit which came forth from him. Was Paul inspired when he wished himself accursed for his brethren's sake, but Kuan Yin uninspired when she said, "Never will I seek nor receive private individual salvation, never enter into final peace alone"? If Jesus and the prophets were inspired when they placed mercy above sacrifice, was Manu uninspired in saying that a man will fall very low if he performs ceremonial acts only, and fails to discharge his moral duties? Was Jesus inspired when he taught that the whole law was comprehended in one saying, namely, "Thou shalt love thy neighbour as thyself"? And yet was Confucius uninspired when, in answer to the question, what one word would serve as a rule to one's whole life, he said, "Reciprocity. What you do not wish done to yourself, do not to others"? Or take the Talmud and study it, and then judge from what uninspired source Jesus drew much of his highest teachings. Whoso looketh on the wife of another with a lustful eye is considered as if he had committed adultery. Kala. With what measure we meet, we shall be measured again. Yohanan. What thou wouldst not like to be done to thyself, do not to others. This is the fundamental law. Hillel. If he be admonished to take the splinter out of his eye, he would answer, "Take the beam out of thine own." Tarphon. Imitate God in his goodness, be towards thy fellow creatures as he is towards the whole creation. Clothe the naked, heal the sick, comfort the afflicted, be a brother to the children of thy Father. The whole parable of the houses built on the rock and on the sand is taken out of the Talmud, and such instances of quotation might be indefinitely multiplied. What do they all prove? That there is no inspiration in the Bible? By no means, but surely that inspiration is not confined to the Bible, but is spread over the world, that much in all sacred books is the outcome of inspired minds at their highest, although we find the same books containing gross and low thoughts. We should always remember that although the Bible is more specially a revelation to us of the Western nations than are the Vedas and the Zend-Avesta, that it is only so because it is better suited to our modes of thought, and because it has been one of the agents in our education. The reverence with which we may regard the Bible as bound up with many sacred memories, and as the chosen teacher of many of our greatest minds and purest characters, is rightly directed in other nations to their own sacred books. The books are really all on a level, with much good and much bad in them all, but as the Hebrew was inspired to proclaim that "the Lord thy God is one Lord" to the Hebrews, so was the Hindu inspired to proclaim to Hindus there is only one Deity, the Great Soul. Either all are inspired, or none are. They stand on the same footing. And we rejoice to believe that one Spirit breathes in all, and that his inspiration is ours today. The Father worketh hitherto, although men fancy he is resting in an eternal Sabbath. The Orthodox tells us, in rejecting the rule of morality laid down for us in the Bible, and in trusting ourselves to this inspiration of the free Spirit of God, our faith and our morality will alike be shifting and unstable. But we reck not of their warnings. Our faith and our morality are only shifting in this sense, that, as we grow holier and purer and wiser, our conception of God and of righteousness will rise and expand with our growth. It was a golden saying of one of God's noblest sons that "no man knoweth the Father save the Son." To know God we must resemble him, as we see in the child the likeness of the parent, but in trusting ourselves to the guidance of the Spirit of God, we are not building the house of our faith on the shifting sand, rather we are dwelling in a city that hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. Wisely was it sung of old, "Except the Lord build the house, their labour is but lost that build it." Vain are all efforts of priestly coercion, vain all toils of inspired books, vain the utter sacrifice of reason and conscience. Their labour is but lost when they strive to build a temple of human faith strong enough to bear the long strain of time, or the earthquake shock of grief. God only by the patient guiding of his love, by the direct inspiration of his Spirit, can lay, stone by stone and timber by timber, that priceless fabric of trust and love which shall outlive all attacks and all changes, and shall stand in the human soul as long as his own eternity endures. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 on the religious education of children. In every transition stage of the world's history, the question of education naturally comes to the front. So much depends on the first impressions of childhood, on the first training of the tender shoot, that it has always been acknowledged, from Solomon to Forster, that to train up a child in the way he should go is among the most important duties of fathers and citizens. To the individual, to the family, to the state, the education of the rising generation is a question of primary importance. Plato began the education of the citizens of his ideal republic from the very hour of their birth. The nursing child was taken from the mother, lest injudicious treatment should mar, in the slightest degree, the perfection of the future warrior. On this point, modern and ancient wisdom clasp hands, and place the education of the child among the most important duties of the state. The battle at present raging between the advocates of secular and religious education, to use the cant of the day, is a most natural and righteous recognition of the vast interests at stake when Church or State claims the right of training the sons and daughters of England. No one has yet attempted to explain why it should be irreligious to teach writing or history or geography, or why it should destroy a child's soul to improve his mental faculties. It is among the mysteries of the faith why it is better for our poor to leave them to grow up in both moral and intellectual darkness, than to dissipate the intellectual darkness by some few rays of knowledge, and to leave the moral training to other hands. If we left a starving man to die because we could only give him bread, and were unable to afford cheese in addition, all would unite in declaiming at our folly. But religious people would rather that our street Arabs grew up both heathens and brutes, than that we should improve their minds without Christianising their souls. Better let a lad grow up a thief and a drunkard, than turn him into an artisan and a free thinker. There can scarcely be a better proof of the unreasonableness of Christian doctrine than the Christian fear of sharpening mental faculties without binding them down at the same time in the chains of dogma. Only a religion founded on reason can dare to train children's minds to the utmost, and then leave them free to use all the power and keenness acquired by that training on the investigation of any religious doctrine presented to them. We, who have written Tekel on the Christian faith, share in the opinion of the Christian clergy that man's carnal reason is a terrible foe to the Christian revelation, but here we begin to differ from them. For while they regard this reason as a child of the devil, to be scourged and chained down, we do homage to it as to the fairest offspring of the Divine Spirit, the brightest earthly reflection of his glory and the nearest image of his person. We would cherish it, tend it, nourish it, as our Father's noblest gift to humanity, as our surest guide and best counsellor, as the ear which hears his voice, and the eye which sees him, as the sharpest weapon against superstition, the ultimate arbiter on earth between right and wrong. To us, then, education is ranged on the side of God. We welcome it freely and gladly, because all truth, all light, all knowledge are foes of falsehood, of darkness, of ignorance. If we mistake error for truth, a brighter light will set us right, and we only wish to be taught truth, not to be proved right. Most liberal thinkers agree in recognising the fact that the duties of the state in the matter of education must, in the nature of things, be purely secular. That is to say, while the state insists that the future citizen shall be taught at least the elements of learning, so as to fit him or her for fulfilling the duties of that citizenship, it has no right to insist on impressing on the mind of its pupil any set of religious dogmas, or any form of religious creed. The abdication by the state of the pretended right of enforcing on its citizens any special form of religion is not at all identical with the opposition by the state to religious teaching. It is merely a development of the very wise maxim of the great Jewish teacher, to render the things of Caesar to Caesar and the things of God to God. To teach reading, writing, honesty, regard for law, these things are Caesar's duties. To teach religious dogma, creed, or article is entirely the province of the teachers who claim to hold the truth of God. But my object now is not to draw the line between the duties of church and state, of school and home, nor do I wish to enter the lists of sectarian controversy, to break a lance in favour of a new religious dogma. The question is rather this: what are the limits of the religious education which it is wise to impose on the young? Is any dogmatic teaching to be part of their moral training? And is the dogmatism against which we have rebelled to be revived in a new form? Are the fetters which we are breaking for ourselves to be welded together again for the young limbs of our children? Are they to be fed on the husks which have starved our own religious aspirations, and which we have analysed and rejected as unfit to sustain our moral and mental vigour? On the other hand, are our children to grow up without any religious teaching at all, without a ray of that sunshine which is to most of us the very source of our gladness and the renewal of our strength? I think the best way of deciding this question is to notice the gradual development of the childish body and mind. Nature's indications are a sure guidepost, and we cannot go very far wrong in following her hints. I am now on ground with which mothers are familiar, though perhaps few men have watched young children with sufficient attention to be able to note their gradual development. The first instincts of a baby are purely personal. The "not I" is for it non-existent. Food, warmth, cleanliness comprise all its needs and all our duties to it. The next stage is when the infant becomes conscious of the existence of something outside itself, when, vaguely and indistinctly, but yet decidedly, it shows signs of observing the things round it. To cultivate observation, to attract attention, slowly to guide it into distinguishing one object from another, are the next steps in its education. The child soon succeeds in distinguishing forms, and learns to attach different sounds to different shapes. It is also taught to avoid some things, and to play with others. It awakes to the knowledge that while some objects give pleasure, others give pain. So far as material things go, it learns to choose the good and to avoid the evil. This power is only gained by experience, and is therefore acquired but gradually, and after a time, side by side with it, runs another lesson. Slowly and gradually there appears a dawning appreciation of right and wrong. This appreciation is not, however, at first an appreciation of any intrinsic rightness or wrongness in any given action. It is simply a recognition on the child's part that some of its acts meet with approval, others disapproval, from its elders. The standard of its seniors is unquestioningly accepted by the child. The moral sense awakes, but is completely guided in its first efforts by the hand of the child's teacher, as completely as the first efforts to walk are directed by the mother. Thus it comes to pass that the conscience of the child is but the reflex of the conscience of its parents or guardians. Right and wrong, in a child's vocabulary, are in the earliest stages equivalent to reward and punishment. Its final court of appeal, in cases of morality, is the judgment of the parent. Quote, "The moral sense does show itself, however, in very young children, in a higher form than this, for we may often observe in a young child an instinctive sense of shame at having done wrong, but the moral sense is awakened and educated by the parent's approval and disapproval. This may be proved, I think, by the fact that a child brought up among thieves and evil livers will accept their morality as a matter of course, and will steal and lie habitually, without attaching to either act any idea of wrong. The moral sense is inherent in man, and is in no way given by the parent, but I think that it is first aroused and put into action by the parent. The parent accustoms the child to regard certain actions as right and wrong. This appeals to the moral sense in the child, and the child very rapidly is ashamed of wrong as wrong, and not simply from dread of punishment. I would be understood to mean in the text that the wish for reward is the first response of the child to the idea of an inherent distinction between different actions. This feeling rapidly develops into the true moral sense, which regards right as right and wrong as wrong. I append this note at the suggestion of a valued friend, who feared that the inference might be drawn from the text that the moral sense was implanted by the parent, instead of being, as it is, the gift of God." End quote. It is perhaps scarcely accurate to call this motive power in the child a moral sense at all. Still, this recognition of something which is immaterial and intangible, and which is yet to be the guide of its actions, is a great step forward from the simple consciousness of outer and material objects, and is truly the dawn of that moral sense which becomes in men and women the test of right and wrong. So far we have considered the growing faculties of the child as regards physical and moral development, and I particularly wish to remark that the moral sense appears long before any religious tendency can be noted. There is, however, another side of the complete human character which is very important, but which is slow in showing itself in any healthy child. I mean what may be called the spiritual sense, in distinction from the moral. The sense which is the crowning grace of humanity, the sense which belongs wholly to the immortal part of man, the outstretched hands of the human spirit groping after the eternal spirit, the yearning after that all-pervading power which men call God. I know well that in many precociously pious children this spiritual sense is forced into a premature and unwholesome maturity. By means of a spiritual hothouse, the summer fruit of piety may be obtained in the springtime of the childish heart. The imitative instinct of childhood quickly reproduces the sentiments around it, and set phrases which meet with admiration flow glibly from baby lips. But this strongly developed religious feeling in a child is both unnatural and harmful, and can never, because it is unreal, produce any lasting good effect. Yet it is none the less true that at an early age, differing much in different children, the spiritual sense does show signs of awakening, that children soon begin to wonder about things around them, and to ask questions which can only find their true answer in the name of God. How to meet these questions, how to train this growing sentiment without crushing it on the one hand, and without unduly stimulating it on the other, is a source of deep anxiety to many a mother's heart in the present day. They are unable to tell their children the stories which satisfied their own childish cravings. No longer can they hold up before the eager faces the picture of the manger at Bethlehem, or dim the bright eyes with the story of the cross on Calvary. No longer can they fold the little hands in prayer to the child of Nazareth, or hush the hasty tongue with the reminder of the obedience of the Virgin's Son. To a certain extent this is a loss. A child quickly seizes the concrete. The idea of the child Jesus, or the man Jesus, is readily grasped by a child's intellect. The God of the Old Testament, the magnified man, is also, though more dimly, understood. These conceptions of the childhood of humanity suit the childhood of the individual, and it is far more difficult for the child to realise the idea of God when he is divested of these materialistic garments. Yet I speak from experience when I say that it is by no means impossible to train a child into the simplest and happiest feelings as regards the Supreme Being, without degrading the divine into the human. By one name we can speak of God by which he will be readily welcomed to the child's heart, and that is the name of the Father. Most children are keenly alive to natural beauties, and are quick to observe birds and flowers and sunshine. At times they will ask how these things come here, and then it is well to tell them that they are the works of God. Thus the child's first notions of the existence of a power he cannot see or feel will come to him clothed in things he loves, and will be free from any suggestion of fear. Even those who regard God from the standpoint of pantheism may use natural objects so as to train the child into a fearless and happy recognition of the constant working of the spirit of nature, and so guard the young mind against that shrinking from and terror of God which popular Christianity is so apt to induce. The lad or girl who grows up with even the habit of regarding God as the calm and mighty motive power of the forces of nature, changeless, infinite, absolutely trustworthy, will be slow to accept in later life the crude conceptions which incarnate the creative power in a virgin's womb, and ascribe caprice, injustice, and cruelty to the mighty spirit of the universe. Quote, "The ordinary shrinking of a child from the idea of a presence which he cannot see, but which sees him, will not be felt by children whose only ideas about God are that he is the Father from whose hand come all beautiful things. In any home where the parents' thoughts of God are free from doubt and mistrust, the children's thoughts will be the same. Religion, in their eyes, will be synonymous with happiness, for God and good will be convertible terms." End quote. There is a deep truth in the idea of pantheism, that nature is an apparition of the Deity, God in a mask; that he is the light of the morning, the beauty of the noon, and the strength of the sun; he is the one, the all, the soul of all, more moving than motion, more stable than rest, fairer than beauty, and stronger than strength. The power of nature is God, he is the all, the reality of all phenomena. The child fed on this food will have scarcely anything to unlearn, even when he begins to believe that God is something more than nature. The created all is the symbol of God, and he will pass easily and naturally on from seeing God in nature to see him in a higher form. Of course, as a theist, I should myself go much further than this. I should speak of all natural glory as but the reflection of the Deity, or as the robe in which he veils his infinite beauty. I should bid my children rejoice in all happiness as in the gift of a father who delights in sharing his joy with his creatures. I should point out that the pain caused by ignorance of, or by breaking natural laws, is God's way of teaching men obedience for their own ultimate good. In the freedom and fullness of nature's gifts, I should teach them to see the equal love of God for all, through marking that in nature's visible kingdom no end can be gained without labour and without using certain laws. They should learn that in the invisible kingdom they need not expect to find favouritism, nor think to share the fruits of victory without patient toil. To all who believe in a God who is also the Father of spirits, such teaching as this comes easily, as they themselves learn of God only through his works, so they naturally teach their children to seek him in the same way. The question so familiar to every mother, "Can God see me? Where is God?" can only be met with the simple assertion that God sees all, and is everywhere, for there are many childish questions which it is wisest to meet with statements which are above the grasp of the childish mind. These statements may be simply given to the child as statements which it is too young either to question or to understand. Nothing is gained by trying to smooth down spiritual subjects to the level of a child's capacity. The time will come later when the child must meet and answer for itself all great spiritual questions. The parent's care should be to remove all hindrances from the child's path of inquiry, but not to give it cut and dried answers to every possible question. Religion, to be worth anything, must be a personal matter, and each must find it out for himself. The wise parent will endeavour to save the child from the pain of unlearning, by giving but little formal religious teaching. He cannot fight the battle for his child, but he can prevent his child being crippled by a fancied armour which will stifle rather than protect him. He can give a few wide principles to direct him without weighing him down with guide books. But even the most general ideas of God should not be forced on a childish mind. They should come, so to speak, by chance. They should be presented in answer to some demand of the child's heart. They should be inculcated by stray words and passing remarks. They should form the atmosphere surrounding the child habitually, and not be a sudden wind of doctrine. Of course, all this is far more troublesome than to teach a child a catechism or a creed, but it is a far higher training. Dogma, i.e. conviction petrified by authority, should be utterly excluded from the religious education of children. A few great axiomatic truths may be laid down, but even in these primary truths dogmatism should be avoided. The parent should always take care to make it apparent that he is stating his own convictions, but is not enforcing them on the child by his authority. So far as the child is capable of appreciating them, the reasons for the religious conviction should be presented along with the conviction itself. Thus the child will see as he grows older that religion cannot be learned by rote, that it is not shut up in a book, or contained in creeds. He will appreciate the all-important fact that free inquiry is the only air in which truth can breathe, that one man's faith cannot justly be imposed on another, and that every individual soul has the privilege and the responsibility of forming his own religion, and must either hear God with his own ears, or else not hear him at all. We have noticed that the moral sense awakes before the religious. I must state my repugnance to these terms, though I use them for the sake of clearness, but morality is religion, although religion is more than morality, and the so-called religion, which is not morality, is worthless and hateful. There remains then to consider what we will call the second side of religion, although it is by far its most important side. True religion consists not only in feelings towards God, but also in duties towards men. The first, noble and blessed as they are, should, in every healthy religion, give place to the second, for a morally good man who does not believe in God at all is in a far higher state of being than the man who believes in God and is selfish, cruel, or unjust. Error in faith is forgivable, error in life is fatal. The good man shall surely see God, although for a time his eyes be holden. The evil man, though he hold the noblest faith yet known, shall never taste the joy of God until he turns from sin and struggles after holiness. Faith first, and then morality, is the war cry of the churches. Morality above all, and let faith follow in good time, is the watchword of Theism. So among us the principal part of the religious training of our children should be morality. Religious feeling may be overstrained, or give rise to self-deception. Religious talk may be morbid and unreal. Religious faith may be erring, and must be imperfect. But morality is a rock which can never be shaken, a guide which can never mislead. Whether we are right or wrong in our belief about God, whether we are immortal spirits or perishable organisations, yet purity is nobler than vice, courage than cowardice, truth than falsehood, love than hate. Let us then teach our children morality above all things. Let us teach them to love good for its own sake without thought of reward, and they will remain good, even if in after life they should, alas, lose all hope of immortality and all faith in God. A child's natural instinct is towards good. A tale of heroism, of self-sacrifice, of generosity, will bring the eager blood flushing up to a child's face, and wake a quick response and a desire of emulation. It is therefore well to place in children's hands tales of noble deeds in days gone by. Nothing is easier than to train a child into feeling a desire to be good for the sake of being so. There is something so attractive in goodness that I have found it more effectual to hold up the nobility of courage and unselfishness before the child's eyes than to descend to punishment for the corresponding faults. If a child is in the habit of regarding all wrong as something low and degrading, he quickly shrinks from it. For mothers know the instinctive ambition of children to be something superior and admirable, and this instinct is most useful in inculcating virtue. Later in life nothing ruins a young man like discovering that morality and religion are often divorced, and that the foremost professors of religion are less delicately honourable and trustworthy than high-minded worldly men. On the other hand, nothing will have so beneficial an effect on men and women entering life as to see that those who are most joyful in their faith towards God lead the purest and most blameless lives. Do good, be good, is, as has well been said, the golden rule of life. Do good, be good, must be the law impressed on our children's hearts. Whatever eclipse of faith may await England, whatever darkness of most hopeless scepticism, whatever depth of uttermost despair of God, there is not only the hope, but the certainty of the resurrection of religion, if we all hold fast through the driving storm to the sheet anchor of pure morality, to most faithful discharge of all duty towards man, to love and tenderness and charity and patience. Morality never faileth, but whether there be dogmas they shall fail, whether there be creeds they shall cease, whether there be churches they shall crumble away, but morality shall abide for evermore, and endure as long as the endless circle of nature revolves around the eternal throne. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Natural Religion versus Revealed Religion. One is almost ashamed to repeat so trite an aphorism as the well-worn saying that history repeats itself, but in studying the course taken by the advocates of what is called revealed religion, in seeing their disdain of mere nature, their scornful repudiation of the idea that any poor natural product can come into competition with their special article, all stamped by heaven itself, I feel irresistibly compelled to glance backwards down the long vista of history, and there I see the conflict of the present day raging fierce and long. I see the same serried ranks of orthodoxy, marshalled by bishops and priests, arrayed in all the splendour of prescriptive right, armed with mighty weapons of authority and thunderbolts of church anathemas. Their war cry is the same as that which rings in our ears today. Revelation is inscribed on their banners, and infallible authority is the watchword of their camp. The Church is facing nature for the first time, and is setting her revealed science against natural science. Mere nature is temporarily getting the worst of it, and Galileo, nature's champion, is sorely pressed by revealed truth. I hear scornful taunts at his presumption in attacking revealed science by his pretended natural facts. Had they not God's own account of his creation, and did he pretend to know more about the matter than God himself? Was he present when God created the world, that he spoke so positively about its shape? Could he declare, of his own personal knowledge, that it was sent hurtling through space in the ridiculous manner he talked about, and could he, by the evidence of his own eyesight, declare that God was mistaken when he revealed to man how he laid the foundation of the earth that it never should move at any time? But if he was only reasoning from the wee bit of earth he knew, was he not speaking of things he had not seen, being vainly puffed up in his fleshy mind? Was it probable, a priori, that God would allow mankind to be deceived for thousands of years on so important a matter? Would, in fact, God forgive it, deceive man himself by revealing through his holy prophets an account of his creation which was utterly untrue, nay, further, would carry on the delusion for century after century by working miracles in support of it? For what but a miracle could make men unconscious of the fact that they were being hurried through space at so tremendous a rate? Surely very little reverence, or rather no reverence at all, was needed to allow that God, the Holy Ghost, who inspired the Bible, knew better than we did how he made the world. But, the theologian proceeds, he must remind his audience that, under the specious pretext of investigating the creation, this man, this pseudo-scientist, was in reality blaspheming the Creator, by contradicting his revealed word, and thus making him a liar. It was all very well to talk about natural science, but he would ask his presuming speculator, what was the use of God revealing science to us if man's natural faculties were sufficient to discover it for himself? They had sufficient proofs of the absurdities of science, into which reason, unenlightened by revelation, had betrayed men in past ages. The idea of the Hindu that the world rested on an elephant, and the elephant on a tortoise, was a sad proof of the incapacity of the acutest natural intellect to discover scientific truth without the aid of revelation. Reason had its place, and a very noble place in science, but it must always bow before revelation, and not presume to set its puny guesses against a "Thus saith the Lord." Let reason, then, pursue its way with belief, not unbelief, for its guide. What could reason, with all its vaunted powers, tell us of the long past creation of the world? "Eye hath not seen those things of ages past, but God hath revealed them to us by his Spirit. A darkness that might be felt would enshroud the origin of the world, were it not for the magnificent revelation of Moses that in 6 days God created the heaven and the earth." He might urge how our conceptions of God were enlarged and elevated, and what a deep awe filled the adoring heart of contemplating the revealed truth, that this wonderful earth with its varied beauty, and the heavens above with their countless stars, were all called forth out of nothing, within the space of 1 short week, by a creative fiat of the Almighty. What could this pseudo science give them in exchange for such a revelation as that? Was it probable, further, that God would have become incarnate for the sake of a world that was only one out of many revolving round the sun? How irreverent to regard the theatre of that awful sacrifice as aught less than the centre of the universe, the cynosure of angelic eyes gazing from their thrones in the heaven above! Galileo might say that his heresy does not affect the primary truths of our holy faith, but this is only one of the evasions natural to evil doers, and it is unnecessary to remark that intellectual error is invariably the offspring of moral guilt. For consider how much is involved in his theory. The inspiration of Scripture receives its death blow, for if fallible in one point, we have no reason to conclude it to be infallible in others. If there is one fact revealed to us more clearly than another in Holy Scripture, it is this one of the steadfastness of our world, which we are distinctly told cannot be moved. It is plainly revealed to us that the earth was created and fixed firmly on its foundations, that then there was formed over it the vast vault of heaven, in which were set the stars, and in this vault was prepared the course for the sun, spoken of, as you will remember, in the 19th Psalm, where holy David reveals to us that in the heavens God has made a tabernacle for the sun, which goeth forth from the uttermost part of the heaven, and runneth about unto the end of it again. Language has no definiteness of meaning if this inspired declaration can be translated into a statement that the sun remains stationary and is encircled by a revolving earth. This great revealed truth cannot be contradicted by any true science. God's works cannot contradict his word. And if for a moment they appear mutually irreconcilable, we may be sure that our ignorance is to blame, and that a deeper knowledge will ultimately remove the apparent inconsistency. But it is yet more important to observe that some of the cardinal doctrines of the Church are assailed by this novel teaching. How could our blessed Redeemer, after accomplishing the work of our salvation, ascend from a revolving earth? Whither did he go? North, south, east, or west? For, if I understand aright this new heresy, the space above us at one time is below us at another, and thus Jesus might be actually descending at his glorious ascension. Where to is that right hand of God to which he went, in this new universe without top or bottom? How can we hope to rise and meet him in the air at his return, according to the most sure promise given to us through the blessed Paul, if he comes we know not from what direction? How can the lightning of his coming shine at once all round a globe to herald his approach? Or how can the people at the other side of the world see the sign of the Son of Man in the heavens? But I cannot bring myself to accumulate these blasphemies. All must see that the most glorious truths of the Bible are bound up with its science, and must stand or fall together. And if this is so, and this so-called natural science is to be allowed to undermine the revealed science, what have we got to rely upon in this world or in the next? With the absolute truth of the Bible stands or falls our faith in God and our hope of immortality. On the truth of revelation hinges all morality, and they who deny today the truth of revealed science will tamper tomorrow with the truth of revealed history, of revealed morality, of revealed religion. Shall we, then, condescend to accept natural science instead of revealed? Shall we, the teachers of revelation, condescend to abandon revealed science and become the mere teachers of nature? Thunders of applause greeted the Right Reverend theologian as he concluded. He happened to be a bishop, the direct ancestor in regular apostolical succession of a late prelate who inherited, among other valuable qualities, the very argument which closed the speech above quoted. And Galileo, the foolish believer in facts and the heretical student of mere nature, turned away with a sigh from trying to convince them, and contented himself with the fact that he knew, and which must surely announce itself in the long run. E pur si muove. Fear not, noble martyr of science. Facts alter not to suit theologies. Many a one may fall crushed and vanquished before the juggernaut car of the Church, but God does not die with his children, nor truth with its martyrs. The natural is the divine, for nature is only God in a mask. So, looking down at that first great battlefield between nature and revelation, I see the serried ranks break up and fly, and the excommunicated student become the prophet of the future, Galileo the seer, the revealer of the truth of God. It is eternally true that nature must triumph in the long run. Theories are very imposing, doubtless, but when they are erected on a misconception, the inexorable fact is sure to assert itself sooner or later, and with pitiless serenity level the magnificent fabric with the dust. It is this which gives to scientific men so grave and calm an attitude. Theologians wrangle fiercely and bitterly because they wrangle about opinions, and one man's say is as good as another's, where both deal in intangibles. But the man of science, when absolutely sure of his ground, can afford to wait, because the fact he has discovered remains unshaken, however it be assailed, and it will in time assert itself. When nature and revelation then come into contact, revelation must go to the wall. No outcry can save it. It is doomed. As well try and dam the rising Thames with a feather, as seek to bolster up a theology whose main dogmas are being slowly undermined by natural science. Of course, no one nowadays, at least among educated people, for Zadkiel's Almanac, I believe, still protests on biblical grounds against the heresy of the motion of the earth, dreams of maintaining Bible, i.e. revealed, science against natural science. It is agreed on all hands that on points where science speaks with certainty the words of the Bible must be explained so as to accord with the dictum of nature, i.e. it is allowed, though the admission is wrapped up in thick folds of circumlocution, that science must mould revelation and not revelation science. The desperate attempts to force the first chapter of Genesis into some faint resemblance to the ascertained results of geological investigations are a powerful testimony to the conscious weakness of revealed science, and to the feeling on the part of all intelligent theologians that the testimony graven with an iron pen on the rocks cannot be contradicted or refuted. In fact, so successfully has science asserted its own preeminence in its own domain, that many defenders of the Bible assert loudly, to cover their strategic movement to the rear, that revelation was not intended to teach science, and that scientific mistakes were only to be expected in a book given to mankind by the great origin of all scientific law. They are freely welcome to find out any reasons they like for the errors in revealed science. All that concerns us is that their revelation should get out of the way of advancing science, and should no longer interpose its puny anathemas to silence inquiry into facts, or to fetter free research and free discussion. But I challenge revelation further than this, and assert that when the dictates of natural religion are in opposition to those of revealed religion, then the natural must again triumph over the revealed. Christianity has so long successfully impressed on human hearts the revelation that natural impulses are in themselves sinful, that in the flesh dwelleth no good thing, that man is a fallen creature, thoroughly corrupt and instinctively evil, that it has come to pass that even those who would be liberal if they dared, shrink back when it comes to casting away their revelation crutches, and ask wildly what they can trust to if they give up the Bible. Their teachers tell them that if they let this go they will wander compassless on the waves of a pathless ocean, and so determinedly do they fix their eyes on the foaming waters, striving to discern there the trace of a pathway, and only seeing the broken reflections of the waving torches in their hands, that they do not raise their heads and gaze upwards at the everlasting stars, the silent natural guides of the bewildered mariner. "Trust to mere nature," exclaim the priesthood, and their flocks fall back aghast, clutching their revelation to their bosom, and crying out, "What indeed is there to rely on, if this be taken from us?" Only God, mere God indeed, who is a very feeble support after the bolstering up of creeds and dogmas, of churches and Bibles. As the sunshine dazzles eyes accustomed to the darkness, as the fresh wind makes shiver an invalid from a heated room, so does the light of God dazzle those who live amid the candles of the churches, and the breath of his inspiration blows cold on feeble souls. But the light and the air invigorate and strengthen, and nature is a surer medicine than the nostrums of the quack physician. Mere God is in very truth all that we Theists have to offer the world in exchange for the certainty of its Bibles, Korans, Vedas, and all the other revelations whatsoever. On points where they each speak with certainty, our lips are dumb. About much they assert, we confess our ignorance. Where they know, we only think or hope. Where they possess all the clearness of a signpost, our eyes can only study the mistiness of a valley before the rising sun has dispelled the wreathing clouds. They proclaim immortality, and are quite au fait as to the particulars of our future life. They differ in details, it is true, as to whether we live in a jewelled city, where the dust is gold dust and the gates pearls, and spend our time in attending sacred harmonic societies, with an archangelic Costa directing perpetual oratorios, or whether we lie in rose-embowered arbours with delights unlimited, albeit unintellectual. But if we take them one at a time, they are most satisfactory in the absolute information afforded by each. But we can only whisper, and the lips of some of us quiver too much to speak. I believe in the life everlasting. We do not pretend to know anything about it. The belief is intuitive, but it is not demonstrable. It is a hope and a trust, not an absolute knowledge. We entertain a reasonable hope of immortality. We argue its likelihood from considerations of the justice and the love which, as we believe, rule the universe. We, many of us, as I freely confess I do myself, believe in it with a firmness of conviction absolutely immovable, but challenged to prove it, we cannot answer. Here, the revelationists triumphantly exclaim, is our advantage. We foretell with absolute certainty a future life, and can give you all the particulars about it. Then follows a confused jumble of harps and houris, of pasture fields and hunting grounds. We seek for certainty and find none. All that they agree in, i.e. a future life, we find imprinted on our own hearts, a dictate of natural religion. All they differ in is contained in their several revelations, and as they all contradict each other about the revealed details, we gain nothing from them. Nature whispers to us that there is a life to come. Revelation babbles a number of contradictory particulars, marring the majesty of the simple promise, and adding nothing reliable to the sum of human knowledge. And the subject of immortality is a fair specimen of what is taught respectively by nature and by revelation. What is common to all creeds is natural, what is different in each is revealed. It is so with respect to God. The idea of God belongs to all creeds alike. It is the foundation stone of natural religion. Confusion begins when revelation steps in to change the musical whisper of nature into a categorical description worthy of Mangnall's questions. Triune, solitary, dual, numberless, whatever he is revealed to be in the world's varied sacred books, his nature is understood, catalogued, dogmatized on. Each revelation claims to be his own account of himself, but each contradicts its fellows. On one point only they all agree, and that is the point confessed by natural religion: God is. From these facts I deduce two conclusions. First, that the revelation does not come to us with such a certainty of its truth as to enable us to trust it fearlessly and without reserve. Second, that revelation is quite superfluous, since natural religion gives us everything we need. 1. Revelation gives an uncertain sound. There are certain books in the world which claim to stand on a higher ground than all others. They claim to be special revelations of the will of God and the destiny of man. Now, surely, one of the first requisites of a divine revelation is that it should be undoubtedly of divine origin. But about all these books, except the Koran of Mahomet, hangs much obscurity both as regards their origin and their authorship. Believers urge that were the proofs undoubted there would be no room for faith, and no merit in believing. They conceive it, then, to be a worthy employment for the Supreme Intelligence to set traps for his creatures, and, there being certain facts of the greatest importance, undiscoverable by their natural faculties, he proceeds to reveal these facts, but envelops them in such wrappings of mystery, such garments of absurdity, that those of his creatures whom he has dowered with intellects and gifted with subtle brains are forced to reject the whole as incredible and unreasonable. That God should give a revelation, but should not substantiate it, that he should speak, but in tones unintelligible, that his noblest gifts of reason should prove an insuperable bar to accepting his manifestation, are surely statements incredible, are surely statements utterly irreconcilable with all reverent ideas of the love and wisdom of Almighty God. Further, the believers in the various revelations all claim for their several oracles the supreme position of the exponent of the will of God, and each rejects the sacred books of other nations as spurious productions without any divine authority. As these revelations are mutually destructive, it is evident that only one of them, at the most, can be divine, and the next point of the inquiry is to distinguish which this is. We of the Western nations at once put aside the Hindu Vedas or the Zend-Avesta on certain solid grounds. We reject their claims to be inspired books because they contain error, their mistaken science, their legendary history, their miraculous stories stamp them, in our impartial eyes, as the work of fallible men. The 19th century looks down on these ancient writings as the instructed and cultured man smiles at the crude fancies and imaginative conceits of the child. But when the generality of Christians turn to the Bible, they lay aside all ordinary criticism and all common sense. Its science may be absurd, but excuses are found for it. Its history may be false, but it is twisted into truth. Its supernatural marvels may be flagrantly absurd, but they are nevertheless believed in. Men who laugh at the visions of the Blessed Margaret, of Paray-le-Monial, assent to the devil drowning of the swine of Gadara, and those who would scorn to investigate the tale of the miraculous spring at Lourdes find no difficulty in believing the story of the angel-moved waters of Bethesda's pool. A book which contains miracles is usually put aside as unreliable. There is no good reason for accepting the Bible from this general rule. Miracles are absolutely incredible, and discredit at once any book in which they occur. They are found in all revelations, but never in nature. They are plentiful in man's writings, but they never deface the orderly pages of the great book of God, written by his own hand on the earth and the stars and the sun. Powers, yes, beyond our grasping, but powers moving in stately order and changeless consistency. Marvels? Yes, beyond our imagining, but marvels evolved by immutable laws. Revelation is incredible, not only because it fails to bring the proof of its truth, but because the proofs abound of its falsehood. It claims to be divine, and we reject it because we test it by what we know of his undoubted works, for men can write books of him and call them his revelations, but the frame of nature can only be the work of that mighty power which man calls God. Revelation depicts him as changeable, nature as immutable. Revelation tells us of perfection marred, nature of imperfection improving. Revelation speaks of a Trinity, nature of one mighty central force. Revelation relates interferences, miracles, nature, unbroken sequences, inviolable law. If we accept revelation, we must believe in a God who made man upright, but could not keep him so, who heard in his far-off heaven the wailing of his earth, and came down to see if things were as bad as was reported, Who had a face which brought death, but whose hinder parts were visible to man? Who commanded and accepted human sacrifice? Who was jealous, revengeful, capricious, vain? Who tempted one king and then punished him for yielding? Hardened the heart of another and then punished him for not yielding? Deceived a third and thereby drew him to his death? But nature does not so outrage our morality and trample on our hearts, only we learn of a power and a wisdom unspeakable, mightily and sweetly ordering all things. And our hearts tell us of a Father and a Friend, infinitely loving and trustworthy and good. The God of nature and the God of revelation are as opposed as Ormuzd and Ahriman, as darkness and light. The Bible and the universe are not writ by the same hand. 2. Revelation then being so utterly untrustworthy, it is satisfactory to discover, secondly, that it is perfectly superfluous. All man needs for his guidance in this world he can gain through the use of his natural faculties, and the right guidance of his conduct in this world must, in all reasonableness, be the best preparation for whatever lies beyond the grave. Revelationists assure us that without their books we should have no rules of morality, and that without the Bible man's moral obligations would be unknown. Their theory is that only through revelation can man know right from wrong. Using the word revelation in a different sense, most theists would agree with them, and would allow that man's perception of duty is a ray which falls on him from the righteousness of God, and that man's morality is due to the illumination of the inspiring Father of light. Personally, I believe that God does teach morality to men, and is, in very deed, the inspirer of all gracious and noble thoughts and acts. I believe that the source of all morality in man is the universal Spirit, dwelling in the spirits he has formed, and moving them to righteousness, and as they answer to his whispers by active well-doing, speaking ever in louder and clearer accents. I believe also that the most obedient followers of that inner voice gain clearer and loftier views of duty and of the holiest, and thus become true prophets of God, revealers of his will to their fellows. And this is revelation in a very real sense. It is God revealing himself by the natural working of moral laws, even as all science is a true revelation, and is God revealing himself by the natural working of physical laws. For laws are modes of action, and modes of action reveal the nature and character of the actor, so that every law, physical and moral, which is discovered by truth seekers and proclaimed to the world is a direct and trustworthy revelation of God himself. But when theists speak thus of revelation, using the word as rightfully applicable to all discoveries and all nobly written religious or scientific books, it is manifest that the word has entirely changed its signification, and is applied to natural and not supernatural results. We believe in God working through natural faculties in a natural way, while the revelationists believe in some non-natural communication, made no one knows how, no one knows where, no one knows to whom. Where opposing theories are concerned, an ounce of fact outweighs a pound of assertion, and so, against the statement of Christians that morality is derived only from the Bible and is undiscoverable by man's natural faculties, I quote the morality of natural religion, unassisted by what they claim as their special revelation. Buddha, as he lived 700 years before Christ, can hardly be said to have drawn his morality from that of Jesus, or even to have derived any indirect benefit from Christian teaching, and yet I have been gravely told by a Church of England clergyman, who ought to have known better, that forgiveness of injuries and charity were purely Christian virtues. This heathen Buddha, lighted only by natural reason and a pure heart, teaches, "A man who foolishly does me wrong, I will return to him the protection of my ungrudging love. The more evil comes from him, the more good shall go from me." Among principal virtues are to repress lust and banish desire, to be strong without being rash, to bear insult without anger, to move in the world without setting the heart on it, to investigate a matter to the very bottom, to save men by converting them, to be the same in heart and life. Let a man overcome evil by good, anger by love, the greedy by liberality, the liar by truth. For hatred does not cease by hatred at any time. Hatred ceases by love. This is an old rule. He inculcates purity, charity, self-sacrifice, courtesy, and earnestly recommends personal search after truth. Do not believe in guesses, in assuming something at haphazard as a starting point, reckoning your 2 and your 3 and your 4 before you have fixed your number 1. Do not believe in the truth of that to which you have become attached by habit, as every nation believes in the superiority of its own dress and ornaments and language. Do not believe merely because you have heard, but when of your own consciousness you know a thing to be evil, abstain from it. Methinks these sayings of Buddha are unsurpassed by any revealed teaching, and contain quite as noble and lofty a morality as the Sermon on the Mount, natural as they are. Plato also teaches a noble morality, and soars into ideas about the divine nature as pure and elevated as any which are to be found in the Bible. The summary of his teaching, quoted by Mr. Lake in a pamphlet of Mr. Scott's series, is a glorious testimony to the worth of natural religion. It is better to die than to sin. It is better to suffer wrong than to do it. The true happiness of man consists in being united to God, and his only misery in being separated from him. There is one God, and we ought to love and serve him, and to endeavour to resemble him in holiness and righteousness. Plato saw also the great truth that suffering is not the result of an evil power, but is a necessary training to good, and he anticipates the very words of Paul, if indeed Paul does not quote from Plato, that "to the just man all things work together for good, whether in life or death." Plato lived 400 years before Christ, and yet in the face of such teaching as his and the Buddha's, and they are only 2 out of many, Christians fling at us the taunt that we, rejectors of the Bible, draw all our morality from it, and that without this one revelation the world would lie in moral darkness, ignorant of truth and righteousness and God. But the light of God's revealing shines still upon the world, even as the sunlight streams upon it, steadfastly as of old. It is not given to a few men in the infancy of mankind to monopolise inspiration and to bar God out of the soul. Wherever a heart beats with love, where faith and reason utter their oracles, there also is God, as formerly in the heart of seers and prophets. It is a favourite threat of the priesthood to any inquiring spirit: if you give up Christianity, you give up all certainty. Rationalism speaks with no certain sound. No 2 rationalists think alike. The word rationalism covers everything outside of Christianity, from Unitarianism to the blankest atheism, and many a timid soul starts back feeling that if this is true it is better to rest where it is, and to inquire no more. To such, and I meet many such, I would suggest one very simple thought: does Christianity give any more certainty than rationalism? Just try asking your mentor, whose Christianity am I to accept? He will stammer out, "Oh, the teaching of the Bible, of course," but persevere. As explained by whom? For all claim to found their Christianity on the Bible. Am I to accept the defined logical Christianity of Pius IX, defiant of history, of science, of common sense, or shall I sit up under Spurgeon, the denunciator, and flee from the Scarlet Woman and the cup of her fascinations? Shall I believe the Christianity of Dean Stanley, instinct with his own gracious, kindly spirit, cultured and polished, pure and loving, or shall I fly from it as a sweet but insidious poison, as I am exhorted to do by Dr. Pusey, who rails at his variegated language which destroys all definiteness of meaning? For pity's sake, good Father, label for me the various bottles of Christian medicine, that I may know which is healing to the soul, which may be touched with caution, as for external application, and which are rank poison. All the priest will find to answer is that, under sad diversities of opinion, there are certain saving truths common to all forms of Christianity. But he will object to particularise what they are, and at this stage will wax angry and refuse to argue with anyone who shows a spirit so carping and so conceited. There is the same diversity in rationalism as in Christianity, because human nature is diverse, but there is also one bond between all free thinkers, one great saving truth of rationalism, one article of faith, and that is, that free inquiry is the right of every human soul. Diverse in much, we all agree in this, and so strong is this bond that we readily welcome any thinker, however we disagree with his thoughts, provided only that he think them honestly, and allow to all the liberty of holding their own opinions also. We are bound together in one common hatred of dogmatism, one common love of liberty of thought and speech. It is probably a puzzle to good and unlearned Christians whence men, unenlightened by revelation, drew and still draw their morality. We answer, from mere nature, and that because nature and not revelation is the true basis of all morality. We have seen the untrustworthiness of all so-called revelations, but when we fall back on nature we are on firm ground. Theists start in their search after God from their well-known axiom, if there be a God at all, he must be at least as good as his highest creature, and they argue that what is highest and noblest and most lovable in man must be below, but cannot be above, the height and the nobleness and the lovableness of God. Of all impossible things, the most impossible must surely be that a man should dream something of the good and the noble, and that it should prove at last that his Creator was less good and less noble than he had dreamed. The ground on which our belief in God rests is man. Man, parent of Bibles and churches, inspirer of all good thoughts and good deeds, man, the masterpiece of God's work on earth, man, the textbook of all spiritual knowledge. Neither miraculous or infallible, man is nevertheless the only trustworthy record of the divine mind in things pertaining to God. Man's reason, conscience, and affections are the only true revelation of his Maker. And as we believe that we may glean some hints of the glory and beauty of our Creator from the glory and beauty of human excellence, so we believe that to each man, as he lives up to the highest he can perceive, will surely be unveiled fresh heights of righteousness, fresh possibilities of moral growth. To all men alike, good and evil, is laid open nature's revelation of morality as exemplified in the highest human lives, and these noble lives receive ever the heavenly hallmark by the instinctive response from every human breast that they are very good. To those only who live up to the good they see does God give the further inner revelation, which leads them higher and higher in morality, quickening their moral faculties, and making more sensitive and delicate their moral susceptibilities. We cannot, as revelationists do, chalk out all the whole range of moral perfection. We walk by faith and not by sight. Step by step only is the path unveiled to us, and only as we surmount one peak do we gain sight of the peak beyond. The distant prospect is shrouded from our gaze, and we are too fully occupied in doing the work which is given to us to do in this world, to be for ever peering into and brooding over the world beyond the grave. We have light enough to do our Father's work here. When he calls us yonder, it will be time enough to ask him to unveil our new sphere of labour, and to cause his sun to rise on it. Wayward children fret after some fancied happiness, and miss the work and the pleasure lying at their feet. And so petulant men and women cry out that man that is born of woman is full of misery, and wail for a revelation to ensure some happier life. They seem to forget that, if this world is full of misery, they are put here to mend it, and not to cry over it, and that it is our shame and our condemnation that in God's fair world so much sin and unhappiness are found. If men would try to read nature instead of revelation, if they would study natural laws and leave revealed laws, if they would follow human morality instead of ecclesiastical morality, then there might be some chance of real improvement for the race, and some hope that the divine voice in nature might be heard above the babble of the churches. And nature is enough for us, gives us all the light we want and all that we as yet are fitted to receive. Were it possible that God should now reveal himself to us as he is, the being of whose nature we can form no conception, I believe that we should remain as ignorant as we are at present, from the want of faculties to receive that revelation. The divine language might sound in our ears, but it would be as unintelligible as the roar of the thunderclap, or the moan of the earthquake, or the whisper of the wind to the leaves in the cedar tree. God is slowly revealing himself by his works, by the course of events, by the progress of humanity. If he has never spoken from heaven in human language, he is daily speaking in the world around us to all who have ears to hear, and as nature in its varied forms is his only revelation of himself, so the mind and the heart alone can perceive his presence, and catch the whispers of his mysterious voice. Quote, Never yet has been broken the silence eternal, never yet has been spoken, in accents supernal, God's thought of himself. We are groping in blindness who yearn to behold him, but in wisdom and kindness in darkness he folds them, till the soul learns to see. So the veil is unriven that hides the all-holy, and no token is given that satisfies wholly the cravings of man. But unhasting advances the march of the ages, to truth-seekers' glances unrolling the pages of God's revelation. In patience unheeding, time slowly revolving, unresting, unspeeding, is ever evolving fresh truths about God. Human speech has not broken the stillness supernal, yet ever is spoken through silence eternal, with growing distinctness, God's thought of himself. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1 on the nature and the existence of God. It is impossible to those who study the deeper religious problems of our time to stave off much longer the question which lies at the root of them all: what do you believe in regard to God? We may controvert Christian doctrines one after another, point by point we may be driven from the various beliefs of our churches, reason may force us to see contradictions where we had imagined harmony, and may open our eyes to flaws where we had dreamed of perfection. We resign all idea of a revelation. We seek for God in nature only. We renounce forever the hope which glorified our former creed into such alluring beauty, that at some future time we should verily see God, that our eyes should behold the King in his beauty, in that fairy land which is very far off. But every step we take onwards towards a more reasonable faith and a surer light of truth leads us nearer and nearer to the problem of problems: what is that which men call God? Not till theologians have thoroughly grappled with this question have they any just claim to be called religious guides. From each of those whom we honour as our leading thinkers we have a right to a distinct answer to this question, and the very object of the present paper is to provoke discussion on this point. Men are apt to turn aside somewhat impatiently from an argument about the nature and existence of the Deity, because they consider that the question is a metaphysical one which leads nowhere, a problem the resolution of which is beyond our faculties, and the study of which is at once useless and dangerous. They forget that action is ruled by thought, and that our ideas about God are therefore of vast practical importance. On our answer to the question propounded above depends our whole conception of the nature and origin of evil, and of the sanctions of morality. On our idea of God turns our opinion on the much disputed question of prayer, and, in fact, our whole attitude of mind towards life here and hereafter. Does morality consist in obedience to the will of a perfectly moral being? And are we to aim at righteousness of life, because in doing so we please God? Or are we to lead noble lives, because nobility of life is desirable for itself alone, and because it spreads happiness around us and satisfies the desires of our own nature? Is our mental attitude to be that of kneeling or standing? Are our eyes to be fixed on heaven or on earth? Is prayer to God reasonable and helpful, the natural cry of a child for help from a Father in heaven, or is it, on the other hand, a useless appeal to an unknown and irresponsible force? Is the mainspring of our actions to be the idea of duty to God, or a sense of the necessity of bringing our being into harmony with the laws of the universe? It appears to me that these questions are of such grave and vital moment that no apology is needed for drawing attention to them, and because of their importance to mankind, I challenge the leaders of the religious and non-religious world alike, the Christians, theists, pantheists, and those who take no specific name, duly to test the views they severally hold. In this battle the simple foot soldier may touch with his lance the shield of the knight, and the insignificance of the challenger does not exempt the general from the duty of lifting the gauntlet flung down at his feet. Little care I for personal defeat, if the issue of the conflict should enthrone more firmly the radiant figure of truth. One fault, however, I am anxious to avoid, and that is the fault of ambiguity. The orthodox and the free-thinking alike do a good deal of useless fighting from sheer misunderstanding of each other's standpoint in the controversy. It appears then to be indispensable in the prosecution of the following inquiry that the meaning of terms should be unmistakably distinct. I begin therefore by defining the technical terms of expression to be employed in my argument. The definitions may be good or bad, that is not material. All that is needed is that the sense in which the various terms are used should be clearly understood. When men fight only for the sake of discovering truth, definiteness of expression is specially incumbent on them, and, as has been eloquently said, the strugglers being sincere, truth may give laurels to the victor and the vanquished. Laurels to the victor in that he hath upheld the truth, laurels still welcome to the vanquished, whose defeat crowns him with a truth he knew not of before. The definitions that appear to me to be absolutely necessary are as follows. Matter is used to express that which is tangible. Spirit, or spiritual, is used to express those intangible forces whose existence we become aware of only through the effects they produce. Substance is used to express that which exists in itself and by itself, and the conception of which does not imply the conception of anything preceding it. God is used to represent exclusively that being invested by the orthodox with certain physical, intellectual, and moral attributes. Particular attention must be paid to this last definition because the term atheist is often flung unjustly at any thinker who ventures to criticise the popular and traditional idea of God, and different schools, theistic and non-theistic, with but too much facility, bandy about this vague epithet in mutual reproach. As an instance of this uncharitable and unfair use of ugly names, all schools agree in calling the late Mr. Austin Hollyoake an atheist. And he accepted the name himself, although he distinctly stated, as we find in a printed report of a discussion held at the Victoria Institute, that he did not deny the possibility of the existence of God, but only denied the possibility of the existence of that God in whom the orthodox exhorted him to believe. It is well thus to protest beforehand against this name being bandied about, because it carries with it, at present, so much popular prejudice that it prevents all possibility of a candid and free discussion. It is simply a convenient stone to fling at the head of an opponent whose arguments one cannot meet, a certain way of raising a tumult which will drown his voice, and if it have any serious meaning at all, it might be fairly used, as I shall presently show, against the most orthodox pillar of the orthodox faith. It is manifest to all who take the trouble to think steadily that there can be only one eternal and underived substance, and that matter and spirit must therefore only be varying manifestations of this one substance. The distinction made between matter and spirit is then simply made for the sake of convenience and clearness, just as we may distinguish perception from judgment, both of which, however, are alike processes of thought. Matter is, in its constituent elements, the same as spirit. Existence is one, however manifold in its phenomena. Life is one, however multiform in its evolution. As the heat of the coal differs from the coal itself, so do memory, perception, judgment, emotion, and will differ from the brain which is the instrument of thought. But nevertheless they are all equally products of the one sole substance, varying only in their conditions. It may be taken for granted that against this preliminary point of the argument will be raised the party cry of rank materialism, because materialism is a doctrine of which the general public has an undefined horror. But I am bold to say that if by matter is meant that which is above defined as substance, then no reasoning person can help being a materialist. The orthodox are very fond of arguing back to what they call the great first cause. God is a spirit, they say, and from him is derived the spiritual part of man. Well and good, they have traced back a part of the universe to a point at which they conceive that only one universal essence is possible, that which they call God, and which is spirit only. But I then invite their consideration to the presence of something which they do not regard as spirit, i.e. matter. I follow their own plan of argument step by step. I trace matter, as they traced spirit, back and back, till I reach a point beyond which I cannot go, one only existence, substance or essence. Am I therefore to believe that God is matter only? But we have already found it asserted by theists that he is spirit only, and we cannot believe two contradictories, however logical the road which led us to them. So we must acknowledge two substances, eternally existent side by side. If existence be dual, then, however absurd the hypothesis, there must be two first causes. It is not I who am responsible for an idea so anomalous. The orthodox escape from this dilemma by an assumption, thus: God, to whom is to be traced back all spirit, created matter. Why am I not equally justified in assuming, if I please, that matter created spirit? Why should I be logical in one argument and illogical in another? If we come to assumptions, have not I as much right to my assumption as my neighbour has to his? Why may he predicate creation of one half of the universe, and I not predicate it of the other half? If the assumptions be taken into consideration at all, then I contend that mine is the more reasonable of the two, since it is possible to imagine matter as existing without mind, while it is utterly impossible to conceive of mind existing without matter. We all know how a stone looks, and we are in the habit of regarding that as lifeless matter. But who has any distinct idea, a mind pure et simple? No clear conception of it is possible to human faculties. We can only conceive of mind as it is found in an organisation. Intelligence has no appreciable existence except as residing in the brain and as manifested in results. The lines of spirits and matter are not one, say the orthodox. They run backwards side by side. Why then, in following the course of these two parallel lines, should I suddenly bend one into the other? And on what principle of selection shall I choose the one I am to curve? I must really decline to use logic just as far as it supports the orthodox idea of God, and arbitrarily throw it down the moment it conflicts with that idea. I find myself then compelled to believe that only one substance exists in all around me, that the universe is eternal, or at least eternal so far as our faculties are concerned, since we cannot, as someone has quaintly put it, get to the outside of everywhere, that a deity cannot be conceived of as apart from the universe, pre-existent to the universe, post-existent to the universe, that the worker and the work are inextricably interwoven, and in some sense eternally and indissolubly combined. Having got so far, we will proceed to examine into the possibility of proving the existence of that one essence popularly called by the name of God, under the conditions strictly defined by the orthodox. Having demonstrated, as I hope to do, that the orthodox idea of God is unreasonable and absurd, we will endeavour to discover whether any idea of God, worthy to be called an idea, is attainable in the present state of our faculties. The orthodox believers in God are divided into two camps, one of which maintains that the existence of God is as demonstrable as any mathematical proposition, while the other asserts that his existence is not demonstrable to the intellect. I select Dr. McCann, a man of considerable reputation, as the representative of the former of these two opposing schools of thought, and give the doctor's position in his own words. The purpose of the following paper is to prove the fallacy of all such assumptions, i.e. that the existence of God is an insoluble problem, by showing that we are no more at liberty to deny his being than we are to deny any demonstration of Euclid. He would be thought unworthy of refutation who should assert that any two angles of a triangle are together greater than two right angles. We would content ourselves by saying the man is mad, mathematically at least, and pass on. if it can be shown that we affirm the existence of Deity for the very same reasons as we affirm the truth of any geometric proposition, if it can be shown that the former is as capable of demonstration as the latter, then it necessarily follows that if we are justified in calling the man a fool who denies the latter, we are also justified in calling him a fool who says there is no God, and in refusing to answer him according to his folly. Which of course is a very convenient one when you meet with an awkward opponent whom you cannot silence by sentiment and declamation. Again, in conclusion, we believe it to be very important to be able to prove that if the mathematician be justified in asserting that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, the Christian is equally justified in asserting not only that he is compelled to believe in God, but that he knows him, and that he who denies the existence of the Deity is as unworthy of serious refutation as he who denies a mathematical demonstration. Taken from A Demonstration of the Existence of God, a lecture delivered at the Victoria Institute, 1870, pages 1 and 2. Dr. McCann proves his very startling thesis by laying down as axioms 6 statements, which, however luminous to the Christian traditionalist, are obscure to the sceptical intellect. He seems to be conscious of this defect in his so-called axioms, for he proceeds to prove each of them elaborately, forgetting that the simple statement of an axiom should carry direct conviction, that it needs only to be understood in order to be accepted. However, let this pass. Our teacher, having stated and proved his axioms, proceeds to draw his conclusions from them, and as his foundations are unsound, it is scarcely to be wondered at that his superstructure should be insecure. I know of no way so effectual to defeat an adversary as to beg all the questions raised, assume every point in dispute, call assumptions axioms, and then proceed to reason from them. It is really not worth while to criticise Dr. McCann in detail, his lecture being nothing but a mass of fallacies and unproved assertions. Christian courtesy allows him to call those who dissent from his assumptions fools, and as these terms of abuse are not considered admissible by those whom he assails as unbelievers, there is a slight difficulty in answering Dr. McCann according to his deserts. I content myself with suggesting that they who wish to learn how pretended reasoning may pass for solid argument, how inconsequent statements may pass for logic, had better study this lecture. For my own part, I confess that my folly is not as yet of a sufficiently pronounced type to enable me to accept Dr. McCann's conclusions. The best representation I can select of the second orthodox party, those who admit that the existence of God is not demonstrable, is the late Dean Mansell. In his Limits of Religious Thought, the Bampton Lectures for 1867, he takes up a perfectly unassailable position. The peculiarity of this position, however, is that he, the pillar of orthodoxy, the famed defender of the faith against German infidelity and all forms of rationalism, regards God from exactly the same point as does a well-known modern atheist. I have almost hesitated sometimes which writer to quote from, so identical are they in thought. Probably neither Dean Mansell nor Mr. Bradlaugh would thank me for bracketing their names, but I am forced to confess that the arguments used by the one to prove the endless absurdities into which we fall when we try to comprehend the nature of God are exactly the same arguments that are used by the other to prove that God, as believed in by the orthodox, cannot exist. I quote, however, exclusively from the Dean, because it is at once novel and agreeable to find oneself sheltered by Mother Church at the exact moment when one is questioning her very foundations, and also because the Dean's name carries with it so orthodox an odour that his authority will tell where the same words from any of those who are outside the pale of orthodoxy would be regarded with suspicion. Nevertheless, I wish to state plainly that a more atheistical book than these Bampton Lectures, at least in the earlier part of it, I have never read, and had its title page borne the name of any well-known free thinker, it would have been received in the religious world with a storm of indignation. The first definition laid down by the orthodox as a characteristic of God is that he is an infinite being. There is but one living and true God, of infinite power, etc. Article of Religion, Part 1. It has been said that infinite only means indefinite. but I must protest against this weakening of a well-defined theological term. The term infinite has always been understood to mean far more than indefinite. It literally means boundless. The infinite has no limitations, no possible restrictions, no circumference. People who do not think about the meaning of the words they use speak very freely and familiarly of the infinitude of God, as though the term implied no inconsistency. Deny that God is infinite, and you are at once called an atheist. But press your opponent into a definition of the term, and you will generally find that he does not know what he is talking about. Dean Mansell points out, with his accurate habit of mind, all that this attribute of God implies, and it would be well if those who believe in an infinite God would try and realise what they express. Half the battle of free thought will be won when people attach a definite meaning to the terms they use. The infinite has no bounds, then the finite cannot exist. Why? Because in the very act of acknowledging any existence besides the infinite one, you limit the infinite. By saying, "This is not God," you at once make him finite, because you set a bound to his nature, you distinguish between him and something else, and by the very act you limit him, that which is not he is as a rock which checks the waves of the ocean. In that spot a limit is found, and in finding a limit the infinite is destroyed. The orthodox may retort, "This is only a matter of terms," but it is well to force them into realising the dogmas which they thrust on our acceptance under such awful penalties for rejection. I know what an infinite God implies, and, as apart from the universe, I feel compelled to deny the possibility of his existence. Surely it is fair that the orthodox should also know what the words they use mean on this head, and give up the term if they cling to a personal God, distinct from creation. Further, and here I quote Dean Mansell, the infinite must be conceived as containing within itself the sum not only of all actual but of all possible modes of being. If any possible mode can be denied of it, it is capable of becoming more than it now is, and such a capability is a limitation. The hiatus refers to the absolute being of God, which it is better to consider separately. An unrealised possibility is necessarily a relation and a limit. Thus is orthodoxy crushed by the powerful logic of its own champion. God is infinite, then in that case everything that exists is God. All phenomena are modes of the divine being. There is literally nothing which is not God. Will the orthodox accept this position? It lands them, it is true, in the most extreme pantheism. But what of that? They believe in an infinite God, and they are therefore necessarily pantheists. If they object to this, they must give up the idea that their God is infinite at all. There is no halfway position open to them. He is infinite or finite. Which? Again, God is before all things. He is the only absolute being, dependent on nothing outside himself. All that is not God is relative. That is to say, that God exists alone and is not necessarily related to anything else. The orthodox even believe that God did at some former period, which is not a period, they say, because time then was not. However, at that hazy time he did exist alone, i.e. as what is called an absolute being. This conception is necessary for all who in any sense believe in a creator. Thou in thy far eternity didst live and love alone. So sings a Christian minstrel. And one of the arguments put forward for a Trinity is that a plurality of persons is necessary in order that God may be able to love at the time when he was alone. Into this point, however, I do not now enter. But what does this absolute imply? A simple impossibility of creation, just as does the infinite, for creation implies that the relative is brought into existence, and thus the absolute is destroyed. Here again the pantheistic hypothesis seems forced upon us. We can think of creation only as a change in the condition of that which already exists, and thus the creature is conceivable only as a phenomenal mode of the being of the Creator. Thus once more looms up the dreaded spectre of pantheism, the dreary desolation of a pantheistic wilderness. And who is the Moses who has led us into this desert? It is a leader of orthodoxy, a dignitary of the Church. It is Dean Mansell, who stretches out his hand to the universe and says, "This is thy God, O Israel." The two highest attributes of God land us, then, in the most thorough pantheism. Further, before remarking on the other divine attributes, I would challenge the reader to pause and try to realise this infinite and absolute being. That a man can be conscious of the infinite is, then, a supposition which, in the very terms in which it is expressed, annihilates itself. The infinite, if it is to be conceived at all, must be conceived as potentially everything, and actually nothing. For if there is anything in general which it cannot become, it is thereby limited, and if there is anything in particular which it actually is, it is thereby excluded from being any other thing. But again it must also be conceived as actually everything and potentially nothing, for an unrealised potentiality is likewise a limitation. If the infinite can be, in the future, that which it is not, in the present, it is by that very possibility marked out as incomplete and capable of a higher perfection. If it is actually everything, it possesses no characteristic feature by which it can be distinguished from anything else, and discerned as an object of consciousness. I think, then, that we must be content, on the showing of Dr. Mansell, to allow that God is, in his own nature, from this point of view, quite beyond the grasp of our faculties. As regards us, he does not exist, since he is indistinguishable and undiscernible. Well might the Church exclaim, "Save me from my friends," when a dean acknowledges that her God is a self-contradictory phantom. Oddly enough, however, the Church likes it, and accepts this fatal championship. I might have put this argument wholly in my own words, for the subject is familiar to every one who has tried to gain a distinct idea of the being who is called God, but I have preferred to back my own opinions with the authority of so orthodox a man as Dean Mansell, trusting that by so doing the orthodox may be forced to see where the logic carries them. All who are interested in this subject should study his lectures carefully. There is really no difficulty in following them, if the student will take the trouble of mastering once for all the terms he employs. The book was lent to me years ago by a clergyman, and did more than any other book I know to make me what is called an infidel. It proves to demonstration the impossibility of our having any logical, reasonable, and definite idea of God, and the utter hopelessness of trying to realise his existence. It seems necessary here to make a short digression to explain, for the benefit of those who have not read the book from which I have been quoting, how Dean Mansell escaped becoming an atheist. It is a curious fact that the last part of this book is as remarkable for its assumptions as is the earlier portion its pitiless logic. When he ought in all reason to say, "We can know nothing and therefore can believe nothing," he says instead, "We can know nothing and therefore let us take revelation for granted." An atheistic reasoner suddenly startles us by becoming a devout Christian. The apparent enemy of the faithful is transformed into an angel of light. The existence of God is inconceivable by the reason, and therefore the only ground that can be taken for accepting one representation of it rather than another is that one is revealed and the other not revealed. It is the acknowledgment of a previously formed determination to believe at any cost. It is a wail of helplessness, the very apotheosis of despair. We cannot have history, so let us believe a fairy tale. We can discover nothing, so let us assume anything. We cannot find truth, so let us take the first myth that comes to hand. Here I feel compelled to part company with the Dean, and to leave him to believe in, to adore, and to love that which he has himself designated as indistinguishable and undiscernible. It may be an act of faith, but it is a crucifixion of intellect. It may be a satisfaction to the yearnings of the heart, but it dethrones reason and tramples it in the dust. We proceed in our study of the attributes of God. He is represented as the supreme will, the supreme intelligence, the supreme love. As the supreme will, What do we mean by will? Surely, in the usual sense of the word, a will implies the power and the act of choosing. Two paths are open to us, and we will walk in one rather than in the other. But can we think of power of choice in connection with God? Of two courses open to us, one must needs be better than the other, else they would be indistinguishable and be only one. Perfection implies that the higher course will always be taken. What then becomes of the power of choice? We choose because we are imperfect. We do not know everything which bears on the matter on which we are about to exercise our will. If we knew everything, we should inevitably be driven in one direction, that which is the best possible course. The greater the knowledge, the more circumscribed the will, the nobler the nature, the more impossible the lower course. Spinoza points out most clearly that the divinity could not have made things otherwise than they are made, because any change in his action would imply a change in his nature. God, above all, must be bound by necessity. If we believe in a God at all, we must surely ascribe to him perfection of wisdom and perfection of goodness. We are then forced to conceive of him, however strange it may sound to those who believe, not only without seeing but also without thinking, as without will, because he must always necessarily pursue the course which is wisest and best. As the supreme intelligence. Again, the first question is, what do we mean by intelligence? In the usual sense of the word, intelligence implies the exercise of the various intellectual faculties, and gathers up into one word the ideas of perception, comparison, memory, judgment, and so on. The very enumeration of these faculties is sufficient to show how utterly inappropriate they are when thought of in connection with God. Does God perceive what he did not know before? Does he compare one fact with another? Does he draw conclusions from this correlation of perceptions, and thus judge what is best? Does he remember, as we remember, long past events? Perfect wisdom excludes from the idea of God all that is called intelligence in man. It involves unchangeableness, complete stillness. It implies a knowledge of all that is knowable. It includes an acquaintance with every fact, an acquaintance which has never been less in the past, and can never be more in the future. The reception at any time of a new thought or a new idea is impossible to perfection, for if it could ever be added to in the future, it is necessarily something less than perfect in the past. As the supreme love, we come here to the darkest problem of existence. Love, ruler of the world, permeated through and through with pain and sorrow and sin. Love, mainspring of a nature whose cruelty is sometimes appalling. Love, think of the martyrdom of man. Love, follow the history of the Church. Love, study the annals of the slave trade. Love, walk the courts and alleys of our towns. It is of no use to try and explain away these things or cover them up with a veil of silence. It is better to look them fairly in the face, and test our creeds by inexorable facts. It is foolish to keep a tender spot which may not be handled, for a spot which gives pain when it is touched implies the presence of a disease. Wiser far is it to press firmly against it, and, if danger lurk there, to use the probe or the knife. We have no right to pick out all that is noblest and fairest in man, to project these qualities into space and call them God. We only thus create an ideal figure, a purified, ennobled, magnified man. We have no right to shut our eyes to the sad revers de la Médaille, and leave out of our conceptions of the Creator the larger half of his creation. If we are to discover the worker from his works, we must not pick and choose amid those works, we must take them as they are, good and bad. If we only want an ideal, let us by all means make one, and call it God. If thus we can reach it, better, but if we want a true indication, we must take all facts into account. If God is to be considered as the author of the universe, and we are to learn of him through his works, then we must make room in our conceptions of him for the avalanche and the earthquake, for the tiger's tooth and the serpent's fang, as well as for the tenderness of woman and the strength of man, the radiant glory of the sunshine on the golden harvest, and the gentle lapping of the summer waves on the gleaming, shingled beach. Note by the editor: I know it is usual for the orthodox, when vindicating the moral character of their God, to say, all the evil that exists is of man, all that God has done is only good, but granting, which facts do not substantiate, that man is the only author of the sorrow and the wrong that abound in the world, it is difficult to see how the Creator can be free from imputation. Did not God, according to orthodoxy, plan all things with an infallible perception that the events foreseen must occur? Was not this accurate prescience based upon the inflexibility of God's eternal purposes? As, then, the purposes, in the order of nature, at least preceded the prescience, and formed the groundwork of it, man has become extensively the instrument of doing mischief in the world, simply because the God of the Christian Church did not choose to prevent man from being bad. In other words, man is as he is by the ordained design of God, and therefore God is responsible for all the suffering, shame, and error spread by human agency, so that the Christian apology for God in connection with the spectacle of evil falls to pieces. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, part 2 of My Path to Atheism, by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, on the nature and existence of God, part 2. The nature of God, what is it? Infinite and absolute, he evades our touch, without human will, without human intelligence, without human love. Where can his faculties, the very word is a misnomer, find a meeting place with ours? Is he everything or nothing? One or many? We know not. We know nothing. Such is the conclusion into which we are driven by orthodoxy, with its pretended faith, which is credulity, with its pretended proofs, which are presumptions. It defines and maps out the perfections of Deity, and they dissolve when we try to grasp them. Nowhere do these ideas hold water for a moment. Nowhere is this position defensible. Orthodoxy drives thinkers into atheism. Weary of its contradictions, they cry, "There is no God." Orthodoxy's leading thinker lands us himself in atheism. No logical, impartial mind can escape from unbelief through the trapdoor opened by Dean Mansell. He has taught us reason, and we cannot suppress reason. The serpent intellect, as the Bishop of Peterborough calls it, has twined itself firmly round the tree of knowledge, and in that type we do not see, with the Hebrew, the face of death, but, with the older faiths, we reverence it as the symbol of life. There is another fact, an historical one, still on the destructive side, which appears to me to be of the gravest importance, and that is the gradual attenuation of the idea of God before the growing light of true knowledge. To the savage everything is divine. He hears one God's voice in the clap of the thunder, another's in the roar of the earthquake. He sees a divinity in the trees, a deity smiles at him from the clear depths of the river and the lake. Every natural phenomenon is the abode of a God. Every event is controlled by a God. Divine volition is at the root of every incident. To him the rule of the gods is a stern reality. If he offends them, they turn the forces of nature against him. The flood, the famine, the pestilence, are the ministers of the avenging anger of the gods. As civilization advances, the deities lessen in number, the divine powers become concentrated more and more in one being, and God rules over the whole earth, maketh the clouds his chariot, and reigns above the water floods as a king. Physical phenomena are still his agents, working his will among the children of men. He rains great hailstones out of heaven on his enemies. He slays their flocks and desolates their land, but his chosen are safe under his protection. Even although danger hem them in on every side, "Thou shalt not be afraid for any terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, for the pestilence that walketh in the darkness, nor the sickness that destroyeth in the noonday. 1,000 shall fall beside thee, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. He shall defend thee under his wings, and thou shalt be safe under his feathers. Psalm 91, Prayer Book. Experience contradicted this theory rather roughly, and it gave way slowly before the logic of facts. It is, however, still more or less prevalent among ourselves, as we see when the siege of Paris is proclaimed as a judgment on Parisian irreligion, and when the whole nation falls on its knees to acknowledge the cattle plague as the deserved punishment of its sins. The next step forward was to separate the physical from the moral, and to allow that physical suffering came independently of moral guilt or righteousness. The men crushed under the fallen tower of Siloam were not thereby proved to be more sinful than their countrymen. The birth of science rang the death knell of an arbitrary and constantly interposing supreme power. The theory of God as a miracle worker was dissipated. Henceforth, if God ruled at all, it must be as in nature, and not from outside of nature. He no longer imposed laws on something exterior to himself. The laws could only be the necessary expression of his own being. Laws were, further, found to be immutable in their working, changing not in accordance with prayer, but ever true to a hair's breadth in their action. Slowly but surely, prayer to God for the alteration of physical phenomena is being found to be simply a well-meant superstition. Nature swerves not for our pleading, nor falters in her path for our most passionate supplication. The reign of law in physical matters is becoming acknowledged even by theologians. As step by step the knowledge of the natural advances, so step by step does the belief in the supernatural recede. As the kingdom of science extends, so the kingdom of miraculous interference gradually disappears. The effects which of old were thought to be caused by the direct action of God are now seen to be caused by the uniform and calculable working of certain laws, laws which, when discovered, it is the part of wisdom implicitly to obey. Things which we used to pray for, we now work and wait for. And if we fail, we do not ask God to add his strength to ours, but we sit down and lay our plans more carefully. How is this to end? Is the future to be like the past, and is science finally to obliterate the conception of a personal God? It is a question which ought to be pondered in the light of history. Hitherto the supernatural has always been the make-weight of human ignorance. Is it, in truth, this and nothing else? I am forced, with some reluctance, to apply the whole of the above reasoning to every school of thought, whether nominally Christian or non-Christian, which regards God as a magnified man. The same stern logic cuts every way and destroys alike the Trinitarian and the Unitarian hypothesis, wherever the idea of God is that of a creator, standing, as it were, outside his creation. The liberal thinker, whatever his present position, seems driven infallibly to the above conclusions, as soon as he sets himself to realise his idea of his God. The Deity must, of necessity, be that one and only substance out of which all things are evolved under the uncreated conditions and eternal laws of the universe. He must be, as Theodore Parker somewhat oddly puts it, the materiality of matter as well as the spirituality of spirit, i.e., these must both be products of this one substance, a truth which is readily accepted as soon as spirit and matter are seen to be but different modes of one essence. Thus we identify substance with the all-comprehending and vivifying force of nature, and in so doing we simply reduce to a physical impossibility the existence of the being described by the orthodox as a God possessing the attributes of personality. The Deity becomes identified with nature, coextensive with the universe, but the God of the orthodox no longer exists. We may change the signification of God, and use the word to express a different idea, but we can no longer mean by it a personal being in the orthodox sense, possessing an individuality which divides him from the rest of the universe. I say that I use these arguments with some reluctance, because many who have fought and are fighting nobly and bravely in the army of free thought, and to whom all free thinkers owe much honour, seem to cling to an idea of the Deity, which, however beautiful and poetical, is not logically defensible, and in striking at the orthodox notion of God, one necessarily strikes also at all idea of a personal deity. There are some Theists who have only cut out the Son and the Holy Ghost from the triune Jehovah, and have concentrated the deity in the person of the Father. They have returned to the old Hebrew idea of a God, the Creator, the Sustainer, only widening it into regarding God as the friend and father of all his creatures, and not of the Jewish nation only. There is much that is noble and attractive in this idea, and it will possibly serve as a religion of transition to break the shock of the change from the supernatural to the natural. It is reached entirely by a process of giving up. Christian notions are dropped one after another, and the God who is believed in is the residuum. This theistic school has not gained its idea of God from any general survey of nature, or from any philosophical induction from facts. It has gained it only by stripping off from an idea already in the mind everything which is degrading and revolting in the dogmas of Trinitarianism. It starts, as I have noticed elsewhere, from a very noble axiom: if there be a God at all, he must be at least as good as his highest creatures. And thus is instantly swept away the Augustinian idea of a God, that monster invented by theological dialectics. But still the same axiom makes God in the image of man, and never succeeds in getting outside a human representation of the divinity. It starts from this axiom, and the axiom is prefaced by an if. It assumes God, and then argues fairly enough what his character must be, and this if is the very point on which the argument of this paper turns. If there be a God, all the rest follows. But is there a God at all, in the sense in which the word is generally used? And thus I come to the second part of my problem. Having seen that the orthodox idea of God is unreasonable and absurd, is there any idea of God worthy to be called an idea which is attainable in the present state of our faculties? The argument from design does not seem to me to be a satisfactory one. It either goes too far or not far enough. Why, in arguing from the evidences of adaptation, should we assume that they are planned by a mind? It is quite as easy to conceive of matter as self-existent, with inherent vital laws moulding it into varying phenomena, as to conceive of any intelligent mind directly modelling matter, so that the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. It is, I know, customary to sneer at the idea of beautiful forms existing without a conscious designer, to parallel the adaptations of this world to the adaptations in machinery, and then triumphantly to inquire, if skill be inferred from the one, why ascribe the other to chance? We do not believe in chance. The steady action of law is not chance. The exquisite crystals which form themselves under certain conditions are not a fortuitous concourse of atoms. The only question is whether the laws which we all allow to govern nature are immanent in nature, or the outcome of an intelligent mind. If there be a lawmaker, is he self-existent, or does he in turn, as has been asked again and again by positivist, secularist and atheist, require a maker? If we think for a moment of the vast mind implied in the existence of a creator of the universe, is it possible to believe that such a mind is the result of chance? If man's mind imply a mastermind, how much more that of God? Of course the question seems an absurd one, but it is quite as pertinent as the question about a world maker. We must come to a stop somewhere, and it is quite as logical to stop at one point as at another. The argument from design would be valuable if we could prove a priori, as Mr. Gillespie attempted to do, the existence of a deity. This being proved, we might then fairly argue deductively to the various apparent signs of mind in the universe. Again, if we allow design, we must ask, how far does design extend? If some phenomena are designed, why not all? And if not all, on what principle can we separate that which is designed from that which is not? If intellect and love reveal a design, what is revealed by brutality and hate? If the latter are not the result of design, how did they become introduced into the universe? I repeat that this argument implies either too much or too little. There is but one argument that appears to me to have any real weight, and that is the argument from instinct. Man has faculties which appear at present as though they were not born of intellect, and it seems to me to be unphilosophical to exclude this class of facts from our survey of nature. The nature of man has in it certain sentiments and emotions which, reasonably or unreasonably, sway him powerfully and continually. They are, in fact, his strongest motive powers, overwhelming the reasoning faculties with resistless strength. True, they need discipline and controlling, but they do not need to be, and they cannot be, destroyed. The sentiments of love, of reverence, of worship, are not, as yet, reducible to logical processes. They are intuitions, spontaneous emotions, incomprehensible to the keen and cold intellect. They may be laughed at or denied, but they still exist in spite of all. They avenge themselves, when they are not taken into account, by ruining the best laid plans, and they are continually bursting the cords with which reason strives to tie them down. I do not for a moment pretend to deny that these intuitions will, as our knowledge of psychology increases, be reducible to strict laws. We call them instincts and intuitions simply because we are unable to trace them to their source, and this vague expression covers the vagueness of our ideas. Therefore, intuition is not to be accepted as a trustworthy guide, but it may suggest an hypothesis, and this hypothesis must then be submitted to the stern verification of observed facts. We are not as yet able to say to what the instinct in man to worship points, or what reality answers to his yearning. Increased knowledge will, we may hope, reveal to us where there lies the true satisfaction of this instinct. So long as the yearning is only an instinct, it cannot pretend to be logically defensible, or claim to lay down any rule of faith. But still I think it is well to point out that this instinct exists in man, and exists most strongly in some of the noblest souls. Quote, "Is there in man any such instinct? May not the general tendency to worship a deity everywhere be the result of the influence gained by priests over the mind by the play of the mysterious unknown and hereafter upon susceptible imaginations? Besides, what are we to say of the immense number of philosophical Buddhists and Brahmins, for whose comfort or moral guidance the idea of a God or a hereafter is felt to be quite unnecessary? They cannot comprehend it, and consequently acts of worship to God would be deemed by them fanatical. It is traditionalists who either do not think at all, or think only within a narrow creed-bound circle, that are most devoted to worshipping deity, and if so, may not the whole history of worship have its origin in superstition and priestcraft? In that case, the theory of an instinct of worship falls to the ground." Note by the editor. End quote. Of all the various sentiments which are thus at present intuitional, none is so powerful, none so overmastering as this instinct to worship, this sentiment of religion. It is as natural for man to worship as to eat. He will do it, be it reasonable or unreasonable. Just as the baby crams everything into his mouth, so does man persist in worshipping something. It may be said that the baby's instinct does not prove that he is right in trying to devour a matchbox. True, but it proves the existence of something eatable. So fetish worship, polytheism, theism, do not prove that man has worshipped rightly, but they do not prove the existence of something worshipable. The argument does not, of course, pretend to amount to a demonstration. It is nothing more than the suggestion of an analogy. Are we to find that the supply is correlated to the demand throughout nature, and yet believe that this hitherto invariable system is suddenly altered when we reach the spiritual part of man? I do not deny that this instinct is hereditary, and that it is fostered by habit. The idea of reverence for God is transmitted from parent to child. It is educated into an abnormal development, and thus almost indefinitely strengthened. But yet it does appear to me that the bent to worship is an integral part of man's nature. This instinct has also sometimes been considered to have its root in the feeling that one's individual self is but a part of a stupendous whole, that the so-called religious feeling which is evoked by a grand view or a bright starlight night is only the realization of personal insignificance, and the reverence which rises in the soul in the presence of the mighty universe of which we form a part. Whatever the root and the significance of this instinct, there can be no doubt of its strength. There is nothing rouses men's passion as does theology. For religion men rush on death more readily and joyfully than for any other cause. Religious fanaticism is the most fatal, the most terrible power in the world. In studying history, I also see the upward tendency of the race, and note that current which Mr. Matthew Arnold has called that stream of tendency, not ourselves, which makes for righteousness. Of course, if there be a conscious God, this tendency is a proof of his moral character, since it would be the outcome of his laws. But here again an argument which would be valuable were the existence of God already proved, falls blunted from the iron wall of the unknown. The same tendency upwards would naturally exist in any realm of law, although the law were an unconscious force. For righteousness is nothing more than obedience to law, and where there is obedience to law, nature's mighty forces lend their strength to man, and progress is secured. Only by obedience to law can advance be made, and this rule applies, of course, to morality as well as to physics. Physical righteousness is obedience to physical laws, moral righteousness is obedience to moral laws. Just as physical laws are discovered by the observation of natural phenomena, so must moral laws be discovered by the observation of social phenomena. That which increases the general happiness is right, that which tends to destroy the general happiness is wrong. Utility is the test of morality, but a law must not be drawn from a single fact or phenomenon. Facts must be carefully collated, and the general laws of morality drawn from a generalisation of facts. But this subject is too large to enter upon here, and it is only hinted at in order to note that, although there is a moral tendency apparent in the course of events, it is rather a rash assumption to take it for granted that the power in question is a conscious one. It may be, and that, I think, is all we can justly and reasonably say. Again, as regards love, I have protested above against the easiness which talks glibly of the supreme love while shutting its eyes to the supreme agony of the world. But here, in putting forward what may be said on the other side of the question, I must remark that there is a possible explanation for sorrow and sin which is consistent with love given immortality of man and beast, and the future gain may then outweigh the present loss. But we are bound to remember that we can only have a hope of immortality, we have no demonstration of it, and this is therefore only an assumption by which we escape from a difficulty. We ought to be ready to acknowledge also that there is love in nature, although there is cruelty too. There is the sunshine as well as the storm, and we must not fix our eyes on the darkness alone and deny the light. In mother love, in the love of friends, loyal through all doubt, true in spite of danger and difficulty, strongest when most sorely tried, we see gleams of so divine, so unearthly a beauty, that our hearts whisper to us of an universal heart pulsating throughout nature, which at these rare moments we cannot believe to be a dream. But there seems also to be a vague idea that love and other virtues could not exist unless derived from the love, etc. It is true that we do conceive certain ideals of virtue which we personify, and to which we apply various terms implying affection. We speak of a love of truth, devotion to freedom, and so on. These ideals have, however, a purely subjective existence. They are not objective realities. There is nothing answering to these conceptions in the outside world, nor do we pretend to believe in their individuality. But when we gather up all our ideals, our noblest longings, and bind them into one vast ideal figure, which we call by the name of God, then we at once attribute to it an objective existence, and complain of coldness and hardness if its reality is questioned, and we demand to know if we can love an abstraction. The noblest souls do love abstractions, and live in their beauty and die for their sake. There appears also to be a possibility of a mind in nature, although we have seen that intelligence is, strictly speaking, impossible. There cannot be perception, memory, comparison, or judgment, but may there not be a perfect mind, unchanging, calm, still? Our faculties fail us when we try to estimate the Deity, and we are betrayed into contradictions and absurdities. But does it therefore follow that he is not? It seems to me that to deny his existence is to overstep the boundaries of our thought power almost as much as to try and define it. We pretend to know the unknown if we declare him to be the unknowable. Unknowable to us at present, yes. Unknowable for ever in other possible stages of existence? We have reached a region into which we cannot penetrate. Here all human faculties fail us. We bow our heads on the threshold of the unknown. "And the ear of man cannot hear, and the eye of man cannot see. But if we could see and hear this vision, were it not he?" Thus sings Alfred Tennyson, the poet of metaphysics. If we could see and hear, alas, it is always an if. We come back to the opening of this essay. What is the practical result of our ideas about the divinity, and how do these ideas affect the daily working life? What conclusions are we to draw from the undeniable fact that, even if there be a personal God, his nature and existence are beyond our faculties, that clouds and darkness are round about him, that he is veiled in eternal silence and reveals himself not to men? Surely the obvious inference is that, if he does really exist, he desires to conceal himself from the inhabitants of our world. I repeat, that if the Deity exist, he does not wish us to know of his existence. There may be, in the very nature of things, an impossibility of his revealing himself to men. We may have no faculties with which to apprehend him. Can we reveal the stars and the rippling expanse of ocean to the sightless limpet on the rock? Whether this be so or not, certain is it that the Deity does not reveal himself. Either he cannot or he will not. And the reason, I am granting for the moment, for argument's sake, his personal existence, is not far to seek. It is blazed upon the face of history. For what has been the result of theology upon the whole? It has turned men's eyes from earth to fix them on heaven. It has bid them be careless of the temporal, while luring them to grasp at the eternal. It has induced multitudes to lavish fervent sentiment upon a conception framed by priests of an incomprehensible God, while diverting their strength from the plain duties which humanity has before it. It has taught them to live for the world to come, when they should live for the world around them. It has made earth's wrongs endurable with the hope of the glory to be revealed. Wisely indeed would the Deity hide himself, when even a phantom of him has wrought such a fatal mischief, and never will real and steady progress be secured until men acquiesce in this beneficent law of their nature, which draws a stern circle of the limits of religious thought, and bids them concentrate their attention on the work they have to do in this world, instead of being for ever peering into and brooding over the world beyond the grave. What is to be our conception of morality? Is it to base itself on obedience to God, or is it to be sought for itself and its effects? When we admit that God is beyond our knowing, morality becomes at once necessarily grounded on utility, or the natural adaptation of certain feelings and actions to promote the general welfare of society. As no revelation is given to us as one infallible standard of right and wrong, we must form our morality for ourselves from thought and from experience. For example, our moral nature, as educated under the highest civilization, tells us that lying is wrong. With this hypothesis in our minds, we study facts and discover that lying causes mistrust, anarchy, and ruin. Thence we lay down as a moral law, lie not at all. The science of morality must be content to grow like other sciences. First an hypothesis, round which to group our facts, then from the collected and collated facts, reasoning up to a solid law. Scientific morality has this great advantage over revealed, that it stands on firm, unassailable ground. New facts will alter its details, but can never touch its method. Like all other sciences, it is at once positive and progressive. All men do not think lying is wrong, e.g. thugs and old Spartans. Therefore it is not our moral nature that intuitively tells us thus, but our moral nature as instructed by the moral ideas prevailing in the society in which we happen to be living. Note by the editor. Is our mental attitude to be kneeling or standing? When we admit that the Deity is veiled from us, how can we pray? When we see that law is inexorable, of what use to protest against its absolute sway? When we feel that all, including ourselves, are but modes of being, which is one and universal, and in which we live and move, how shall we pray to that which is close to us as our own souls, part of our very selves, inseparable from our thoughts, sharing our consciousness? As well talk aloud to ourselves as pray to the universal essence. Children cry for what they want, men and women work for it. There are two points of view from which we may regard prayer. From the one it is a piece of childishness only, from the other it is sheer impertinence. Regarding nature's mighty order, her grand, silent, unvarying march, the importunity which frets against her changeless progress is a mark of the most extreme childishness of mind. It shows that complete irreverence of spirit which cannot conceive the idea of a greatness before which the individual existence is as nothing, and that infantile conceit which imagines that its own plans and playthings rival in importance the struggles of nations and the interests of distant worlds. Regarding nature's laws as wiser than our own whims, the idea which finds its outlet in prayer is a gross impertinence. Who are we that we should take it on ourselves to remind nature of her work, God of his duty? Is there any impertinence so extreme as prayer which pleads with the Deity? There is only one kind of prayer which is reasonable, and that is the deep, silent adoration of the greatness and beauty and order around us, as revealed in the realms of non-rational life and in humanity. As we bow our heads before the laws of the universe, and mould our lives into obedience to their voice, we find a strong, calm peace steal over our hearts, a perfect trust in the ultimate triumph of the right, a quiet determination to make our lives sublime. Before our own high ideals, before those lives which show us how high the tides of divine life have risen in the human world, we stand with hushed voice and veiled face. From them we draw strength to emulate, and even dare struggle to excel. The contemplation of the ideal is true prayer. It inspires, it strengthens, it ennobles. The other part of prayer is work. From contemplation to labour, from the forest to the street. Study nature's laws, conform to them, work in harmony with them, and work becomes a prayer and a thanksgiving, an adoration of the universal wisdom, and a true obedience to the universal law. Is the mainspring of our actions to be the idea of duty to God, or of the loyalty to law and to man's well-being? We cannot serve God in any real sense. We are awed before the unknown, but we cannot serve it. For the mighty, for the incomprehensible, what can we do? But we can serve man, aye, and he needs our service, service of brain and hand, service untiring and unceasing, service through life and unto death. The race to which we belong, our own families and kinsfolk, and then the community at large, has the first claim on our allegiance, a claim from which nothing can release us until death drops a veil over our work. Surely I may claim that my subject is not an unpractical one, and that our ideas of the nature and existence of God influence our lives in a very real way. If I have substituted a different basis of morality for that on which it now stands, if I have suggested a different theory of prayer and offered a different motive for duty, surely these changes affect the whole of human life. And if one by one these theories are denied by the orthodox, and they reject them because they sever human life from that which is called revealed religion, is not my position justified, that the ideas we hold of God are the ruling forces of our lives, that it is of primary importance to the welfare of mankind that a false theory on this point should be destroyed, and a more reasonable faith accepted? Will any one exclaim, "You are taking all beauty out of human life, all hope, all warmth, all inspiration. You give us cold duty for filial obedience, and inexorable law in the place of God. All beauty from life? Is there then no beauty in the idea of forming part of the great life of the universe? No beauty in conscious harmony with nature? No beauty in faithful service? No beauty in ideals of every virtue? All hope? Why, I give you more than hope, I give you certainty. If I bid you labour for this world, it is with the knowledge that this world will repay you 1,000-fold, because society will grow purer, freedom more settled, law more honoured, life more full and glad. What is your hope? A heaven in the clouds? I point to a heaven attainable on earth. All warmth? What? You serve warmly a God unknown and invisible, in a sense the projected shadow of your own imaginings, and can only serve coldly your brother whom you see at your side. There is no warmth in brightening the lot of the sad, in reforming abuses, in establishing equal justice for rich and poor. You find warmth in the church, but none in the home. Warmth in imagining the cloud glories of heaven, but none in creating substantial glories on earth. All inspiration. If you want inspiration to feeling, to sentiment, perhaps you had better keep to your Bible and your creeds. If you want inspiration to work, go and walk through the east of London or the back streets of Manchester. You are inspired to tenderness as you gaze at the wounds of Jesus dead in Judea long ago, and find no inspiration in the wounds of men and women dying in the England of today. You have tears to shed for him, but none for the sufferer at your doors. His passion arouses your sympathies, but you see no pathos in the passion of the poor. Duty is colder than filial obedience. What do you mean by filial obedience? Obedience to your ideal of goodness and love, is it not so? Then how is duty cold? I offer you ideals for your homage. Here is truth for your mistress, to whose exaltation you shall devote your intellect. Here is freedom for your general, for whose triumph you shall fight. Here is love for your inspirer, who shall influence your every thought. Here is man for your master, not in heaven but on earth, to whose service you shall consecrate every faculty of your being. Inexorable law in the place of God? Yes, a stern certainty that you shall not waste your life, yet gather a rich reward at the close, that you shall not sow misery, yet reap gladness, that you shall not be selfish, yet be crowned with love, nor shall you sin, yet find safety in repentance. True, our creed is a stern one, stern with the beautiful sternness of nature. But if we be in the right, look to yourselves. Laws do not check their action for your ignorance. Fire will not cease to scorch because you did not know. We know nothing beyond nature. We judge the future by the present and the past. We are content to work now, and let the work to come wait until it appears as the work to do. We find that our faculties are sufficient for fulfilling the tasks within our reach, and we cannot waste time and strength in gazing into impenetrable darkness. We must needs fight against superstitions because they hinder the advancement of the race, but we will not fall into the error of opponents and try to define the undefinable. End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapter 11 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Euthanasia. I have already related to you with what care they look after their sick, so that nothing is left undone which may contribute either to their health or ease. And as for those who are afflicted with incurable disorders, they use all possible means of cherishing them, and of making their lives as comfortable as possible. They visit them often, and take great pains to make their time pass easily. But if any have torturing, lingering pain, without hope of recovery or ease, the priests and magistrates repair to them and exhort them, since they are unable to proceed with the business of life, are become a burden to themselves and all about them, and have in reality outlived themselves, they should no longer cherish a rooted disease, but choose to die, since they cannot but live in great misery, being persuaded, if they thus deliver themselves from torture, or allow others to do it, they shall be happy after death. Since they forfeit none of the pleasures, but only the troubles of life by this, they think they not only act reasonably, but consistently with religion, for they follow the advice of their priests, the expounders of God's will. Those who are wrought upon by these persuasions either starve themselves or take laudanum, but no one is compelled to end his life thus, and if they cannot be persuaded to it, the former care and attendance on it is continued. And though they esteem a voluntary death, when chosen on such authority, to be very honourable, On the contrary, if any one commit suicide without the concurrence of the priest and senate, they honour not the body with a decent funeral, but throw into a ditch. Taken from Memoirs, a translation of the Utopia, etc., of Sir Thomas More, Lord High Chancellor of England, by A. Cayley the Younger, pages 102 to 103, edition of 1808. In pleading for the morality of euthanasia, it seems not unwise to show that so thoroughly religious a man as Sir Thomas More deemed that practice so consonant with a sound morality as to make it one of the customs of his ideal state, and to place it under the sanction of the priesthood. As a devout Roman Catholic, the great Chancellor would naturally imagine that any beneficial innovation would be sure to obtain the support of the priesthood, and although we may differ from him on this head, since our daily experience teaches us that the priest may be counted on as the steady opponent of all reform, it is not yet uninstructive to note that the deep religious feeling which distinguished this truly good man did not shrink from this idea of euthanasia as from a breach of morality, nor did he apparently dream that any opposition would, or could, be offered to it on religious grounds. The last sentence of the extract is specially important. In discussing the morality of euthanasia, we are not discussing the moral lawfulness or unlawfulness of suicide in general. We may protest against suicide, and yet uphold euthanasia, and we may even protest against the one and uphold the other on exactly the same principle, as we shall see further on. As the greater includes the less, those who consider that a man has a right to choose whether he will live or not, and who therefore regard all suicide as lawful, will of course approve of euthanasia, but it is by no means necessary to hold this doctrine because we contend for the other. On the general question of the morality of suicide, this paper expresses no opinion whatever. This is not the point, and we do not deal with it here. This essay is simply and solely directed to prove that there are circumstances under which a human being has a moral right to hasten the inevitable approach of death. The subject is one which is surrounded by a thick fog of popular prejudice, and the arguments in its favour are generally dismissed unheard. I would therefore crave the reader's generous patience while laying before him the reasons which dispose many religious and social reformers to regard it as of importance that euthanasia should be legalised. In the fourth edition of an essay on euthanasia by P. D. Williams, Jr., an essay which powerfully sums up what is to be said for and against the practice in question, and which treats the whole subject exhaustively, we find the proposition for which we contend laid down in the following explicit terms: that in all cases of hopeless and painful illness, it should be the recognised duty of the medical attendant, whenever so desired by the patient, to administer chloroform or such other anaesthetic as may by and by supersede chloroform, so as to destroy consciousness at once and to put the sufferer to a quick and painless death, all needful precautions being adopted to prevent any abuse of such duty, and means being taken to establish, beyond the possibility of doubt or question, that the remedy was applied at the express wish of the patient. It is very important at the outset to lay down clearly the limitations of the proposed medical reform. It is sometimes thoughtlessly stated that the supporters of euthanasia propose to put to death all persons suffering from incurable disorders. No assertion can be more inaccurate or more calculated to mislead. We propose only that where an incurable disorder is accompanied with extreme pain, pain which nothing can alleviate except death, pain which only grows worse as the inevitable doom approaches, pain which drives almost to madness, and which must end in the intensified torture in the death agony, that pain should be at once soothed by the administration of an anaesthetic, which should not only produce unconsciousness, but should be sufficiently powerful to end a life, in which the renewal of consciousness can only be simultaneous with the renewal of pain. So long as life has some sweetness left in it, so long the offered mercy is not needed. Euthanasia is a relief from unendurable agony, not an enforced extinguisher of a still desired existence. Besides, no one proposes to make it obligatory on anybody. It is only urged that where the patient asks for the mercy of a speedy death, instead of a protracted one, his prayer may be granted without any danger of the penalties of murder or manslaughter being inflicted on the doctors and nurses in attendance. I will lay before the reader a case which is within my own knowledge, and which can be probably supplemented by the sad experience of almost every individual, in which the legality of euthanasia would have been a boon equally to the sufferer and to her family. A widow lady was suffering from cancer in the breast, and as the case was too far advanced for the ordinary remedy of the knife, and as the leading London surgeons refused to risk an operation which might hasten but could not retard death, she resolved, for the sake of her orphan children, to allow a medical practitioner to perform a terrible operation, whereby he hoped to prolong her life for some years. Its details are too painful to enter into unnecessarily. It will suffice to say that it was performed by means of quicklime, and that the use of chloroform was impossible. When the operation, which extended over days, was but half over, the sufferer's strength gave way, and the doctor was compelled to acknowledge that even a prolongation of life was impossible, and that to complete the operation would only hasten death. So the patient had to linger on in almost unimaginable torture, knowing that the pain could only end in death, seeing her relatives worn out by watching, and agonised at the sight of her sufferings, and yet compelled to live on from hour to hour, till at last the anguish culminated in death. Is it possible for any one to believe that it would have been wrong to have hastened the inevitable end, and thus to have shortened the agony of the sufferer herself, and to have also spared her nurses months of subsequent ill health? It is in such cases as this that euthanasia would be useful. It is, however, probable that all will agree that the benefit conferred by the legalisation of euthanasia would in many instances be very great, but many feel that the objections to it on moral grounds are so weighty that no physical benefit could countervail the moral wrong. These objections, so far as I can gather them, are as follows. Life is the gift of God, and is therefore sacred, and must only be taken back by the giver of life. Euthanasia is an interference with the course of nature, and is therefore an act of rebellion against God. Pain is a spiritual remedial agent inflicted by God, and should therefore be patiently endured. Life is the gift of God, and therefore sacred, and must only be taken back by the giver of life. This objection is one of those high-sounding phrases which impose on the careless and thoughtless hearer by catching up a form of words which is generally accepted as an unquestionable axiom, and by hanging thereupon an unfair corollary. The ordinary man or woman on hearing this assertion would probably answer, "Life sacred? Yes, of course. On the sacredness of life depends the safety of society. Anything which tampers with this principle must be both wrong and dangerous." And yet such is the inconsistency of the thoughtless that, 5 minutes afterwards, the same person will glow with passionate admiration at some noble deed, in which the sacredness of life has been cast to the winds at the call of honour or of humanity, or will utter words of indignant contempt at the baseness which counted life more sacred than duty or principle. That life is sacred is an undeniable proposition. Every natural gift is sacred, i.e. valuable, and is not to be lightly destroyed. Life, as summing up all natural gifts, and as containing within itself all possibilities of usefulness and happiness, is the most sacred physical possession which we own. But it is not the most sacred thing on earth. Martyrs slain for the sake of principles which they could not truthfully deny, patriots who have died for their country, heroes who have sacrificed themselves for others' good, the very flower and glory of humanity, rise up in a vast crowd to protest that conscience, honour, love, self-devotion are more precious to the race than is the life of the individual. Life is sacred, but it may be laid down in a noble cause. Life is sacred, but it must bend before the holier sacredness of principle. Life which, though sacred, can be destroyed, is as nothing before the indestructible ideals which claim from every noble soul the sacrifice of personal happiness, of personal greatness, yea, of personal life. Footnote: the word life is here used in the same sense of personal existence in this world. It is, of course, not intended to be asserted that life is really destructible, but only that personal existence or identity may be destroyed, and further, No opinion is given on the possibility of life otherwhere than on this globe; nothing is spoken of except life on earth under the conditions of human existence. It will be conceded then on all hands that the proposition that life is sacred must be accepted with many limitations. The proposition, in fact, amounts only to this, that life must not be voluntarily laid down without grave and sufficient cause. What we have to consider is, whether there are present in any proposed euthanasia such conditions as overbear considerations for the acknowledged sanctity of life. We contend that in the cases in which it is proposed that death should be hastened, these conditions do exist. We will not touch here on the question of the endurance of pain as a duty, for we will examine that further on. But is it a matter of no importance that a sufferer should condemn his attendants to a prolonged drain on their health and strength in order to cling to a life which is useless to others and a burden to himself? The nurse who tends, perhaps for weeks, a bed of agony, for which there is no cure but death, whose senses are strained by intense watchfulness, whose nerves are racked by witnessing torture which she is powerless to alleviate, is, by her self-devotion, sowing in her own constitution the seeds of ill health, that is to say, she is deliberately shortening her own life. We have seen that we have a right to shorten life in obedience to a call of duty, and it will at once be said that the nurse is obeying such a call. But has the nurse a right to sacrifice her own life? And an injury to health is a sacrifice of life, for an obviously unequivalent advantage. We are apt to forget, because the injury is partially veiled to us, that we touch the sacredness of life whenever we touch health. Every case of overwork, of overstrain, of overexertion is, so to speak, a modified case of euthanasia. To poison the spring of life is as real a tampering with the sacredness of life as it is to check its course. The nurse is really committing a slow euthanasia. Either the patient or the nurse must commit an heroic suicide for the sake of the other. Which shall it be? Shall the life be sacrificed, which is torture to its possessor, useless to society, and whose bounds are already clearly marked? Or shall a strong and healthy life, with all its future possibilities, be undermined and sacrificed in addition to that which is already doomed? But granting that the sublime generosity of the nurse stays not to balance the gain with the loss, but counts herself as nothing in the face of a human need, then surely it is time to urge then to permit this self-sacrifice is an error, and that to accept it is a crime. If it be granted that the throwing away of life for a manifestly unequivalent gain is wrong, that we ought not to blind ourselves to the fact that to sacrifice a healthy life in order to lengthen by a few short weeks a doomed life is a grave moral error, however much it may be redeemed in the individual by the glory of a noble self-devotion. Allowing to the full honour due to the heroism of the nurse, what are we to say to the patient who accepts the sacrifice? What are we to think of the morality of a human being who, in order to preserve the miserable remnant of life left to him, allows another to shorten life? If we honour the man who sacrifices himself to defend his family, or risks his own life to save theirs, we must surely blame him who, on the contrary, sacrifices those he ought to value most in order to prolong his own now useless existence. The measure of our admiration for the one must be the measure of our pity for the weakness and selfishness of the other. If it be true that the man who dies for his dear ones on the battlefield is a hero, he who voluntarily dies for them on his bed of sickness is a hero no less brave. But it is urged that life is the gift of God, and must only be taken back by the giver of life. I suppose that, in any sense in which it can be supposed true that life is the gift of God, it can only be taken back by the giver, that is to say, that just as life is produced in accordance with certain laws, so it can only be destroyed in accordance with certain other laws. Life is not the direct gift of a superior power, it is the gift of a man to a man, and animal to animal, produced by the voluntary agent, and not by God, under physical conditions, on the fulfilment of which alone the production of life depends. The physical conditions must be observed if we desire to produce life, and so must they be if we desire to destroy life. In both cases man is the voluntary agent. In both, law is the means of this action. If life-giving is God's doing, then life-destroying is his doing too. But this is not what is intended by the proposers of this aphorism. If they will pardon me for translating their somewhat vague proposition into more precise language, they say that they find themselves in possession of a certain thing called life, which must have come from somewhere, and, as in popular language, the unknown is always the divine, it must have come from God. Therefore, this life must only be taken from them by a cause that also proceeds from somewhere, i.e., from an unknown cause, i.e., from the divine will. Chloroform comes from a visible agent, from a doctor or the nurse, or at least from a bottle, which can be taken up or left alone at our own choice. If we swallow this, the cause of death is known, and is evidently not divine, but if we go into a house where scarlet fever is raging, although we are in that case voluntarily running the chance of taking poison quite as truly as if we swallow a dose of chloroform, yet if we die from the infection, we can imagine the illness to be sent from God. Wherever we think the element of chance comes in, there we are able to imagine that God rules directly. We quite overlook the fact that there is no such thing as chance. There is only our ignorance of law, not a break in natural order. If our constitution be susceptible to the particular poison to which we expose it, we take the disease. If we knew the laws of infection as accurately as we know the laws affecting chloroform, we should be able to foresee with like certainty the inevitable consequence, and our ignorance does not make the action of either set of laws less unchangeable or more divine. But in the happy-go-lucky style of thought peculiar to ignorance, the Christian disregards the fact that infection is ruled by definite laws, and believes that health and sickness are the direct expressions of the will of his God, and not the invariable consequence of obscure but probably discoverable antecedents. So he boldly goes into the back slums of London to nurse a family stricken down with fever, and knowingly and deliberately runs the chance of infection, i.e., knowingly and deliberately runs the chance of taking poison, or rather of having poison poured into his frame. This he does, trusting that the nobility of his motive will make the act right in God's sight. Is it more noble to relieve the sufferings of strangers than to relieve the sufferings of his family? Or is it more heroic to die of voluntarily contracted fever than of voluntarily taken chloroform? The argument that life must only be taken back by the life-giver would, if thoroughly carried out, entirely prevent all dangerous operations. In the treatment of some diseases there are operations that will either kill or cure. The disease must certainly be fatal if left alone, while the proposed operation may save life. It may equally destroy it, and thus may take life some time before the giver of life wanted to take it back. Evidently, then, such operations should not be performed, since there is risked so grave an interference with the desires of the life-giver. Again, doctors act very wrongly when they allow certain soothing medicines to be taken when all hope is gone, which they refuse so long as a chance of recovery remains. What right have they to compel the life-giver to follow out his apparent intentions? In some cases of painful disease it is now usual to produce partial or total unconsciousness by the injection of morphia, or by the use of some other anaesthetic. Thus I have known a patient subjected to this kind of treatment when dying from a tumour in the oesophagus. He was consequently for some weeks before his death kept in a state of almost complete unconsciousness, for if he were allowed to become conscious, his agony was so unendurable as to drive him wild. He was thus, although breathing, practically dead for weeks before his death. We cannot but wonder, in view of such a case as this, what it is that people mean when they talk of life. Life includes, surely, not only the involuntary animal functions, such as the movements of heart and lungs, but consciousness, thought, feeling, emotion. Of the various constituents of human life, surely those are not the most sacred which we share with the brute, however necessary these may be as the basis on which the rest are built. It is thought, then, that we may rightfully destroy all that constitutes the beauty and nobility of human life. We may kill thought, slay consciousness, deaden emotion, stop feeling. We may do all this, and leave lying on the bed before us a breathing figure, from which we have taken all the nobler possibilities of life, but we may not touch the purely animal existence. We may rightly check the action of the nerves and the brain, but we must not dare to outrage the Deity by checking the action of the heart and the lungs. We ask, then, for the legislation of euthanasia, because it is in accordance with the highest morality yet known, that which teaches the duty of self-sacrifice for the greater good of others, because it is sanctioned in principle by every service performed at personal danger and injury, and because it is already partially practised by modern improvements in medical science. Euthanasia is an interference with the course of nature, and is therefore an act of rebellion against God. In considering this objection, we are placed in difficulty by not being told what sense our opponents attach to the word nature, and we are obliged once more to ask pardon for forcing these vague and high-flown arguments into a humiliating precision of meaning. Nature, in the widest sense of the word, includes all natural laws, and in this sense it is of course impossible to interfere with nature at all. We live and move and have our being in nature, and we can no more get outside it than we can get outside everything. With this nature we cannot interfere. We can study its laws, and learn how to balance one law against another so as to modify results, but this can only be done by and through nature itself. The interference with the course of nature, which is intended in the above objection, does not of course mean this impossible proceeding, and it can then only mean an interference with things which would proceed in one course without human agency meddling with them, but which are susceptible of being turned into another course by human agency. If interference with nature's course be a rebellion against God, we are rebelling against God every day of our lives. Every achievement of civilization is an interference with nature. Every artificial comfort we enjoy is an improvement on nature. Everybody professes to approve and admire many great triumphs of art over nature: the junction by bridges of shores which nature had made separate, the draining of nature's marshes, the excavation of her wells, the dragging to the light of what she has buried at immense depths in the earth, the turning away of her thunderbolt by lightning rods, of her inundations by embankments, of her ocean by breakwaters. But to commend these and similar feats is to acknowledge that the ways of nature are to be conquered, not obeyed, that her powers are often towards man in the position of enemies, from whom he must wrest by force and ingenuity what little he can for his own use, and deserves to be applauded when that little is rather more than might be expected from his physical weakness in comparison to those gigantic powers. All praise of civilization, or art, or contrivance, is so much dispraise of nature, an admission of imperfection, which is man's business and merit to be always endeavouring to correct or mitigate. It is difficult to understand how anyone, contemplating the course of nature, can regard it as the expression of a divine will, which man has no right to improve upon. Natural law is essentially unreasoning and unmoral. Gigantic forces clash around us on every side, unintelligent and unvarying in their action. With equal impassiveness, these blind forces produce vast benefits and work vast catastrophes. The benefits are ours, if we are able to grasp them, but nature troubles itself not whether we take them or leave them alone. The catastrophes may rightly be averted if we can avert them, but nature stays not its grinding wheel for our moans. Even allowing that a supreme intelligence gave these forces their being, it is manifest that he never intended man to be their plaything, or to do them homage, for man is dowered with reason to calculate, and with genius to foresee, and into man's hands is given the realm of nature in this world, to cultivate, to govern, to improve. So long as men believed that a God wielded the thunderbolt, so long would a lightning conductor be an outrage on Jove; so long as a God guided each force of nature, so long would it be impiety to resist, or to endeavour to regulate the divine volitions. Only as experience gradually proved that no evil consequences followed each amendment of nature, were natural forces withdrawn, one by one, from the sphere of the unknown and the divine. Now, even pain, that used to be God's scourge, is soothed by chloroform, and death alone is left for nature to inflict, with what lingering agony it may. But why should death, any more than other ills, be left entirely to the clumsy, unassisted processes of nature? Why, after struggling against nature all our lives, should we let it reign unopposed in death? There are some natural evils that we cannot avert. Pain and death are of these, but we can dull pain by dulling feeling, and we can ease by shortening its pangs. Nature kills by slow and protracted torture; we can defy it by choosing a rapid and painless end. It is only the remains of the old superstition that makes men think that to take life is the special prerogative of the gods. With marvellous inconsistency, however, the opponents of euthanasia do not scruple to interfere with the course of nature, on the one hand, while they forbid us to interfere on the other. It is right to prolong pain by art, although it is wrong to shorten it. When a person is smitten down with some fearful and incurable disease, they do not leave him to nature; on the contrary, they check and thwart nature in every possible way. They cherish the life that nature has blasted; they nourish the strength that nature is undermining; they delay each process of decay which nature sows in the disordered frame; they contest every inch of ground with nature to preserve life, and then, when life means torture, and we ask permission to step in and quench it, they cry out that we are interfering with nature. If they would leave nature to itself, the disease would generally kill with tolerable rapidity; but they will not do this. They will only admit the force of their own argument when it tells on the side of what they choose to consider right. "Against nature" is the cry with which many a modern improvement has been howled at, and it will continue to be raised until it is generally acknowledged that happiness, and not nature, is the true guide to morality, and until men recognise that nature is to be harnessed to his car of triumph, and to bend its mighty forces to fulfil the human will. Pain is a spiritual remedial agent, inflicted by God, and should therefore be patiently endured. Does anyone, except a self-torturing ascetic, endure any pain which he can get rid of? This may be deemed a sufficient answer to this objection, for common sense always bids us avoid all possible pain, and daily experience tells us that people invariably evade pain wherever such evasion is possible. The objection ought to run: pain is a spiritual remedial agent, inflicted by God, which is to be got rid of as soon as possible, but ought to be patiently endured when unavoidable. Pain as pain has no recommendations, spiritual or otherwise, nor is there the smallest merit in a voluntary and needless submission to pain. As to its remedial and educational advantages, it as often as not sours the temper and hardens the heart. If a person endures great physical or mental pain with unruffled patience, and comes out of it with uninjured tenderness and sweetness, we may rest assured that we have come across a rare and beautiful nature of exceptional strength. As a general rule, pain, especially if it be mental, hardens and roughens the character. The use of anaesthetics is utterly indefensible, if physical pain is to be regarded as a special tool whereby God cultivates the human soul. If God is directly acting on the sufferer's body, and is educating his soul by racking his nerves, by what right does the doctor step between with his impious anaesthetic, and by reducing the patient to unconsciousness deprive God of his pupil and a man of his lesson? If pain be a sacred ark over which hovers the divine glory, surely it must be a sinful act to touch the holy thing. We may be inflicting incalculable spiritual damage by frustrating the divine plan of education, which was corporeal agony as a spiritual agent. Therefore, if this argument be good for anything at all, we must from henceforth eschew all anaesthetics, we must take no steps to alleviate human agony, we must not venture to interfere with this beneficent agent, but must leave nature to torture us as it will. But we utterly deny that the unnecessary endurance of pain is even a merit, much less a duty. On the contrary, we believe that it is our duty to war against pain as much as possible, to alleviate it wherever we cannot stop it entirely, and, where continuous and frightful agony can only end in death, then to give the sufferer the relief he craves for in the sleep which is mercy. "It is a mercy God has taken him," is an expression often heard, when the racked frame at last lies quiet, and the writhed features settle slowly into the peaceful smile of the dead. That mercy we plead that man should be allowed to give to man, when human skill and human tenderness have done their best, and when they have left within their reach no greater boon than a speedy and painless death. We are not aware that any objection, which may not be classed under one or other of these three heads, has been levelled against the proposition that euthanasia should be legalised. It has indeed been suggested that to put into a doctor's hands this power of life and death would be to offer a dangerous temptation to those who have any special object to gain by putting a troublesome person quietly out of the way. But this objection overlooks the fact that the patient himself must ask for the draught, that stringent precautions can be taken to render euthanasia impossible except at the patient's earnestly or even repeatedly expressed wish, that any doctor or attendant neglecting to take these precautions would then, as now, be liable to all the penalties for murder or for manslaughter, and that an ordinary doctor would no more be ready to face these penalties then than he is now, although he undoubtedly has now the power of putting the patient to death with but little chance of discovery. Euthanasia would not render murder less dangerous than it is at present, since no one asks that a nurse may be empowered to give a patient a dose which would ensure death, or that she might be allowed to shield herself from punishment on the plea that the patient desired it. If our opponents would take the trouble to find out what we do ask before they condemn our propositions, it would greatly simplify public discussion, not alone in this case, but in many proposed reforms. It may be well also to point out the wide line of demarcation which separated euthanasia from what is ordinarily called suicide. Euthanasia, like suicide, is a voluntarily chosen death, but there is a radical difference between the motives which prompt the similar act. Those who commit suicide thereby render themselves useless to society for the future; they deprive society of their services, and selfishly evade the duties which ought to fall to their share. Therefore the social feelings rightly condemn suicide as a crime against society. I do not say that under no stress of circumstances is suicide justifiable, that is not the question, but I wish to point out that it is justly regarded as a social offence. But the very motive which restrains from suicide prompts to euthanasia. The sufferer, who knows that he is lost to society, that he can never again serve his fellow men, who knows also that he is depriving society of the services of those who uselessly exhaust themselves for him, and is further injuring it by undermining the health of its healthy members, feels urged by the very social instincts which would prevent him from committing suicide while in health, to yield a last service to society by relieving it from a useless burden. Hence it is that Sir Thomas More, in the quotation with which we began this essay, makes the social authorities of his ideal state urge euthanasia as the duty of a faithful citizen, while they yet consistently reprobate ordinary suicide as a lèse-majesté, a crime against the state. The life of the individual is, in a sense, the property of society. The infant is nurtured, the child is educated, the man is protected by others, and in return for the life thus given, developed, preserved, society has a right to demand from its members a loyal, self-forgetting devotion to the common weal, to serve humanity, to raise the race from which we spring, to dedicate every talent, every power, every energy to the improvement of, and to the increase of happiness in society. This is the duty of each individual man and woman. And when we have given all we can, when strength is sinking and life is failing, when pain racks our bodies, and the worse agony of seeing our dear ones suffer in our anguish tortures our enfeebled minds, when the only service we can render man is to relieve him of a useless and injurious burden, then we ask that we may be permitted to die voluntarily and painlessly, and so to crown a noble life with the laurel wreath of a self-sacrificing death. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of My Path to Atheism by Annie Besant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12 on Prayer. The mania for prayer meetings has lately been largely on the increase, and the continual efforts being made to "move the arm that moves the world" naturally draw one's attention strongly to the subject of prayer, to its reasonableness, propriety, and prospect of success. If prayer to God be reverent as towards the Deity, if it be consistent with his immutability, with his foreknowledge, with his wisdom, and with every kind of trust in his goodness, if it be also, as regards man, permissible by science and approved by experience, then there can be no doubt at all that it should be sedulously practised, and should be of universal obligation. But if it be at once useless and absurd, if it be forbidden by reason and frowned at by common sense, if it weaken man and be irreverent towards the being to whom it is said to be addressed, then it will be well for all who practise it to reconsider their position, and at least to endeavour to give some solid reason for persisting in a course which is condemned by the intellect and is unneeded by the heart. The practice of prayer is generally founded upon the supposed position held by man, first, as a creature towards his Creator, and secondly, as a child towards his Father in heaven. In its first aspect it is a simple act of homage from the inferior to the superior, parallel to the courtesy shown by the subject to the monarch. It is an acknowledgment of dependence, and a sign of gratitude for the gifts which are supposed to be freely given by God to man, gifts which man has done nothing to deserve, but which come from the free bounty of the giver. Putting aside the whole question of God as Creator, which is not the point at issue, we might argue that since he brought us into this world without our request, and even without our consent, he is in duty bound to see that we have all things necessary for our life and happiness in the world in which he has thus placed us. We might argue that the blessings said to be bestowed upon us, such as food, clothing, etc., can only be called given by a fiction, for that they are won by our own hard toil, and are never gifts from God in any real sense at all. Further, we might plead that we find bestowed upon us many things which are decidedly the reverse of blessings, and that if gratitude be due to God for some things, the contrary of gratitude is due to him for others, and that if praise be his right for the one, blame must be his desert for the second. We should be thus forced into the logical but somewhat peculiar frame of mind of the savage, who caresses his fetish when it hears his prayers, and belabours it heartily when it fails to help him. But taking the position that prayer is due from man by reason of his creaturehood, it must surely be clear that it cannot be a proper way of manifesting a sense of inferiority to degrade the being to whom the homage is offered. Yet prayer is essentially degrading to God, and the character ascribed to him of a hearer and answerer of a prayer is a most lowering conception of Deity. For God to hear and answer prayer means that prayer changes his action, making him do that which he would otherwise have abstained from doing. It means that man is wiser than God, and is able to instruct him in his duty, and it means that God is less loving than he ought to be, and will not bestow upon his creature that which is good for him unless he be importuned into giving it. We are told that God is immutable, the same yesterday, today, and forever. God is not a man that he should lie, nor the Son of Man that he should repent. If this be true, and surely immutability of purpose must be a necessary characteristic of an all-wise and all-good being, how can prayer be anything more than a childish fretting against the inevitable? The changeless one has planned a certain course of action, and is steadily carrying it out. In passionless serenity he goes upon his way. Then man breaks in with his feeble cries and petulant upbraidings, and actually turns God from his purpose, and changes the course of his providence. If prayer does not do this, it does nothing at all. Either it changes the mind of God, or it does not. If it does, God is at the disposal of man's whim. If it does not, it is perfectly useless, and might just as well be left undone. The parable told by Christ about the unjust judge, Luke 18, 1-8, is a most extraordinary representation of God. Quote, "Because this widow troubleth me, I will avenge her, lest by her continual coming she weary me. And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him?" End quote. Verily, the picture of the divine justice is not an attractive one. The judge does his duty, not because it is his duty, not because the widow needs his aid, not because her cause is a just one, but "lest by her continual coming she weary him." There is only one moral to be drawn from this, namely that God will not care for his elect because they are his own, that he will not guard them because it is his duty, but that, if they cry day and night to him, he will attend to them, because the continual cry wearies him, and he desires to silence it. In the same way, God the immutable changes at the sound of prayer, not because the change will be better or wiser, but because man's cry wearies him, and he will be quiet if he obtains his petition. Surely the idea is as degrading as it can be. It puts God on a level with the unwise human parent who allows himself to be governed by the clamour of his children, and gives any favour to the spoilt child, if only the child be tiresome enough in its petulant persistence. Is prayer consistent with the foreknowledge of God? It is one of the attributes ascribed to God that he knows all before it happens, and that the future lies mapped out before him as clearly as does the past. If this be so, is it more reasonable to pray about things in the future than things in the past? No one is so utterly irrational as to pray to God, in so many words, to change the things that are gone, or to alter the record of the past. Yet is it more rational to ask him to change the things that are coming, and to alter the already written chart of the future? In reality, man's own eyes being blinded, he deems his God such a one as himself, and where he cannot see, he can allow himself to hope. But there is no excuse from the inexorable logic which pierces us, with one horn or the other, of this dilemma. However we may writhe in our efforts to escape them, either God knows the future or he knows it not. If he knows it, it cannot be altered, so it is no use to pray about it, everything being already fixed. If he knows it not, he is not God, he is no wiser than man. But then, some Christians argue, he has prearranged that he will give his blessing in answer to prayer, and he foreknows the prayer as well as its answer. Then, after all, it is predetermined whether we shall pray or not in any given case, and we have only to follow the course along which we are impelled by an irresistible destiny. So the matter is beyond all discussion, and the power to pray or not to pray does not reside in us. If there is a blessing in store for us which needs the arm of prayer to pluck it from the tree on which it hangs, we shall inevitably pray for it at the right moment, and thus, in his effort to escape from one difficulty, the praying Christian has landed himself in a worse one, for absolute foreknowledge implies complete determinism, and prevents all human responsibility of any kind. Is prayer consistent with the wisdom of God? After all, what does prayer mean, boldly stated? It means that man thinks that he knows better than God, and so he tells God that which ought to happen. Is there any self-conceit so intolerable as that which pretends to bow itself in the dust before him who created and who upholds the infinite worlds which make up the universe, and which then sets itself to correct the ordering of him who traced the orbits of the planets and who measured the rule of suns? Finite wisdom instructing infinite wisdom, moral reason laying down the course of immoral reason, low intelligence guiding supreme intelligence, man instructing God. All this is implied in the fact of prayer, and every man who has prayed and who believes in God ought to cast himself down in passionate humiliation before the wisdom he has insulted and impugned, and ask pardon for the insolent presumption which dared to lay hands on the helm of the Supreme, and to dream that man could be more wise than God. At least those who believe in God might be humble enough to acknowledge his superiority to themselves, and if they demand that homage should be paid to him by their brethren, they should also confess him to be wiser and higher than they are themselves. Is prayer consistent with trust in the goodness of God? Surely prayer is a distinct refusal to trust, and is a proclamation that we think that we could do better for ourselves than God will do for us. If God be good and loving to every man, it is manifest that, without any pressure being put upon him, he will do for each the best thing that can possibly be done. The people of Madagascar are wiser in this matter than the people who throng our churches and our chapels, for they say, addressing the good spirit, "We need not pray to thee, for thou, without our prayers, wilt give us all things that be good for us." And then they turn to the evil spirit, saying that they must pray to him, lest, if they do not, he should work them harm and send troubles in their way. Prayer implies that God judges all good gifts, and will withhold them unless they are wrung from his reluctant hands. It denies that he loves his creatures, and is good to all. In addition to this, it also implies that we will not trust him to judge what is best for us. On the contrary, we prefer to judge for ourselves, and to have our own way. If a trouble comes, it is prayed against, and God is besought to remove his heavy hand. What does this mean except that when God sends sorrow, man clamours for joy, and when God deems it best that his child should weep, the child demands cause for smiles? If people trusted God as they pretend to trust him, if the phrases of the Sunday were the practice of the week, if men believed that God's ways were higher than man's ways, and his thoughts than their thoughts, then no prayer would ever ascend from earth to the throne of grace, and man would welcome joy and sorrow, peace and care, wealth and poverty, as wise men welcome nature's order, when the rain comes down to swell the seed for the harvest, and the sunshine glows down upon the earth to burnish the golden grain. But, say the praying Christians, even if prayer be not defensible as homage from the creature to the Creator, in that it lowers our idea of God, it must surely yet be natural as the instinctive cry from the child to the Father in heaven, and then follows arguments drawn from the family and the home, and the need of communion between parent and child. As a matter of fact, taking the analogy, imperfect as it is, do we find much prayer, as from child to parent, in the best and the happiest homes? Is not the amount of asking the exact measure of the imperfection of the relationship? The wiser and the kinder the parent, the less will the child ask for. Rather, it learns from experience to trust the older wisdom, and to be content with the love which is ever giving, unsolicited, all good things. At the most, the simple expression of the child's wish is all that is needed. If the child desire anything of which the parent have not thought, and even this mere statement of wish is still the result of imperfection, i.e. the want of knowledge on the parent's part of the child's mind and heart, in this case there is no pleading, no urging. The single request and single answer suffice. There is nothing which corresponds with the idea of the prophet to pray to God and to give him no rest until he grant the petition. In a well-ordered home, the child who persisted in pressing his request would receive a rebuke for his want of trust, and for his conceited self-sufficiency, and yet this is the analogy on which prayer to God is built up, and in this fashion natural instincts are dragged in order to support supernatural and artificial cravings. Leaving prayer as it affects man's relationship to God, let us look at it as regards man's relationship to things around him, and ask if it be permitted by our scientific knowledge, and approved by experience and by history. The chief lesson of science is that all things work by law, that we dwell in a realm of law, and that nothing goes by chance. All science is built up upon this idea. Science is not possible unless this primary rule be correct. Science is only the codified experience of the race, the observed sequence of today marked down for the guidance of tomorrow, the teaching of the past hived up for the improvement of the future. But all this accumulation and correlation of facts becomes useless if laws can be broken, i.e. if this observed sequence of phenomena can be suddenly broken by the interposition of an unknown and incalculable force, acting spasmodically and guided by no discoverable order of action. Science is impossible if these providential occurrences may take place at any moment. A physician, in writing his prescription, selects the drugs which experience has pointed out as the suitable remedy for the disease under which the patient is labouring. These drugs have a certain effect upon the tissues of the human frame, and the physician calculates on this effect being produced. But if prayer is to come in as a factor, of what use the physician's science? Here is suddenly introduced, to speak figuratively, a new drug of unknown power, and the effect of medicine plus prayer can in no way be calculated upon. The prescription is either efficient or non-efficient. If it be efficient, prayer is unnecessary, as the cure would take place without it. If it be non-efficient, and prayer makes up the deficiency, then medical science is not needed, for the impotency of the drugs can always be balanced by the potency of the prayer. This argument may be used as regards every science. Prayer is put up for a ship which goes to sea. The ship is fitted for the perils it encounters, or it is unfit. If fitted, it arrives safely without prayer. If, though unfit, it arrives, being guarded by prayer, then prayer becomes a factor in the shipbuilder's calculations, and sound timbers and strong rivets sink into minor importance. If it be argued that to speak thus is to use prayer unfairly, because it is our duty to take every proper means to ensure safety, what is this except to say that, after all, prayer is only a fiction, and that while we bow our knees to God and pretend to look to him for safety, we are really looking to the strong timbers of the shipbuilder and to the skill of the captain. Science teaches also that all phenomena are the results of preceding phenomena, and that an unbroken sequence of cause and effect stretches back further than our poor thoughts can reach. In stately harmony all nature moves, evolving link after link of the endless chain, each link bound firmly to its predecessor, and affording in its turn the same support to its successor. Prayer is put up in the churches for fair weather, but rain and sunshine do not follow each other by chance, they obey a changeless law. To alter the weather of today means to alter the weather of countless yesterdays, which have faded away, one after another, into the infinite azure of the past. The weather of today is the result of all those long past phases of temperature, and unless they were altered no change is possible today. The prayer that goes up in English churches should really run: O God, we pray thee to change all that thou hast wrought in the past. We today, in this petty corner of thy world, are discontented with thy ordering. We desire thee, then, that, to pleasure our fancy, thou wilt unroll the record of the past, and change all its order, remoulding its history to suit our convenience here today. It is difficult to say which is the worst: the self-conceit, which deems its own petty needs worthy of such complacence of Deity, or the ignorance which forgets the absurdities implied in the request it makes. But, after all, it is the ignorance which is to blame. These prayers were written when science was scarcely born. In those days God was the immediate cause of each phenomena, sending rain from heaven when it pleased him, thundering from heaven against his enemies, pouring hailstones from heaven to slay his foes, opening and closing the windows of heaven to punish a wicked king or to pleasure an angry prophet. In those days heaven was very close to earth, so near that when it opened the dying Stephen could see and recognise the form and features of the Son of Man, so near that, lest man should build a tower which should reach it, God had himself to descend and discomfit the builders. All these things were true to the writers whose words are repeated in English churches in the 19th century, and they naturally believed that what God wrought in days of old he could work also among themselves. But knowledge has shattered the fairy fabric which fancy has raised up. Astronomy built towers, not of Babel, from which men could gauge the heaven, and find that through illimitable ether worlds innumerable rolled, and that where the throne of God should have been seen, suns and planets sped on their ceaseless rounds. Further and further back the ancient God who dwelt among men was pressed back, till now at last no room is found for spasmodic divine solutions, but nature's mighty order rolls on uninterrupted, in a silence unbroken by voice and undisturbed by miraculous volitions, bound by a golden chain of inviolable law. The most learned and the most thoughtful Christian people now acknowledge that prayer is out of place in dealing with natural order, but surely it is time that they should make their voices heard plainly, so as to erase from the prayer book these obsolete notions, born of an ignorance which the world has now outgrown. Few really believe in the power of prayer over the weather, but people go on from the sheer force of habit, repeating, parrot-like, phrases which have lost their meaning, because they are too indolent to exert thought, or too fettered by habit to test the prayer of the Sunday by the standard of the week. When people begin to think of what they repeat so glibly, the battle of free thought will have been won. Many earnest people, however, while recognising the fact that prayer ought not to be used for rain, fine weather, and the like, yet think that it might be rightly employed to obtain spiritual benefits. Is not this idea also the product of ignorance? When men knew nothing of natural laws, they thought they could gain natural benefits by prayer. Now that people know nothing of spiritual laws, they think they can gain spiritual benefits by prayer. In each case the prayer springs from ignorance. Is it really more reasonable to expect to gain miraculous spiritual strength from prayer than to expect to give vigour by prayer to arms enfeebled by fever? Growth, slow and steady, is nature's law. No sudden leaps are possible, and no prayer will give that spiritual stature which only develops by continual effort and by patient continuance in well-doing. The mind, which is probably what is generally meant by the word spirit, has its own laws, according to which it grows and strengthens. It is moulded, formed, developed, as the body is, by the play of the circumstances around it, and by the organisation with which it comes into the world, and which it has inherited from a long race of ancestors. Here too inexorable law surrounds all, and in mind as in matter, the reign of law is all-embracing, all-compelling. Is prayer approved by experience? It seems necessary here to refer to the experience of some who say that they have found prayer strengthen them to meet a trouble which they had dreaded, or to accomplish a duty for which their own ability was insufficient. This appears to be very probable, but the reason is not far to seek, and as the explanation of the increased strength may be purely natural, it seems unnecessary to search for a supernatural cause. Prayer, when earnest and heartfelt, appears to exert a kind of reflex action on the person praying, the petition not piercing heaven but falling back on earth. A duty has to be done, or a trouble has to be faced. The person affected prays for help, and by the intense concentration of his thoughts, and by the passion of his desire, he naturally gains a strength he had not when he was less deeply and thoroughly in earnest. Again, the interior conviction that an olivine strength is on his side nerves his heart and braces his courage. The soldier fights with a tenfold courage when he is sure that endurance will make a victory a certainty. But all this is no proof that God hears and answers prayer. If it were so, it would prove also that the Virgin Mother and all the saints and Buddha and Brahma and Vishnu were alike hearers and answerers of prayer. In all cases the sincere worshipper gains strength and comfort, and finds the same answer to his prayer. Yet surely no one will contend that all these are prayer-hearing and prayer-answering gods. This fancied answer is not a proof of the truth of the worshipper's belief, but it is only a proof of his conviction of its truth. Not the soundness of the belief, but the sincerity of the conviction, is proved by the glow and ardour which succeed the act of prayer. All the dormant energies are aroused, the soul's whole strength is put forth, the worshipper is warmed by the fire struck from his own heart, and is thrilled with the electricity which resides in his own frame. So far prayer is found to be answered, just as every strong conviction, however erroneous, is found to confer increased strength and vigour on him who possesses it. But accepting this, prayer is not proved to be efficacious when tested by experience. How many prayers have gone up to the Father in heaven from his children overwhelmed in the sea, and drowning in floods, and encircled by fire? How many passionate appeals of patriots and martyrs, of exiles and slaves? How many cries of anguish from beside the beds of the dying, and the fresh graves of the newly dead? In vain the wife's wail for the husband, the mother's pleading for the only child. No voice has answered, "Weep not." No command has replied, "Rise up." The prayers have fallen back on the breaking heart, poor white-winged birds that have tried to fly towards heaven, but have only sunk back to earth, their breasts bruised and bleeding from striking against the iron bars of a pitiless and relentless fate. So continually has prayer failed to win an answer, that in spite of the clearness and the force of the Bible promises in regard to it, Christians have found themselves obliged to limit their extent, and to say that God judges whether or no it will be beneficial for the worshipper to grant the petition, and if the prayer be a mistaken one, he will, in mercy, withhold the implored for boon. Of course this prevents prayer from being ever tested by experience at all, because whenever a prayer remains unanswered, the reply is ready that it was not according to the will of God. This means that we cannot test the value of prayer in any way. We must accept its worth wholly as a matter of faith. We must pray because we are bidden to do so, and fulfil a useless form which affords no tangible results. In this melancholy position are we landed by an appeal to experience, by which we are challenged to test the value of prayer. The answer of this history is even yet more emphatic. The ages of prayer are the dark ages of the world. when learning was crushed out and superstition was rampant, when wisdom was called witchcraft, and priests ruled Europe, then prayer was always rising up to God from the countless monasteries where men dwarfed themselves into monks, and from the convents where women shrivelled up into nuns. The sound of the bell that called to prayer was never silent, and the time that was needed for work was wasted in prayer, and in the straining to serve God the service of man was neglected and despised. There is one obvious fact that throws into bright relief the absurdity of prayer. Two people pray for exactly opposite things, whose prayers are to be answered. Two armies ask for victory, which is to be crowned. Amongst ourselves now the Church is divided into two opposing camps, and while the ritualists appeal to God for protection, the evangelical clamour also for his aid. To which is he to bend his ear? Which prayer is he to answer? Both appeal to his promises, both urge that his honour is pledged to them by the word he has given, yet it is simply impossible that he should grant the prayer of both, because the prayer of the one is the direct contradiction of the prayer of the other. Again, none of the believers in prayer appear to consider that, if it were true that prayer is so powerful a weapon, if it were true that by prayer man can prevail with God, it would then be madness ever to pray at all. To pray would be as dangerous a thing as to put a cavalry sword into the hands of a child just strong enough to lift it, but unable to control it or to understand the danger of its blows. Who can tell all the results to himself and to others which might flow from a granted prayer? A prayer made in all honesty of purpose, but in ignorance and short-sightedness. If prayers really brought answers, it would be most wickedly reckless ever to pray at all, as wickedly reckless as if a man, to quench a moment's thirst, pierced a hole in a reservoir of water which overhung a town. But in spite of all arguments, in spite of all that reason can urge and that logic can prove, it is probable that many will still cling to the practice of prayer, craving for the relief it gives to the feelings of the heart, however much it may be condemned by the judgment of the intellect. They seem to think that they will lose a great inspiration to work if they give up communion with God, and that they will miss the glow of ardour which they deem they have caught from prayer. But surely it may fairly be urged on them that no real good can arise from continuing a practice which it is impossible to defend when it is carefully analysed. Prayer is as the artificial stimulant which excites but does not strengthen, and lends a factious brightness which is followed by deeper depression. Those who have prayed most have often stated that seasons of special blessing are generally followed by special temptations of Satan. The reaction follows on the unreal excitation, and the soul that has been flying in heaven grovels upon earth. To the patient who is weak and depressed from long illness, the bright air of the morning seems chill and cold, and he yearns for the warmth of the artificial stimulants to which he has grown accustomed. Yet better for him is it to gain health from the morning breezes, and stimulus from the clear glad sunshine, than to yield to the craving which is a relic of his disease. If they find in communion with God a sweetness which is lacking when they commune with their brethren, if they who cultivate dependence on God would learn the true dependence of man on man, if they who yearn for the invisible would concentrate their energies on the visible, then they would soon find a sweetness in labour which would compensate for the languor of prayer, and they would learn to draw from the joy of serving men, and from the serene strength of an earnest life, a warmth of inspiration, a passion of fervour, an exhaustless fount of energy, beside which all prayer-given ardour would seem dull and nerveless, in the glow of which the fancied warmth of God-communion would seem as the pale cold moonshine in the glory of the rising sun. End of chapter 12.